Welcome to the show. It's Cus I Wanna, the show that happens when we wanna and where we wanna, and most importantly, cause we wanna. I'm your host, Forrest Valkai, and I'm joined today by Josie, who has an exciting announcement that you already know about.
Yes.
She's running for office.
That's true.
She's running for office.
That's right. Look at this. I even brought my sign. Look at that.
Oh my God.
I
Fantastic.
know.
Democrat at large.
Yeah, at large, baby. Let's go.
That's great.
Because I'm running for a county council seat at large, meaning I'm running to represent the whole county of Montgomery County in Maryland, and that is to represent 1.1 million people. So I was talking to Sarah McBride the other day, and I was like, you know, once I win this race, I'll represent more people than you. And she was like, oh, it looks like I need to get more residents in Delaware. I was like, it looks like you have to. So.
Yeah.
Which will make me the most representative trans woman in the country.
That's huge. That's incredible.
Yeah.
And that's what we're here for, y'all. We're here not only to do our usual thing, take some calls, answer some questions, change some minds, change some hearts, but also to raise some money for Josie's campaign so that she can become the next representative of the place that she is. That she can do the things, that she can change some lives, so you can make the world a slightly better place. So that we can all band together to bring about communism and child indoctrination and what other and Cardi B music.
Yeah, there you go. Everything that MAGA hates, you know. Just, you know, all the things. Free healthcare, you know, housing. You know, they hate all those things.
It's gonna be terrible. All these people, they're gonna get the best healthcare they've ever got. They're gonna have no more diseases. They're gonna have a place to live. They're gonna have clean energy and food and water and like good representation.
Not having to worry about being assaulted by federal agents pulling you out of cars.
That's a big one. They're gonna be free. They're gonna have freedom. Dear God, help them. It's going to be a hard time for MAGA. So if you support freedom and spreading it violently, this is your show. And also, this is your fundraiser. There should be a donate button. If I remember correctly, there should be a donate button on the screen right now. Let me double check to make sure that's happening. Yes, no, question mark?
No,
is it donating directly through? No, it's through the Act Blue.
It's the Act Blue. So it's the Act Blue. Yes.
That's what I was curious about, because I didn't know if Act Blue went through YouTube. So in the chat right now, there's a pop-up link there. It says from Q&A line that says donate to the council campaign, Secure Act Blue. And if you donate through there, then we'll be real grateful. We're really happy.
Yeah,
and also, the goal today is to raise 5,000 entire dollars. And if we can do that, then we will be able to raise more money also later is the idea.
Well, you know, one of the big showstoppers when we got to our goal last time is that I randomly called my campaign manager. And last time he was at a bar thinking he was having a good old time, and then immediately jumped on a call with thousands of people watching. So I'm ready to do that to him again. Because it's always a fun time to have a political operative get shocked the fact that they are now talking to thousands of people out of nowhere at any given moment and have to put on that political face. You know, it's a fun time.
For sure.
So, yeah, it's always a good time. It's always a good time.
Donate now to make Josie's campaign manager uncomfortable. That's the goal for the evening.
That's right. That's right. He deserves it. He's doing a great job, but he's got to be put on his toes. Come on. Like, it's like you're running a Josie campaign. You gotta be ready for anything.
Right. By the way, we were originally going to do super chats today, but because since the fundraiser is going through Act Blue and not through YouTube, I'm gonna go ahead and just say maybe we don't right now. Maybe we don't do those today.
We'll see how things goes. Yeah.
If you wanted to send a super chat, instead donate to Josie's campaign.
Yeah.
And then let us know in the chat, hey, I donated to Josie's campaign. Here's my question. And we probably will miss it, but it'll be fun anyway. And you know what? Put something weird that you want us to that we wouldn't want to read. Put something uncomfortable that you wouldn't want us to read along with your notification that you donated, but only do it if you donated. And if you do it without donating, you're a jerk.
Yeah, exactly.
But
Exactly.
hey, other things, by the way, we are taking calls right now. That idiot in the chat who just got muted, you should call in. The number is
Yeah.
720-619-2288. If you're a Trump supporter, if you're a MAGA cultist, if you don't believe that trans people are whatever a thing, if you want to give a good argument for why Josie should not be elected, this is your chance. Pick up that
This is
phone,
it.
720-619-2288. If you have questions, if you live, it's Maryland, right? Is
Yeah,
Maryland?
Maryland. Yes.
I've been careful. Yeah. If you
No, it's
live
fine.
in Maryland,
I'm pretty
That's-
easily found. Like it's like
there's a lot of states. I don't know which
it's
one's
that
what.
public. It's that public official thing. You know, it's just like
Right?
everybody knows how to find you pretty quick.
If you live
Unfortunately.
in Maryland and you may yet be are at risk of being represented by Josie, call them with questions. If you
Yeah.
want to know what she stands for and what she represents and what she's going to be and how she's going to help you, this is your chance to pick up that phone and talk about this stuff. So 720-619-2288. If you're outside of the U.S., we use the web link in the description. And let's talk about why we have so many goddamn states. Because, Lord, I don't know. I think we should reduce it.
Yeah,
and in the
that's an
meantime,
interesting take.
we will take this first call from Anthony, who is wanting to talk about trans and intersex people. Anthony, you're on the line with Forrest and Josie. How you doing today? Anthony.
Anthony.
I'm actually
Are
really
you
excited.
there?
Hi.
Hello.
There might be a little bit of a delay. I apologize.
There usually is. It's okay.
So I since watching The Line, and honestly, all of the podcasters on The Line have got my critical thinking and like logic stuff going, and I'm curious actually if either one of you could answer this question or even like contemplate it. I don't know much about biology. I do want to go into neuroscience so I can understand my brain and why I'm trans, essentially. But I was wondering, curious if there's a possibility that trans people could be another form of intersex. Like our brains are wired specifically a certain way that does not match with our bodies. I know that's not always fully the case with every single trans person, because there are non-binary people who are comfortable with their skin. But yeah, I'm sorry. I'm starting to ramble. I'm just curious if.
No worries. So right now, and I'll let Forrest get in on the biology side of it all. You can be intersex and trans. We have that very that study that's recorded that exists already. I don't know. I do not believe that being trans is a intersex thing that it exists. I believe that giving yourself hormones when you are assigned a different sex at birth is kind of putting yourself into an intersex condition, if you want to go into that way of looking at it. But overall, I would not say that trans people will necessitate a possible intersex condition. I don't know, Forrest, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, they're definitely different things, and I think I get where you're coming from. If we were to go with like an outdated look, but like this more traditional look at like brain sex and like try to paint the brain as being more dimorphic than it is, then you could make some kind of argument to say that like, well, trans people have, brain parts that match their gender, not their sex assigned at birth, and that puts them in this kind of variant. I get where you're coming from. I don't think that's an appropriate way to categorize that because number one, brain sex is not which sounds awesome, by the way, but like sexual dimorphism in the brain is not as strict and as clean or anything as we used to think. As in the past, I want to say decade-ish, especially. There have been a lot of really cool studies showing that like there is no more male-female brain than there is male-female heart, lung, kidney, whatever. It's there are parts that are sexually dimorphic that have been traditionally studied, but each individual brain is its own kind of mosaic of these traits, with some parts pointing in this direction, some parts pointing in that direction. And when we look across like big like summary studies where like we go across like huge populations of people, we find that these internal sex differences within the brain are not consistent across the board. They're not always pointing in one direction or the other. It's sort of comparable to like skeletons. You hear a lot of people, a lot of transphobes will come out and be like, "Oh, well, your skeleton's always going to prove one where, you know, in 100 years," and ignoring the fact that why would people live today in ways that would make people appreciate their skeletons in 1,000 years, whatever. Also, that's simply not the case. There's several different skeletal markers that are sexually dimorphic, and it's not always the case. In fact, it's rarely the case that they clearly, definitively point in one direction or the other. And so I get where you're coming from with the question, but I think modern neuroscience, as far as I know it, I'm not a neuroscientist, but I have taken some advanced classes and I know a little bit about it. As far as I know, is a little bit too wiggly for that categorization. Okay. And also, to do so would blur the lines between sex and gender a bit too much to be anthropologically, sociologically, psychologically useful, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, and I just want to also add to that last piece. I just want to add to that last piece as well, is like we have the intersex like designation for a specific group of people who have intersex conditions at birth, and so it's a very important thing to not blur that line, like Forrest said. But go ahead, Anthony.
No, that's why I called and I was asking, because it's I guess I've been on testosterone for 10 years, and I guess maybe part of me just kind of wants to understand. Maybe I'm at that stage where I want to understand why I am trans, and understanding it more of like instead of like a philosophical way, but like a legitimate like biological reason as to why, you know, my brain since a very young age has been steering me more towards only masculine things, not even like socially provoked, I might add. Like, but it does make sense. This is why I prefer to ask people who know rather than people in my average life who don't. But
yeah, I hear it. And Anthony, one thing that is important to remember is, although it might be interesting to try to find the mechanism of why you may be a certain way, there is a lot of things about us that we just don't know why. So like if your favorite flavor of ice cream is vanilla, like does it give you the same type of headache of like why do I love vanilla? Why do I have this propensity to love it so much, right? It just is. You're just gonna people just have to live with the fact that they have favorite flavors of ice cream. And that's just something we have to just deal with. And you know, one of the things that I also want to posit as well is like cis people don't have to wonder why they're cis, right? Like one of the things I like to ask people on the show all the time is when people are like, well, I don't understand gender, I don't understand what it means to identify, you know, as a man. And that usually I'll ask, okay, are you a man? And they will say yes, and I'll ask the question why, right? And that completely stumps people. And you know, it will. It's easier said than done to kind of just let go of the anxiety of like you are just who you are and that's just how it is and that's the hand that you're dealt in life. But that's kind of what ends up happening. And there's interesting stuff to find out, but you're never going to find the causal reason why you are the way you are. We're just humans.
It's also really important.
I know.
Like, it's also really important not to pathologize being trans. It's the same reason, like, you could ask the same question about being gay. You could ask the same question about, like, lots and lots and lots of other things. And I fear that I think it's a really interesting question, and I think it's a good thing that you're curious. That's awesome. But the language that you were using there was real. You were talking about my brain just does this stuff, and like I could take that one of two ways. You know, I could take that as this is this interesting thing about me, or what's wrong with me. And so I just want to make sure that you are not pathologizing yourself, and that's a big thing in science as well, especially in biomed when we're studying this kind of stuff, making sure that we're not accidentally being like, well, how do we fix this? You know, that's an issue.
Yeah.
That's actually something that I've dealt with for a really long time. Not to get too personal, but like the reason why I want to go into psychology and neuroscience is to stop feeling like these things are wrong, and so that I can understand them more. Hence me trying to learn more from people who actually would know and correct any information that I may think is correct but isn't. Corrective information is good.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you. Well, thank you for calling in and keep the studying up. You know,
I appreciate you guys taking my call very much, because I've been this world isn't great, dealing with new trans folks in my life. So hearing you guys talk about all this stuff is great.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Awesome.
We're happy to be of service.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Anthony. I appreciate your time.
Take care.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Make sure you're hitting like and share. I see the thing popping up in there. Make sure to do those things to help get this fundraiser out there, and make sure that you use the links in the chat to go and visit Josie's Act Blue site, which is Act Blue is, if I remember correctly, it's like the official fundraising platform for like the Democratic Party to make sure everything is like clean, safe, separated from you, so nobody can accuse you of mishandling donations, and also easily reportable for campaign finance reporting. So like it makes things easier. Just go through that guy and don't everything. I found out before the show, and I'm just out seeing again that the goddamn link is secure.actblue.com/donate/Zerba. So you know what though? Zerba says elect the dolls. That's what Zerba's all about.
That's right.
Let's talk really quick. I think this is actually a really good conversation. Let's talk to Maureen, pronouns she, her, calling in all the way from the frozen wastelands of Canada, who wants to talk about candidates who are too afraid to be controversial. Maureen, you're on the line with Forrest and Josie. How you doing today?
Fine. How are you guys?
Doing great.
All right.
Yeah, and by controversial, I kind of mean just doing the right thing. Like it seems today that just standing up for people's rights is somehow controversial when it should simply be what everybody does.
Yep.
Yes, absolutely.
It's hard. There's that video that's going viral right now of a bunch of, I forgot what exactly where it is, but there's these folks running to replace, I believe, Nancy Pelosi. And they're at a town hall, and they have like these signs that say yes on one side, no on the other. And they're like literally just like rapid firing questions, and they can just quickly show their stuff to the audience. They're on this panel, and one of the questions was, "Is there a genocide going on in Gaza?" And everyone puts up yes, except for this one guy who's just kind of like flopping his sign. He won't even hold up the no. He's just sitting there being non-committal about it, and everybody's just showing that video like, okay, so this person's campaign just ended because he was a bitch. And he wouldn't come out and say, like, hey, this is a problem. And then he's all over TikTok, like, I don't take IPAC money. And it's like, okay, great. So it's worse. You aren't even paid to be a coward. You're just doing it for free, you know? So, like, yeah, dude. I think this generation especially is done with spineless politicians like that in a lot of ways.
Absolutely. It is one of the things that people are tired. One of the things about me is I used to operate nuclear reactors, right, in the Navy. I used to do that. And one of the things that I think about when I'm running for office and looking to govern is when you're flipping a switch on a reactor panel, you don't want people who are shaky on the switch. You don't want people who don't have the courage to do the right thing when the thing needs to happen, and also have the leadership to tell people why you flipped the switch in the first place. And right now we have a big problem with politicians who put their finger in the air and hope that they know where the wind is blowing, and then try to then take an action, and then don't have the leadership because they never had the courage to understand why they even took the action in the first place. And it comes out mealy mouthed. It doesn't come out solid. It doesn't come out with conviction. And I think that's why courage is actually probably one of the most important qualities in a candidate, period. Because if you don't have courage, then why are you even doing the job? You need to be able to stand strong and firm on your convictions. And if you do it right from the beginning when you run for office in the first place, then you don't have to worry about trying to be like, oh, how should I do this when I'm governing, because you didn't run with a moral strong conviction or value set on anything. So like it's just very, very real. Even for my campaign now, like rent control is a big part of the conversation because we have rent control in the county, but it's not very effective because it's got so many loopholes in it and it's got so many workarounds that I'm the only candidate, or one of the only, or the only candidate in this particular race for at large that says we need to make it stronger, while everyone else is just like, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. And it's like that doesn't bode well for what leadership is supposed to be. So for me, standing with courage is incredibly important.
Yeah, yeah. I have to say, American politics has always been like a soap opera to me. I mean, it's just one of those things I've just been very interested in. Never know what you people are going to do over there. And the one thing I see candidates not saying enough of is that they're representing everybody. The people who don't vote for you still need rent control, still need, and I see people in office now that are even on both sides are saying, no, it's just the people that, are interested in the same things I am. And it's trying to make people know that you're there to, you're not saying I'm going to rent control for the people who voted for me, not for you, but that's what Trump does. I'm going to give money to FIFA in the red state, but not to California. They're wildflowers, but he's even doing that to red states now when they tell him no on something. He's just making it worse. That's got to be hard for you.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. But he put the bar so low as far as what a good politician is. Like, it makes it much easier for someone like myself to be able to say, no, these things are wrong. Like when I say when I talk about ICE, I talk very aggressively about it, very similar to what the police chief in Minneapolis said, as well as the district attorney there, which is, if you break the law in our area, then we will arrest you. That's how it works. It doesn't matter if you're a federal officer or not. So one of the things I've also been saying on this campaign trail is, we're going to make sure that like when we see the crimes that ICE commits in the county, we're going to charge and arrest you, and then you can fight it in court, because that's what justice is supposed to look like. And we need politicians that stand up and say the right thing like that, and so people know what they're getting.
Yeah, and I think it's important that you have someone like a police chief, that police are standing up for the people in their own states, in their own cities, because it's not about anybody in some kind of law enforcement are all bad. It's about what ICE is doing right now, and that's got to be putting the police in a bad situation.
It does.
I think it's just awful for them right now.
I think, there's the past 5, like 6 years especially, there's been a pretty strong national movement, especially among my generation and the generation right after me, Gen Z and everybody who have some pretty heavy anti-police sentiment. I grew up not liking or trusting them, and now a lot of people are feeling the same way, if not more strongly than me. And I think that if police officers and police agencies and all these folks want to save that reputation, if they want to prove that they are not what all these young people say they are, if they want to prove that they are, actually way more productive and way more helpful, and that, that they're able to be the heroes that they want us to believe they are, this is their chance. We just had a massive leak of names of people who are in ICE. Because remember, ICE, they are, covering their faces, concealing their badges, hiding their identities while going door to door, demanding that everybody prove their identity. And so it was just this massive leak of ICE agents' names. Some hacker found a bunch of them, and big surprise, huge amounts of Proud Boys, including I believe the founder of the Proud Boys is now an ICE agent.
I believe some January 6th pardons as well. I believe
plenty of them. Yes. And here in the United States, we call the Proud Boys an extremist right-wing extremist group, a far-right extremist group. In Canada, they're just rightly labeled a domestic terrorist organization. Here, we can't call them that because we rely on them for votes. But at the end of the day, they are an extreme right-wing extremist organization, people who are very known for being extremely violent, for relying on Nazi rhetoric, Nazi ideology. These are the people who are now going out here and terrorizing communities and grabbing people for even U.S. citizens for being brown or in the way. Hundreds of U.S. citizens have already been snatched up and wrongly detained. Thousands of immigrants have been lost. We send them to concentration camps, and we just don't know what happened to them. They're just missing now. There are several credible reports, including a couple of convictions of sexual assault and going on in these concentration camps, of rape and violent assault. We also have accusations of torture in these camps from Amnesty International, who has shown ample documentation of this. And now we're getting more and more firsthand accounts from U.S. citizens who have been put in these places talking about 60 people crammed in one room with one toilet, with no privacy, with not enough water, with not enough medicine, people dying because they don't get access to their medicine, people dying because they don't have access to proper sanitation, they get infections, all these horrible things. So if the police want to save face today, if our government institutions want to show that they are what they've been telling us they were, if our government wants to stand up, and our organization, our administration wants to stand up, our agencies want to stand up and show that the propaganda they fed us in elementary school about freedom and justice and liberty for all is actually worth a damn, this is their chance to go hunt down these fucking Proud Boys, to go hunt down these terrorists, to put a stop to what this administration is doing, while they continuously violate the law, violate the Constitution, and destroy any shred of decency and integrity that America had left on an international stage. That's my thought, but that's just me, as some idiot woke leftist biologist.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, Josie, I'm wondering if you think that the Democrats should be pushing more on red states, especially, I will say, Texas and Florida, and how you don't hear a lot about ICE in there. And those two governors are supposedly right up Trump's ass, so they would just be handing their people over to him, right? Now, would that be a good gain for Trumpy to get rid of thousands of them all at once with no problem? But yet, of course, those two governors are saying, don't touch my illegals because I need them for my economy. And
that's exactly
I think they should
what
push
it is.
that.
Yeah,
I think they're not.
It gets sticky. It gets sticky, right? Because now we did see it. We did see an ICE force go into New Orleans recently. So that is because it's a blue city. I could see, them going into Austin, for example. But my dad, he's a police officer in rural Texas, or a suburb of Dallas-Fort Worth, and I asked him at Christmas, I was like, hey, are you seeing a lot of ICE wandering around doing stuff? And he's like, no, I haven't ran into them once. And I'm just like, wow, really? And I was like, it is a daily basis out here in Montgomery County here in Maryland, all the time. There are things happening, and he was just like, oh, well, and I was like, they're only doing blue cities and blue states, and this is happening, and it was just really interesting because I love my dad, but he's also a conservative, and where he was talking about immigration being such a problem, but yet he's okay with the ICE not being in his community, right, as a police officer. And I just thought it was very interesting that that's kind of the case, is like that this is happening. But I always worry, though, if there are Democrats in those red states saying we need ICE here. I feel like
Oh,
that would be a bad thing to do, because then Trump would say, see, even Democrats want ICE in our community, in every community.
yeah.
So I get really nervous about that, because morally we shouldn't have them at all. And I think that we have to hold the line and say, no, you can't be here. So that's kind of the way it is. And I think that's the lot we have to deal with right now, is that Trump is going after blue states, and he is going after retribution to Democratic strongholds, and that's what he's trying to do. So yeah, that's my thought about Democrats calling for ICE support in red
Yeah.
states. They shouldn't
Yeah,
do
I
it.
can see. Yeah, I can see where that would just lead to more problems.
Yeah,
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 well, that's basically what I wanted to say. Just as a
yeah.
Canadian, we're looking in on you people, and you're scaring the shit out of everybody. You're
Yeah,
talking about
we're the
Greenland and
baddies.
everything, and we
Yeah,
got a long border that's unprotected, so you people could just
yeah.
come rolling over the border whenever you felt like it.
I
Build a
know.
wall.
So,
Yeah,
and there's a big
and make us pay
population
for it.
difference.
Yes.
You
Yeah,
got 10 times the more people than we do. So,
yeah.
anyway, I'm hoping you win. I hope you get a lot of
Thank
money out of
you.
this, and
I appreciate
um,
you.
good luck to you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. I really, really do
Thanks.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Take care, Maureen.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
So I so we have raised a total of 8 donations so far, so $345.
Hell yeah.
So yeah, so they're coming in. So let's keep it up, everybody.
Yeah,
Let's
dude.
let's
Send
keep
in
going.
send in your donations. Remember, we do, we do a lot of fundraisers on this channel, and what always blows me away is like it's never it is so very rarely one person donating $1,000 or something like that. It's a bunch of people, everyday ordinary people. They decide, all right, you know what? I'm gonna skip this cup of coffee this week. I'm gonna
Hmm.
skip this scone this week. I'm gonna just spend a little bit less on whatever it is, and I'm gonna throw in $5, $20, $50 maybe, or $1. And you get a bunch of those, and suddenly we raise 5 grand. And it
Yep.
happens every time. We're like, we'll get on these things, and we'll talk about like we're gonna raise $5,000, and it sounds crazy, and it's slow going at first, and then people
Yep.
kind of figure out like, you know what, I've got a tenner that I'm not doing anything
Yeah.
with, that I can live without, and they throw it in, and then suddenly we're at that goal, and we've changed some lives, we've helped some people. That's the coolest thing, man. It's one of my favorite parts about doing these fundraisers.
Yeah, and just to give you a little insight on our actual donor statistics, right now
Mm,
we are sitting at 680 unique donors nationwide.
amazing.
We are a national campaign. Like, I think we've gotten donations from like 45 different states across the country.
We could do
And
better.
so yeah, we can do better. We got to get there. We got to make it all happen. But the reality is, the average donation to my campaign right now with all those donations is less than $50, because it
Mm,
is those $5 contributions that people give, that actually do make the real difference in this campaign. And nobody else in my race has that level of pool. Nobody else.
yeah.
And so that's why it's so incredibly important to get folks from the line all over the place to be able to donate, because it really does show a special, unique power that we have on this race. So yeah, let's keep it going, because I like to scare my opponents to let them know that we're coming. We're unstoppable. So help us be unstoppable.
Do you have any donations from Oklahoma yet?
Oklahoma? I
Yeah.
believe we do.
Because we're the reddest place in the whole damn world. So I'm just curious.
Yeah, we got Oklahoma.
Okay.
What's
Good.
wild is we don't have anybody from Nevada, which is interesting. But we got some in Alaska, which is cool.
Nevada
But yeah,
people.
I don't think we have anybody from Louisiana, Mississippi. So those are two states that we haven't got anybody yet. So those would be that would be really great, right? Let's show that there are people who support trans people in those states too. So let's just keep it up. Yeah, absolutely.
Let's do by the way, we're getting a ton of callers already. We already have 6 people waiting on the line, and most of them are people who agree with us or just have benign questions. So remember, this call-in show is also for opposition. Like, don't think you're not, like, if you're a Trump supporter, if you're a MAGA, this is the show for you to make your case. We got thousands of people watch these shows every week. Average viewership on these things is around 30,000. And you've got somebody who is running for office right here who vehemently disagrees with you, who could take your questions and tell you politely, semi-politely, why she disagrees and like what the disconnect is, what's going on. So call that number 720-619-2288. Tell us why trans people shouldn't be in office. Tell us why you think Democrats are the devil or whatever the thing is. Tell us why you think Trump's doing a good job. Tell us why you support ICE. Tell us these things and let's have a conversation about it, because I guarantee we see the world very differently than you, and it could be really productive if you're willing to have a serious conversation.
That's right. Let's make it happen, because these are the conversations I want to have. Like let's tell me why rent control is bad for housing development. Like, let's go. If you want to go that granular, let's go. Yes. I can tell you exactly why that works, right? And so this is what it's about. Like, let's make it happen.
Yeah, dude. Let's talk to Sam, pronouns they and them, calling in, who wants to talk about is it possible to be trans and not know it? Very interesting. Oh. Sam, you were on the line with Forrest and Josie. How are you today?
Hello.
Hello, Sam.
Thank you very much for taking my call.
Yeah. So what's up?
Yeah. So I don't know. I guess I was just thinking after beginning deconstructing, and it was just thinking like, could it be possible, like, if you're in a very conservative environment where like people are really dictating or like instructing what your role is supposed to be, or then like maybe you don't even know of the other options, and then like even after you're told of the other options, I guess like because now since it's so alien, like it's kind of still even hard to identify. But like I don't know, I'm just guessing like because like I would be comfortable with that. Like I'm just guessing like your average person would never be comfortable with that. So then like I don't know if I'm making any sense.
No, you're making sense. So I was born in rural conservative Texas, and I didn't come out as a trans person until 37 years old. I've actually known people who didn't come out as trans. The oldest person I knew that came out was 81 years old. It was wild. 81-year-old person, and she told me, she was like, I'm finally doing this because all of my family members are dead and no one can stop me. And I was like, girl, you be a queen, right? Like you do you. And so I wasn't taught about trans issues or trans people outside of like Jerry Springer and being told, that that's the only way you can be trans is to be laughed at and on a stage as a clown, essentially. And so for me, even though I've always in my heart, like I was like since 8 years old. Oh, did I freeze? Oh no, there I am. So since 8 years old, always knew I wished to be a girl. Like I wish I was a girl. Like it was always the way that I thought, but I thought it was something I had to just suppress. And I thought that for the longest time, for probably the first 25 years of my life, I thought everybody just wished they were the other gender. That's how I reconciled it. I was like, oh yeah, everybody just wants to be a girl, or that's just how it works because girls are great and I love it. It's fucking I just got a bad hand. I just like I didn't win the genetic lottery. It's just like because yeah, it was just the way it was. But after being able to meet other trans people and also just understand that human beings can be trans, and just being able to reconcile that my feelings were more than, just a fleeting wish every night. Like I literally used to wish every night, like for years, like decades of like, oh, I wish I just could wake up as a girl. When I was religious, I used to pray to God every day, like, God, please, if there's anything, if you're real, just make it happen, all right? Like this is ridiculous. So there's a lot of people who feel that way. I think that there are people who are trans that probably don't know that they're trans because they may have not got the language to understand what they're feeling. But I do believe that the feeling of depression and the feeling that something's off, or the mannerisms of who we are show up. It's just that certain people may not know. Trans people have been around since the beginning of history, since the beginning of humanity. So I think that it is very, very real. And one thing as well is that a lot of people don't know is that cis people don't go around thinking all the time, am I the gender that I was assigned, right? Like it just doesn't happen. So that was one of the clues for me. It was like, I was like, huh, am I a girl? And then somebody was like, cis people don't ask that question, right? And I'm like, oh, okay. I've been asking that question a lot my whole life, and that kind of helped trigger me into like, oh yeah, definitely, I'm probably a trans person and am a trans person. So yes, I think that trans people do exist, even if they don't have the words for it. Does that answer your question,
Yeah,
Sam?
like
I know I kind of went a long way there.
yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say for me, with my name is ambiguous. It could be the name for a male or a female, and just kind of like I knew, like all throughout my life, like if I were to ever be perceived as a female, like that would be a thought with me. It was just kind of like, oh well, that's quite all right. Like like I see nothing wrong with that, and I just think like, man, like it can't be like normal to where everyone is like that. I'm just thinking like where I also see now where I did have a very religious upbringing. I'm just thinking like, well, maybe it could have just been like, yeah, I was told like, yes, I am male, I am strong, I am to be the protector, and like because I went ahead and fell into that like even after I found out about trans people, that like I was still just kind of be like, no, like I accept my role. I am, I am the protector. I am strong. I don't know.
No,
but
I
sure.
get it.
Right on. Well, I hope this is somewhat elucidating, at least, because like, yeah, there's. I think you hit the nail on the head right at the very beginning about talking about, if you don't even know the word for something, that's the whole point of like what propaganda and shit is all about. Like that's why representation is so important, because if you go your whole life not understanding that this is an option or a possibility, then if this is something that applies to you, you're going to feel like you're insane. Meanwhile, if you learn that these are possibilities and they don't apply to you, then you're just going to be more kind to people who fit these categories that you meet in your day-to-day life, because they're not as different and as scary as you would expect. So overall, yeah, I think, we live in a bizarrely heteronormative society, and people don't often take the time or have the opportunity to sit down and critically analyze their sexualities, their genders, their identities, whatever. And it's awesome that you're getting the chance to do that now as you're progressing in your deconstruction. I wish you all the best with it. I think you're doing great.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Sam.
If I'm allowed to say something before I go, I learned that like yes, it was the Christian world that went ahead and taught my brothers to go ahead and be very conservative, to be anti-LGBTQ, and then now they're coming around telling us that they're liberating them with their bombings, saying, "Oh, they're oppressing the LGBTQ."
Mm-hmm. And not about a bitch. Yep.
That's right.
It's it sucks. Anyway, thank you so much. I appreciate your call, Sam.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
I do want to say, so I did do a little pivot table on my donors really quick. So the states that I'm missing, so I actually made sure that I figured out which ones they are. So I don't have one from Arkansas, Maine, Nevada, New Hampshire, North Dakota, Oklahoma, Vermont, and Wyoming. So it was fewer states than it was more states than I thought I was missing, but those are the ones. So if you are living in those states and you want to do a little fun exercise to try to help us get those numbers, I'll be very happy to get those.
Seriously, read those off again.
So Arkansas, Maine, Nevada, New Hampshire, North Dakota, Oklahoma, Vermont, and Wyoming.
Well, if you live in any of those states, step it the fuck up.
Yeah,
because we need more support.
I know. Let's make it 50 states. Wouldn't that be amazing? After tonight, I can say 50 states have donated to this race. I don't know how many local county candidates can say that. I think I might be one of the only ones that probably say that. So let's make that
would make
happen.
some. I was gonna say that would make some really good material to say hey, we got somebody from everywhere. Everybody wants this.
Everywhere. Yes. So, and also update, we are at 24 donors within this hour, and in the number, is 752. We haven't even finished our first hour and we already raised almost our first 1,000. So let's make that happen.
Just want to say you now have a donor from Oklahoma.
Hell yeah. All right, let's cross that off the list. Let's go.
Sorry, I had to have you read that again so I had time to type everything in.
Yes, awesome. Thank you.
And now I'm going to be really mad when all my personal information is all over your stuff and I'm going to get a bunch of weird emails.
Yeah, you're going to get a bunch of emails. That's how it's going to go. Yeah, it's great too because every time I get a donation, so the one that you just sent in, I get a little beep like a heart monitor. So really? Keep me alive by giving me the little beep. It's like beep.
There you go.
So if I don't get those soon, I mean, I'll just die from lack of pumping of my heart. So
it's like Tinkerbell but capitalist. It's terrible.
Yes, exactly. It's terrible.
I wrote down also the most shocking thing that I learned in this entire show so far is that Josie used to work on nuclear reactors. She used to operate nuclear reactor, and apparently we let women do that, and that's the real scary part of the world. We gotta
no. What's scarier, Forrest, is what? Take a guess of what age I was before I was able to operate a nuclear reactor on an aircraft carrier by myself.
I want to say 18.
No, not that. It's 20, but you were close.
20.
It takes 2 years of school to train. So 18 is when I went into the military. So
that's wild.
It took, yeah.
I mean, flipped it. It's better than I thought, but it's worse than I thought.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, 20 years old. I might have turned 21 a few weeks later, but it was 20 years old. I couldn't even drink, and I was operating a nuclear reactor in foreign waters. Okay.
Yep.
So.
Yep. So I mean, the Josie and the Atomic Pussycats. Hell yeah.
Yes. Let's go.
Let's talk to Omar, who's an atheist calling in, who wants to argue that there should be gender categories in sports. Why? Omar, you're on the line with Forrest and Josie. How you doing today?
Forrest, there should be gender categories in sports. One, because eliminating them does not help trans
just
people
really
in any way,
quick
before
you jump into the thing. I see the last time you called in as well, you also want to talk about trans people in sports. So who did you talk to then?
I didn't get on the show. I called in like at the very end.
Oh,
but I called
see.
in like maybe like 2 weeks after
Okay.
I heard you. After I heard you say your take on gender categories in sports.
My personal one, I don't even know if when the last time I would have said that is.
I was listening to your show, and a conservative caller called in to like argue something about trans people, and you basically replied with like saying that there should not be, like, why don't we just eliminate gender categories in sports? Are you saying you wouldn't support that? You wouldn't support you'd support keeping like the status quo for gender categories in sports?
Basically, my issue, so my situation is that if you want to keep gender categories in sports, okay, that's totally fine. Trans women are women, so they should play in the women's league, and trans men are men, so they should play in the men's league. Personally, I don't give half a damn about the categorization in sports. I think it's totally reasonable. Just everyone should just play, and then it'll have a normal distribution where the best players are on one side and the worst players on the other side. And if indeed there is an overlap between sex categories, okay, that's interesting, but it doesn't really mean much to me. I don't know. It's just not really my area of interest. I don't think that human rights should be dependent on ball game.
That you shouldn't say that though, man, because anyone who watches sports is going to know that's an insane take. Like, do you have any like I know you don't like sports or whatever, you said that in that episode, but like, do you have any like women in your life who like play sports, or like have you seen any women's sports? Like, my point is that like the women who
I don't care about sports at all, and I don't care about sports at all. I don't watch sports at all, and I do have women in my life who are very athletic, and I don't know a single one of them who would back down from a challenge just because the man was the challenger. So like, I'm just saying that like, if you want to have gendered categories in sports, okay. If they're gendered categories, then trans people still exist. Trans people have the genders that they have. It still plays out. If you want to have sex categories in sports, okay. Tell me how you're going to go about doing that. I don't understand the difference, especially for children. Doesn't seem like an issue to me. I don't know, man. It just seems like much ado about nothing.
It is much ado about nothing, the issue of trans people in playing as their gender in a sport. That's why proposing such a radical solution is like a wild thing to do. It's a wild thing to say.
I'm not proposing any solution. I said I don't give a damn, and I don't see why we can't just do it more simply. But that's just me.
Well, I would say don't propose that we get rid of gender categories in sports, because that would get rid of every women's sports icon that women look up to in their life. That they like, oh, Amanda Nunes is like such an amazing champion. Oh my God! But then she wouldn't even exist if you're.
But Omar,
so like, oh my God, like the women's track team did so amazing last summer.
Omar,
that wouldn't even happen.
Omar, I just want to.
Off of that a little bit, I guess.
Hold on.
No,
are you?
not really.
Can you hear me? I'm like literally talking. Like, it's just like,
oh
my God.
Go ahead.
Yeah. It's the filter. It's the girl filter. You can't hear it. Anyways, no, it's okay. So one of the things that I think about here, right, is like, we used to not have gendered categories at all because women weren't even seen as like on the register of like importance to even have sports at all. And when we started to see the real separation, when we really started seeing the separation of gender segregation of sports, is when women started beating men in sports. Like it is absolutely possible that there are women who beat men in sports. And so rather than just doing an integration.
What sport? Hey, hold on a second. What
tennis,
sport today would a woman champion beat
darts,
the male champion in their weight category?
Like maybe darts, maybe darts, tennis, like probably tennis. We
just saw what happened in tennis. I don't even care about that match. I think that match is so stupid to make. I think the reason that man versus woman match was even made is to make some sort of sexist point. But the number 676 man just
Omar,
like
hold on a second.
He's not
even going to listen to the word I can say.
He's got a lot of feelings about this. He's got to express them right now.
Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point.
You're wrong about tennis.
Do you believe that every single, like, the worst rated professional tennis player can beat the top rated woman? Are you talking about top rated male to top rated woman?
the champion in every single sport that is a man.
I'm not talking about
will be
champions.
the
I'm
champion in
talking
every single
about.
sport that is a
I'm
woman.
talking about any professional athlete, like at
Lep-
all.
it's
Do you think that
different
they're
levels,
if
you
they?
mean?
I know. I'm talking about like the highest rated woman athlete going against one of the lower rated professional men athletes. You think that there would be no challenge whatsoever? Do you think like every time that's going to change, right?
Here's the kind of a nuanced answer, right? So like let's give an example of the tennis match that just happened. The number 676 or whatever rated professional male tennis player beat the number one woman. And people like and the Qataris or whoever made that matchup are trying to make a sexist point, like, oh, this proves that women suck at sports. So like, no, it really doesn't.
So it was like a Qatari, or was it global rankings?
It was you know how they do sports washing over there in the Middle East? It was one of those matchups where the Qatari
Okay,
put on these,
so
like,
it wasn't a global match. It wasn't a global match.
It was a tennis match. It was a tennis match where it was the number one woman.
But it was tennis.
The lady, it was like a Russian American lady who just won the I don't know much about tennis. I know this Russian American lady who just won though. I know she's like a badass, but
so
she
Omar,
scored
the
on
point...
this guy a couple times. It wasn't that much of a wash. My point is that matchup, the number 676 man is not like some sort of scrub. He's like, people think like, oh, number 676. That's out of everyone in the world and out of all the men in the world, and there's more male competition. So yes, the male who's lower level will still beat the woman who's at the top. But that doesn't mean that the woman at the top sucks.
Not in every
like,
sport.
That's the point.
I just want to be very, just out of curiosity.
In every sport.
Oh, in every single sport. Yeah, yes. In every sport ever, men always dominant forever. Great. My question is, even if that was the case, Omar, even if in every sport forever, every single time, men always are the superior ones forever, is it impossible to do statistics separately?
Omar,
is it possible to do different statistics to say, here's the person who won these things that are male, and here are the ones that won that are female, and here are the ones that are men, and here's the ones that are women? Is that difficult to do, to categorize statistics by player? So you can still have, even if everybody's playing together, you would still have a top woman player and a top non-binary player, maybe? Would that be fucking difficult? Like, how is this hard, dude?
It wouldn't be the same because, like, think about it. Caitlin Clark, like, if you take, like a popular women's basketball player, Caitlin Clark, you wouldn't have all her highlights of her, like, crossing women. I was about to swear or whatever. I don't know if you can swear on here. She's crossing women up, like, shooting, like, far out threes. She wouldn't be able to do that against the men because they're way bigger than her. Men are just
yes, men are always better than women at everything. Sure, we get it. I'm just asking about statistics, dude. That's really the entire fucking question I asked.
Are you telling me? Forrest. Are you telling me that if you put Caitlin Clark in the NBA, that she'd be doing what she's doing in the WNBA?
I don't know who these people are because I don't care about sports. I don't know how hard this is.
If you did care, you would care about that because you'd be like, all right, this is cool what she's doing in the WNBA.
If I cared, then I would agree with you. Got it.
I'm saying the point is, if you cared about women's sports, you would agree with me.
So
no, I wouldn't.
Your call screener lady, you should talk to her about it because she agrees with me. She's actually a trans woman. She actually plays sports.
Yeah, she is a trans woman. She's a great sailor. She sells boats. She's great. We love our call screener. So Omar, regardless of how this all plays out in the way that we do it, we have segregated sports now, and I believe in local control of making sure that sports leagues create their rule sets that way that, as long as it's not discriminatory towards trans people. Like when it comes to like trans women should be able to play sports with the women and trans men should be able to play sports with the men. That is the way that I view this. And my question to you is, let's just grant you the argument that there's gendered segregated sports. Do you believe that trans women should be able to compete? Do you believe that trans women should be able to compete with cis women?
Yes, and they currently are allowed to.
Not necessarily. Not in swimming right now because of stupid.
What about Leah Thomas?
The Olympics?
Leah Thomas did.
Well, and then the conservatives got their fifis hurt so bad that there's literally.
I don't get my fifis hurt about that. The people who understand swimming.
Jesus Christ, are you
don't get those
capable,
people about that.
Omar? Are you capable of actually dealing with what is actually being said to you instead of just continually reverting it back to yourself? She just said conservatives, plural, all these people got their fifis hurt, and this is why we have this continuous thing, which is something you can verify. And instead of verifying, here's a bunch of conservatives that are upset, and here's the policy decisions after them getting upset, you just said, well, I didn't get my fifis hurt. Also weird that you have let me interrupt you and talk this long when you couldn't let her get a fucking half a sentence out without interrupting her. Weird, right?
All right.
Damn,
I don't know,
dude.
man. I mean,
All right.
there were definitely conservatives that got upset about that.
Yes, they did.
Thank you.
And guess what they started to do?
That is what the woman just said to you.
Yeah.
Thank you for confirming.
And so guess what? Now laws are changing where they're literally trying to say that trans women are men. They're literally trying to say that in the Supreme Court, and that they shouldn't be able to participate in sports, regardless of their testosterone suppressions, regardless of their puberty that they've been able to have. So at the end of the day, like these arguments that you were having at the beginning of the call, this is where it all stems from. The idea that, Omar, you do believe that top athletes that are in whatever respective category have to be separated for the fact that that an elite male, no matter what ranking they are, always going to be the number one woman, is the exact misogyny that gets us to the arguments that we're having right now about trans people. That is why we are trying to say there is more nuance than you are just trying to posit. The fact is, like, there are sports like long distance, endurance. There are many sports that the advantages aren't that apparent, and there are completely opportunities for professional athletes at the highest level to compete against each other at the top level. I'm trying to bring nuance. You are trying to say just blanket statements about that are very misogynistic, where every man can defeat any woman at these levels of competition, which is where all of these transphobic arguments against trans people in sports is coming from. That's why it's easier for us to have a nuanced conversation about some categories work and sometimes they don't. And that's where I think Forrest was coming from on that.
Okay, so what you're doing does not help trans people. Not what you're doing. I don't even disagree with what you just said. What Forrest says of eliminating gender categories in sports does not help trans people and fight against those laws at all, because to anyone who watches sports, that's ridiculous. And what I said about women's sports is not misogynistic at all. You guys don't even watch women's sports. I have a poster of Amanda Nunes on my wall.
I've never said that I don't watch women's sports.
Hold on a second. You guys are interrupting me now, because let me respond.
Yes, because we're the hosts and you said something silly. Yes, you said something silly, and we're the hosts, so we let you know.
I didn't say anything silly. What you said is dumb.
If you were listening, you would have heard us correct you.
Yeah.
Okay, that's true. It's dumb. What you said is dumb, and it doesn't help trans rights for us. That's true. So what I said isn't silly. Two, if Amanda Nunes is the greatest women's fighter of all time, if she fought Rob Font in her weight category, who's unranked, he's a beast, but he's unranked, he would beat her. That's not like some sort of bragging statement. They're not in the same category. She's in the women's 135. There's a separate category for a reason, because even though they weigh the same, Rob has more muscle mass. He has faster reflexes. He's a man. They're just different. They're different people.
Okay.
It's not misogynistic to point out
just
women
out
are
of curiosity.
Than men.
Just out of curiosity, should trans men play in the men's category or the women's category, in your opinion, Omar?
The men's category.
Okay, so we agree.
They already do. I'm arguing for the status quo.
So we agree.
No, we don't, because you're saying we could eliminate gender categories, and that would be absurd.
I'm saying we could, not that why. I'm saying we could, not that we should, or not that it would be easy, or not that it would be the best option, or not that it would be the thing that should always be the rule. I just threw out a thing to say, because whatever the call was, I've said the same thing every time this comes up. I don't give half a shit about sports. I don't care about the ranking system as it is, because I am not involved with it at all, and I see no issue with everybody competing against each other, and we just have a complete system of ranking that is comprehensive across the board. And if indeed we see a bimodal distribution with males on one side and females on the other side, or men and women, or however it goes out, and there will still guaranteed be some overlap in the middle, that means nothing. It's the exact same statistics, just assembled differently.
No, it's not.
And that's the whole thing that I've said.
Ridiculous.
That's the
You shouldn't
whole
say
thing that I've
anymore 'cause
said.
It's ridiculous. You
Okay,
shouldn't say
you've
that
yet to tell me
anymore,
why,
ever again.
besides the fact that it
No,
would
I'll
be
tell you
bad
again-
for
I'll tell
some
you why.
things.
I'll tell you why. Okay, you didn't watch the last Olympics, right? So the women's
Nope.
track team in America is an icon for women's track. Like they're beautiful women breaking records. They're destroying people.
Why'd you throw
Sha'Carri
beautiful in
Richardson,
there?
all these memes. Because that's part of why it goes with male athletes too. There's memes about them and stuff. There's real people who like them and like the sport know about this. But whatever. The point is that you would eliminate all of them. And by the way, what the other lady said, I don't know her name. I'm sorry. What she said about long distance running? That's a total myth that you guys also need to stop saying. Stop saying that women are equal to men in long distance running.
Yeah, no, I know. Women are terrible at everything. We already agree.
Yeah,
women are
everything.
terrible all across the
Yeah, we're
board,
just bad at
and
everything.
men
They're not
always
terrible.
win forever.
Forrest.
I just think that if you had a system, like say for example,
Forrest.
if you can run this much in this time, you are in this box, and if you can run this much in this time, then you're in this box, and then you can, if eventually you run faster, then you move into the next box, and if at the end of this system all of the women are in these boxes and all of the men are in these boxes, and so you can be the best of the women's box number 33, and then that's all. I don't get the difference, but it doesn't matter because I'm not trying to change this because I just want women to compete in women's sports and men to compete in men's sports. I don't give a fuck. This is the stupidest conversation we've had this whole show. This doesn't change anything for anybody.
Because it's only stupid because of what you said about eliminating the category, Forrest. So
I didn't say we should.
There was no
say we should.
Omar, you realize that there was no
odds. You said we could. So you said we could.
We could do lots of things, Omar. We could do lots of things. We could, if we really wanted to, just have a complete lottery system for every NFL team. And it's a complete random choice for who goes on what team. And then that's how the teams are decided. We could do that, and we could talk about it. It doesn't change jack shit. And if you don't like football, it doesn't mean anything to you. I don't understand what the conversation is for.
Yeah,
we agree that trans women should be in women's sports, and we agree that trans men should be in men's sports. We don't agree on where non-binary people should go, maybe. I don't know. But at the end of the day, sports are sports. I don't sports, and I don't give a fuck. I think that these systems should be run like grad school, where you have an application and you get in, regardless of your gender identity. That's it.
Omar, again,
that'd be
I
ridiculous.
think we're
talking
talking past each other. Like I like from the very beginning of this call, even myself, I've said that it's up to the local organizations to make these determinations. If they want to segregate their sports, fine, as long as there's no discrimination involved. And since we agree on that point, we can just move on.
They should write essays.
I need to make one more point. Before I go, I need to make one more point. It's not misogynistic, and women don't suck because they can't be the man. Just because Sha'Carri Richardson can't beat like the number one man in the 100-meter dash doesn't mean that she sucks at the 100-meter dash.
But can she beat a lot of men?
Woman.
Yeah, can she beat a lot of
men? She'll beat me. She'll beat you
for sure. But can she beat a lot of men even in the sport? Not the top man. Can she beat a lot of men?
That's all we're trying to say.
Men who do the sport, it's men who are professional. No, but that's the point. It's like
okay. So you're telling me. So just to be clear, Omar, you're telling me that this professional athlete, the best woman runner or whatever the fuck it is you said she does, cannot beat a single athlete who is a man in this entire sport. They can't beat a single one of them.
Not a professional in the top 1,000. Not a professional in the top 1,000.
I didn't ask in the top 1,000. I asked any. I asked any. Can she beat any of them? Okay, great. So then in that case, Omar, she would. So in that case, Omar, she would move up a few rankings if they were all ranked together, and that would be interesting. All that I said. That's all I've ever said.
It wouldn't be interesting because you'd take her from being a champion to being unknown and not even in the Olympics.
No, you wouldn't. Because you could still segregate your statistics, which is how statistics work.
I know you don't care, and you're not going to look it up, but you can look up the times for male
Why
track
would
versus
I?
women's track.
It doesn't change. It doesn't change my point
why
at
would you make an
all.
argument about that?
It
Why would you
doesn't
argue
change
with
my
me about
point
it?
at all. Because
I
you
do
called
like
in and
track.
said this shit.
Well, then
You
don't argue,
called
just
in
say you're
about
right,
it.
Then just say I'm right. Say I'm right. Say I'm
No.
right, and don't argue against it then.
I don't agree with you. Why would I say that you're right? I don't understand how you've gone this long in your life without understanding how opinions work. I don't get it.
Look. You know what, Omar? I did do a little. I am going to entertain you. I am going to entertain you. I literally just looked up the fastest 100-meter time ever on record for a woman athlete was 10. I guess was it 10 minutes and 10 seconds and 49 49ths. Again, I'm not a sports ball person, so I'm going through the record right now. And since you said top 1,000, I don't even have to go that far. Let's see. So that comes down to being, what was it? 49. So right now, the person that is at 10.5 is the 314th. 314.
You would take Sha'Carri from being a champion to being an alternate for the Olympics, basically, Forrest.
But it's different than what you said, and it's fucking. Oh my god, dude!
You just moved this goalpost far.
No, you're right. It wouldn't be 1,000. It would be 349. Right. You're right, buddy. You're right.
314. 314, which is a huge difference, right?
Okay, yeah.
Which, just to be clear, all that does is it just widens the continuum in the bimodal distribution, which is all I said would exist. I just said that it would exist, and that triggered the shit out of Omar.
Being unknown. It takes
no, it wouldn't.
No one knows the number 314 man, right? No one knows him, right?
You're talking about less than a second difference between number one and her.
Well, yeah, and it makes a difference because he's a winner and you didn't win. That's the point. It doesn't matter.
Omar, there's so many things as well about how training and all these different things that exist that also help time that goes beyond the biological advantages as well. Like there's the fact there's coaching, there's track.
You're interrupting the woman again. You got to quit
it. All these different things also exist. So when you're talking about less than 1 second time, it does matter that men are raised to be in a more elite training facilities than women most of the time. So the fact is, like, more men are able to compete at higher levels because more men are groomed to do so, where less women are led to go to that same route as well. So if you want to start talking about statistics on statistics, the fact of the matter is the pool of men are larger than the pool of women that are competing. So therefore, statistically, the chances of it being a man are much higher because there's more men competing than there is women generally. So therefore, you also have to account for those type of things. And when you're talking about less than a second difference in time, that makes a difference. That makes an absolute difference.
A lot.
Less than a second, I say.
100 meters a second. Well, and that's in a sprint. That's a lot. But the point is,
it's like more closer to half a second than a full second. I'm
amazed that's the part you got hung up on.
Every Olympic sprinter would smoke every single person who's not an elite runner. That's obviously true. But you would take her from being a champion to being someone who's an alternate for the Olympics, and you'd take her from someone who's a millionaire and icon to being someone who's unknown. So
maybe. I said a quick question. If you think that it's such a big deal for her to be a millionaire, maybe then you should be advocating for women in women's sports to be paid the same as man athletes. Because that's a big thing, right? Athletes that are men get paid way better. They get better equipment. They get better fields. They get better training. They get better stadiums and all the things. They get a better share of ticket sales. They get a better share of merch. All of the things that benefit them both on and off the field are tremendously better just because of their gender. Maybe if we eliminated that gap, then there would be less of a gap in their statistical rankings as well. And maybe sometime in the near future, you can also take the time to just learn how to organize an Excel spreadsheet. by different columns, and then figure out what it means to like change different categories and categorizations and see who's on top based on different categorizations, and how there would still be these rankings. And maybe when you start taking a serious stance about eliminating things like football for children so that kids aren't getting brain damage, then we'll care more about these things. But as of right now, it is the dumbest fucking argument about these most nonsensical, non-consequential take to just say this is a possibility and it would change very little for how the statistics work, but maybe give someone a chance to compete against somebody they didn't have a chance to do before. That was my whole point, and this is the dumbest conversation I've had in a whole week.
All right, well, the way you get women's sports more funding is to watch women's sports like I do, and it's not to propose dumb ideas like you did on the show that I'm responding to. So, all right, bye.
Cool. I'm glad to hear that you still don't understand the point that I made. Call back in if you ever want to talk about it for another 25 miserable minutes.
If you watch women's sports, the WNBA just got a huge raise because people are watching it more because they're exciting as hell. They're
Good
being more exciting recently. I mean,
can you, just out of curiosity,
just watch it.
For 25 minutes, we've been talking about this again.
You'll understand why.
Just out of curiosity, Omar, can you just steel man my argument? Can you just summarize my point for me?
Your argument is that you don't necessarily want to change the gender category rules in sports. Your argument is that we could do it and it wouldn't be that big a deal. And my argument is that that's idiotic because you would take iconic women who are champions and banish them from the top level. That's absolutely ridiculous.
Why wouldn't it?
To anyone who likes women's sports.
What am I saying wouldn't be a big deal about it? What are the strengths that I'm saying in that framework versus the other the existing framework? What specifically did I say would be a potential benefit?
You'd say that they're the number one woman, but they're number 314 overall, for example. Like Amanda Nunes would be the number one woman, but she has to get knocked out by Rob Font for some reason. I don't know.
Okay, so just to be clear, you didn't know what I said originally, and now after 26 minutes of me repeating myself, you still don't even know what my actual argument is, and you still are relying on a straw man to say that I'm so wrong and you're so right. So maybe when you want to have a serious discussion about it, you can call back in and we'll talk about it. But since you don't even know what I stand for here, I don't see the point in continuing.
That's what you said. All right, peace. Bye.
It's fucking not. But continue lying. Don't let reality get in the way of your weird fucking misogynist point, dude.
Oh my God.
Jesus Christ.
I lost brain cells.
Every single woman would lose to every single man if it was all equal. That's the problem.
It was all equal. But the thing is, it's not all equal. Women don't ever have the same advantages that men do when it comes to sports.
They don't.
When it comes to facilities beyond just physical characteristics. But good news is that we have raised $1,100 from 39 donors in the last hour. So let's keep it up. Also, I have an update on the states. So we still need folks from Arkansas, Maine, Nevada, New Hampshire, and Wyoming. So we are almost there. We are almost getting that national appeal. And also donate as well. If you live in those other states, make sure you try to rank your state strong. Let's make that happen.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Let's talk to Brian, because I have a specific question to ask for Brian, who wants to talk about God. Brian, welcome to the show with Forrest and Josie. How you doing today? Yeah, you.
Yes, you.
It's me. I'm up, bro.
Yeah, dude.
Yep, you're up.
So okay, it says
can I have a moment, bro? I gotta have like a look. Can I have a starstruck moment? Can I have a moment though? Can we do that?
If you need to.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, first of all, I gotta say, Forrest, you just cooked that last call. Crazy. Like little breather. Is there breather room, or do I gotta jump straight into the fire? Like, is there pressure?
I mean, you can if you want. I feel like that last call was such a monumental waste of time because at no point did we even address what my point was, and my point was made on another show who knows how long ago. So, like, weird.
How much breather room do I have to fan struck and actually, like,
let's just go
let's just jump in. Yeah, like, because I'm curious to know.
I'm gonna have my breathing room, and you can always hang up on me, so I can always have my breathing room. bro, you just fucking cooked, and I fucking love you for it, bro. You like,
Okay.
His ego,
just,
Brian. His ego is big enough. We don't need to make it bigger.
I'm extremely uncomfortable right now.
Ego.
Can you tell me?
About ego. I'm talking about.
Can you tell
logic.
me?
I'm not talking about.
You
no,
you
don't
called
do that.
in.
I see. I don't.
You said
I don't
you
like,
love
I
me.
don't like the second
Do
host.
you watch my content?
I don't like the. Yeah,
Man,
yeah.
now
I'm a big. I don't like. I want second host to stop talking, and I want to talk to Forrest.
Wow.
I
What
see.
the fuck?
Yeah, I see. I
This
see
is
what the
about me?
second host is doing.
This is
yeah,
our
I
show.
see what you're doing, but I see what Forrest is doing. Forrest did all the legwork.
Josie. Come on, dude.
I think I had some pretty good points. But anyways, Brian, let's go. Let's go.
No, look, you're doing it again. Every time when I
the men are talking,
Forrest,
Josie. The men are talking.
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
No,
my
the men are
apologies.
talking. I got lady pants on. I got lady pants on.
Oh my god.
I got lady pants on.
Hey,
I got
Brian,
lady pants
what's a
on.
pronoun?
Every time, listen,
What's a
here's the
pronoun?
tale. The second host, every time I big up Forrest, is diminishing me complimenting you, and that's the fucking tale. So that's why I would like the second host.
I don't want to be
quiet.
complimented. I can't tell you how much I don't want to be complimented. Do you know what pronouns are? Because you listed your pronouns as none.
Yeah. He, she, let him fly. Let him fly. Okay, let me get to my topic.
Okay, so
sorry,
any pronouns. Any pronouns.
Any works. All right.
Yeah, you can see.
This is
you
the
can
weirdest.
See him. What'd you
I
say?
didn't ask what I could be. I asked what you are. What are your pronouns, Brian?
Any of them. If you want to, where I come across as, and it feels natural to you, you can call me that. Like,
okay,
that's
I'm
okay. Okay.
I'm
so we have Brian.
I'm pansexual. I'm like.
We didn't ask your sexuality. We asked your pronouns. And then you were rude to Josie. And it is her show.
I'm being more difficult. He, him, okay.
This
so
is the weird,
okay.
Josie.
Okay, I will get to it. I see what's happening.
All right, let's get to it,
I'm
Brian. Let's get to it. All right.
Okay,
let's jump right in.
I'm sorry, I see what I was doing. My intentions were good, but... So I was thinking about atheism on the position. Is atheism only on the position stance? Meaning, are we not, and I say I am an atheism, do we not exist without the position of the contrast, if you get the question?
Yeah, that's what the word means, is that believing in God was so commonplace that the people who didn't do it got a label. But it isn't a position on God's existence. It's a position on belief.
If belief never existed, Brian, ever, never one time in all of mythology and everything that's happened, then no, there wouldn't be a need for a label. But because religion has existed in the ethos and mythology of humanity, there is a label.
Oh, fire. Say that again. So we do have a position minus their position.
Yes, we have a position in contrast to the existence of people's belief.
I'm not trying to overtalk. I'm not trying to talk.
No, I get it, Brian.
But is the goal? Is the absolute atheism is to not know the question? Is my question.
I don't know what those words mean in that order. What is that?
No, I'm talking about. Come on, bro. I'm beginning, bro. I'm on Aristotle vibes. Cause look. Not knowing the question is what makes me absolute. Like, take a kid. A kid doesn't know before it's indoctrinated, right? A kid doesn't know, so the kid can be a free atheism person. But when you introduce this foul question and these foul beliefs, that's when you take that autonomy from me. That's my question. It's like, how do we exist without position? It's the kind of some echolocation shit. Do you get what I'm saying?
What? I was almost with you until you said echolocation.
No, emotional echolocation. emotional
Right.
echolocation.
I'm gonna make an attempt here. So yes, like that's how kind of language works. Language is descriptive, right? You have to have when you have a word that is created in a sense of the reaction to another thing. So because belief works in humanity and humanity has belief and there has been evidence of people believing things, we have people calling all the time. Yes, we have to have a word that is atheism because that is the lack of belief in some higher power. So it's the same thing with gay and straight and all of the different things. Like if we didn't have those type of things, then we wouldn't have words to describe those things. So yes, sometimes there is a thing that exists that necessitates the description of the opposite or the lack thereof or the does that make sense? So yes, philosophically, because language is descriptive.
I think it would be fire. Is this? I'm not trying to be explicit or anything. Could we do it metaphorically on sexuality, or is that too far, or is that
if you want to give it a shot, I'll entertain it. Let's go.
I don't want to do it.
I'm just here for the ride at this point.
You were starting to do it. I think you were starting to do it.
I did it. I opened the door. Go for it, Brian. I won't take any offense.
Do it like that. Do that.
Ultimately, this is your fault, Josie.
It's fire, bro. But don't. We're not being explicit though. But do you get what I'm saying? It's not explicit, right?
If people were just not straight or gay and they were all pan, then there would just be sexuality, and it wouldn't have a preference to it, right? But because there are preferences in humanity,
it's so fire. So fire.
That's why.
Start it over. It's so fire. Yeah. Is it fire though? Am I tripping right now?
I think so. I said it.
It is fire because we can sexuality. We can metaphorically do sexuality with religion right now. That's fire. Please tell me I'm not tripping. Please tell me I'm not tripping.
I think when we talk about descriptors as language, I think yes, we can compare the two.
Do it again. Start it over. I'm sorry. I won't interrupt you again. Start it all over.
So, oh my God. Okay, I'll do this to entertain you, Brian, and entertain the chat. So if there was like no gay or straight and everybody was like pansexual in the way that we describe it now, it would just be people's sexuality and there would be no preference. So therefore, there would be no need to determine the words between each other. Does that make sense?
Fire. Keep cooking, cook.
That's all I have to say. I'm done with my point.
That's all you have to say? What the fuck? That's the start of the salt pepper. Get Forrest in here. Cook. Let's cook on this. I'm like, put your chef hats on. What are you doing? If we can do sexuality with religion, come on. Are we missing this metaphor? Okay, hold on. I'm trying to carry it. Okay, so atheism, we can do it like theism is like your hetero presuppositions, right? Is that fair? Maybe. Or is that wrong to say?
If you want to carry the metaphor over, but normally these things aren't analogous.
Yeah, that's wrong for me to
say. So that's just because.
No, because there's no gay people in religion. There's no gay people in Christianity.
Yeah, there is.
So I can cook them all the way. No, because they say that gay people deserve to burn and shit. So I can cook
But I know a lot of gay people who are Christian.
No, Christianity is so much bigger to you.
I know trans and gay preachers and pastors. I know gay rabbis. I know trans rabbis.
I'm talking about the Bible, though. The Bible says that gay people deserve to burn and shit like that. So I can cook the Bible, bro, because it's bigotry. I can let me cook. Now you're defending. I can tell you're on an abuse loop because you're now defending the Bible.
I'm not defending the Bible.
You just got canceled.
I'm not.
You just got canceled. You just defended the Bible, bro.
I'm not defending the Bible.
You just defended it. You just defended the doctrine.
Forrest,
bro,
I'm giving you the chef hat.
Right, bro.
It's your turn to start cooking. I'm going to take a break.
I'm listening to this man psychoanalyze you, and I'm learning so much.
Thank you, Forrest. Can I say something? Can I say one thing?
Yeah.
Can I do my compliment? Can I do my compliment?
Please don't.
Forrest.
I'd appreciate it if you didn't.
Don't do it. Okay, I'm not gonna do it. You in logic mode? Okay, Forrest, wasn't I right to do the sexuality with the religion? Can we do the metaphor? Can we do that?
You can metaphor anything you want, my guy. I don't. It doesn't mean it's a useful metaphor.
I don't have a motive to do it.
The difference between sexuality and religion is that sexuality isn't taught.
Say that again.
The difference between sexuality and religion is that sexuality isn't taught. Religion is necessarily taught. Sexuality is something you're born. All Josie was saying is that we only label it because we have a heteronormative system, which is based around a Eurocentric model of what sexuality looks like, but that isn't necessarily what sexuality actually is. And there's great biological data on that, but that's not even the point. The point is that everybody's born an atheist, and then you are taught religion later on. But that doesn't mean you have a position on God's existence. It just means that you don't believe a thing.
Damn, bro, you wrapped that up so fucking tight. Okay,
Yeah.
so
I haven't been listening. I was drawing the Swedish Chef.
What you say? I love you as a logic person, bro. I love you're like one of my fucking. I follow you so hard, bro. And
well, thank you.
I love
thank you,
so
Brian.
much, bro. Like as a logic person, as a logic person.
I appreciate you. We got to jump on to the next call because we only have a few calls left, and we got to do more things.
Hey, can you love you guys, bro?
Can you shout out so everybody go vote for Josie?
Can I shout out what?
Say vote for Josie because Josie's running for office.
Yeah.
Vote for. No, I don't. What office though? I don't know if I'm like 100% on. Vote for fucking Forrest and fucking. What are you running office for? Cuz
I'm running for county council.
She's running for county council in Maryland.
Town? Yeah,
Maryland.
In Maryland. Yeah.
Does it involve sexuality or religion, or what are you doing?
I mean, kinda.
Do you like leftist politics and trans people?
I got a hell of a lot of trans porn, but that doesn't mean I'm about to vote for anybody. I need more knowledge. I'm about to shout her out for I don't know. You're still on the wavering because.
We're gonna move on, Brian. Have an awesome rest of your day.
No.
What the fuck just happened?
I don't know. I feel like I got warped into a different universe for a little bit. I was like, what's going on? What's happening?
It went from weird to funny and then back to weird and then back to funny and then this cycle.
The cycle.
Wow.
Gotta breathe. Gotta breathe a little bit.
There's a lot there. There's a lot there.
Yeah. But if he knew me, he'd probably vote for me.
He'd probably vote for you. Yeah, he'd vote for you. He'd shout you out. He would have said.
He would.
Everyone just pretend that Brian said vote for Josie instead of what he actually said at the end.
Yeah. He votes for trans porn. We know that.
You know what? Brian, if you're watching this, just donate as much as you spent on whatever your last trans OnlyFans person subscription whatever it is, and donate to Josie's campaign. Link in the description. Secure Act Blue for donate/Zerba. What the fuck? Shout out to the person in chat who said Forrest just got drunkenly sexually harassed and then rambled at for 20 minutes, and also was just shitty to Josie. Josie was making great points, and he kept saying that's fire, but also quit talking. This just show is about me, apparently.
It's like make your point again or expound on your point. But sometimes when you cook, you don't have to. It's for me, that was like pouring a bowl of cereal. You don't have to cook after you poured the bowl of cereal. I served it up. It didn't even need to be heated. It was the mildest take weird. I think I've had.
So weird.
It's the most mild
We've
take.
got it's literally the sky is blue, y'all. Now you're fucking cooking now. Quit talking though, so you're interrupting my trans porn. What the fuck? Well, I guess, dear God, let's move on from that. Let's talk to. We got a lot of people in the thing. Let's talk to this person who's been waiting for a long time, because I think this is a really good point. Nix, pronoun she, her, who wants to talk about existing as a trans person. Nix, you were on the line with Forrest and Josie. How you doing today?
Good. How are you?
Good.
I'm all
I
right.
like how
I
much
love-
calmer you are.
Yes, please don't glaze me or talk about your pornographic habits. I love what you have written here in the call screen, so I want to go off of that.
Yeah. So, it's just lately, especially this past year with the administration that we have, it has just become like more apparent to me than ever that like just existing as a trans person is like necessarily a political statement, even if you don't want it to be. So like me going to the grocery store or going to class or just like being out in public is a political statement, and it's not like that for most people, and it's only like that because there's so many people that don't want trans people to exist like at all.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. And it wasn't our choice, right? And I think that's the hardest part about
Hmm.
it all is the fact that when the, powers that be start the scapegoating process of making somebody's existence part of the political zeitgeist of conversation, the existence of people just trying to live their lives becomes an issue. We see this in the civil rights movement with people wanting to ride the bus or go to a restaurant or go to certain bathrooms back then with the civil rights movement. We see this with women like leaving the home to start working as a secretary in history. It is one of those things that happen, and it's all part of the oppression network and metrics, right? So if going to, getting on a bus and sitting in the front is a political act, then all of a sudden it forces people to either A, not want to take the bus or subjugate themselves in that way, because doing those things would be a thing that is seen negatively. So that is what's happening now with trans people. Walking and existing as a trans person becomes a political act because our existence has now become politicized. So therefore there are people in our community that don't want that nor ask for that to be political, and it will force people to either A, go back into the closet and hide themselves, or B, just or worse, right? Like it is part of the oppression. And so that's why we have trans leaders in history, such as, you know, the late great Miss Major. Her phrase that she's really known for, and she's known for many, but honey, we're still fucking here, right? And it is the reality that our existence is radical action. It was like that with the queer movement as well for marriage equality. It was the idea that pride was a protest because it was just not seen as correct to be openly queer out in public. So therefore we marched to show people we didn't care. And so that that's kind of how I see it philosophically, and why it's become a political action, because that's what they prefer. Because the best case scenario is we're just normal people every day, and then we could just live our lives
Hmm.
and nobody cares. But it's part of the oppression matrix.
Hmm. Hmm. Definitely. And me personally, I think part of the biggest issue and the biggest reason why, like, there's such a big movement that's able to be like conducted and perpetuated is because like the vast majority of people that I've like met in daily life, everything they know about trans people and trans healthcare is just misinformation and just like just straight up like state like CIA state propaganda,
Yeah.
just like meant to like further dehumanize us.
Yep. That's right. It's all part of the game. And right
Mm-hmm.
now, unfortunately, it is very rare for a trans person to exist, because your question is, can one exist as a trans person in public life without being a political statement? I think that it's becoming more rare. I think that there are pockets in our community, in different parts of the country, that it isn't a political statement. They're just going to the bookstore to work. Or they're
Mm-hmm.
just, living their lives, and they have the luxury and the privilege to be able to live their lives. And so, and not to make this about myself, but one of the things that motivates me to run for office, and other trans people that I know that are running for office, I have a statement that I say to those trans folks that decided to not only exist as a trans person as a political statement, but also get involved in politics to try to better the community, is because the trans people who run for office, I call it's a privilege to suffer, because the run for office is its own form of suffering that you put yourself into. But if you have the privilege to make that action, then it's my duty. That's how I see it, is to then help others that don't have that privilege. So that's why, when you talk about theory of change and queer theory in general, like, it was people being open about their identity, be it sexually, be it gender. Those things helped normalize our existence, so people who
Mm-hmm.
just want to live their daily lives going to work every day can live without fear. And even though
Mm-hmm.
I have to live with fear sometimes, and doing what I have to do in the public space, I do it so others don't have to. And to give courage to let folks know that if I can live openly and publicly as a trans person in society, as a candidate running for office in a major area to represent 1.1 million people, then maybe someone in Oregon can go to work every day, or go to a coffee shop, and be able to live in existence and in peace. And that is part of the reason why I run personally, and I know many other trans people who do it as well, because I'm tired of it being a political statement. I'm a political nerd. I want to talk about housing. I want to talk about ICE, getting them out of our streets. I want to talk about healthcare,
Mm-hmm.
but
Mm-hmm.
it always has to wrap back around to, oh, but you're trans. How is that for you? It takes away from the real issues that people have to deal with, and it's incredibly frustrating,
Mm-hmm.
but I know I have to do it because that's where we are in society, and it's the burden that I have to carry.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I definitely feel some of that too, because I'm really passionate about like science and science communication. I myself am a biology major, and if my life is going to like be seen as a political act in and of itself, might as well just hop on the horse, and like start like actually filming the scripts I have written for like YouTube videos I want to do about like science communication. If it's going to be scrutinized and politicized for it, might as well just hop on the horse anyway.
Yep, exactly. But just know that you don't have to hop on the horse if you don't want to, right? And I
Mm-hmm.
think that's what the most important thing is in the conversation is, we want people to be able to do it if they have the opportunity to, but we also don't want to force people into danger either.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is
Mm-hmm.
where we have to take on the understanding about safety and resiliency in the trans community is very important. I always say that just because you're resilient doesn't mean that the punch doesn't hurt, right? Resiliency is the
Mm-hmm.
ability to
Mm-hmm.
take the punch, but it doesn't mean it's not going to hurt you. Also, when you have to weather a storm, we have to huddle together closely, so we
Mm-hmm.
can protect
Mm-hmm.
each other with each other's warmth, but we also know in that storm we're still going to lose people. And it's our
Mm-hmm.
community to be able to stand up and say, we're going to get through this together, through hell or high water, and we're going to take the punches, and we're going
Mm-hmm.
to we're going to keep revolving around. Like I could take a punch today, somebody else can take a punch tomorrow, but that's kind of how we build resiliency in our community. Because even in its worst case, where it was, if you walking down the street as trans was enough access for a jackbooted thug to crack your skull open, people still did it every day. And they can't stop our existence. And that is why being here and being proud of who we are, no matter what, still ultimately makes us happier. We know the studies when we look at the studies of the U.S. Transgender Survey, for example, that surveyed over 92,000 trans people across the entire country, every state, every territory, every corner of this country. We still, even in the hellish time that we're in right now, people are 97% more satisfied or somewhat satisfied with life, no matter what. Even through all of the crap that we have to deal with, we are still more satisfied with life, and that's the thing they can't take from us. And that is why we are going to outlast this hatred, and we are going to survive just like we have survived in the past. Regardless of how much they politicize our existence, fine. We're still going to be happy, and we're still going to have trans joy. And that is the most powerful thing that we have. And that's when I'll never give that up. And I will do it until I am no longer breathing myself. And that's the most we can do, some of us. So yeah, that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, no, it's that saying, there has never existed nor will ever exist a world without us in it.
That's right. That's right. No matter what. And I even say this about the folks, I even say this about the military. Oh, they think they got rid of all the trans people? Oh, they got a lot. Another thing coming. There are so many trans people in the military right now that just went into hiding and went into the closet. They're still there. They're still fucking there. And you know what? They're going to exist. And as soon as they can pop their heads out of the foxholes, they'll come back out in a huge force. And then there's going to be thousands of trans people in the military again. Like that's just how it goes. They think they can get rid of us. They can't. We're everywhere.
You know, something else that you talk about, you know, like the statistical, like people are happier now than ever, like even despite everything, right? One of the like big things that I've noticed, just like talking to people, because you know there's CPUSA chapters on my campus, there's like religious organizations on my campus, right? You know, you tell people that like going on HRT saved your life, and that, you know, it's made your life so much happier and so much more worth living, and they like just don't believe you. They're more willing to believe some guy through a screen they've never met over the person that's standing right there in front of their face. And I think that that's like one of the biggest issues politically in our country, is that people don't listen to the people that are in front of them and are more willing to listen to, you know, someone through a screen they've never met than, you know, the people they're actually talking to in real life.
Nix, I would even posit it's not that they don't believe you, it's just that they can't believe you. Because the moment they decide to believe that we're actually happier as the people they are, is their entire worldview crashes upon their head, and they have to reckon with the fact that they're bad people, that they're on the wrong side of history. So it's their ignorance that closes their ears, because they know that if they decide to say, even if for a moment, that a trans person can be happier, that is a complete rebuking of everything that they've been doing to trans people around them. So that's why trans joy is so important, because we have to be so loud about it that they can't deny the reality that we are thriving. And as soon as we can make that loud enough that it goes beyond their closed ears, that's when we're able to break through. And that's how we're going to create normalization in our community. It happened with marriage equality. It happened with the civil rights movement. It happened with women's suffrage. It happened with ending slavery. We were able to thrive and find happiness even in the worst situations. And that is ultimately what gives us liberation. But that's my theory of change.
I I had something that I wanted to say, and I'm completely blanking on it now. Oh, fuck.
It's
Oh no,
fine.
I got it.
No
Yeah.
worries.
So yeah, the big because when I was I grew up in a very conservative area, like small town, rural in Texas, and so
Same.
for like
We
the
might have
early,
grew up
like
in
the early
around
start
the
of my
same
life, when I was
area.
like, maybe.
I grew up in
Are
rural
you
Texas.
do you know
North
about
Central Texas
Fredericksburg?
and
Oh no, I'm Central
yes.
Texas.
Okay, you're Central. I was
Yeah.
North Central Texas, a small town called Mineral Wells.
hmm
Anyways, go ahead.
I haven't heard about that. Your town might be smaller than mine.
Yeah, probably was.
But yeah, no, when I was in like middle school and most of high school, like I would have probably described myself as like a trad calf neo-Nazi, right? And now I'm an anarcho-communist trans woman, right? And the biggest thing that like got me like out of that mindset was just realizing that people being happy and joy and people living lives worth living is like antithetical to the beliefs that the right has, and was antithetical to the beliefs that I myself had. And I like kind of had a big like realization like my senior of high school that like I'm making myself unhappy for no reason. And that was like the biggest thing that, got me out of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Nick, thank you for sharing yourself, and thanks for the conversation topic. What I say to all of our trans callers and trans people is stay safe out there, right? Don't put yourself in
Yeah, you
harm's way
too.
for any reason. Yeah, well, thank you. I appreciate it. Forrest, do you want to say anything?
No, I
Okay.
haven't been here for this whole call, and I don't think I have anything. As a cishet white man, I think that I have a lot that I could add, but I suppose at this moment I'll just let it slide. Let y'all have
You'll
this one.
refrain from giving us your white man wisdom.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and you'll be worse off without it. But like here we are,
Totally.
Anyway, thanks so much, Nix. I appreciate the call.
Thank you.
Josie, I think you're a very smart person. It's one of the things I like about you. You'd be dumb not to clip that. You got a few really good a few really solid, inspirational, and meaningful monologues in there that should be publicized more, especially with whatever equality center or whatever you got in your area. That was solid. That was really, really good, dude.
I appreciate you. Thank you. It's what I have to do, right? To be able to make this work. It's like I know that my place in society and history at this point is to continue to build the resiliency and to spread the theory of change of what it looks like to stand in the face of opposition. And so for me, it's like it's my honor, it's my duty, and I'm proud and I'm honored by the community for allowing me to stand in this position. Like it's
For real.
like it's my duty. That's how I really look at it. It's my duty, and I'm proud to do it every day. Yeah.
I think it's really important that everyone realize just how many times you just said duty. And with that,
important.
We've got. Sorry,
I want to say this. So we only have 3 states that haven't donated yet, which is wild.
Still?
Maine, yeah, I know. Still, Maine, New Hampshire, and Wyoming.
You
So,
pieces of shit.
so I'm just saying. And in this last hour, we have raised. Let's see. In this hour, we've raised 13 donors, 325. So it comes out to being close to about 1,500 so far through the stream. And we're supposed to raise 5,000, right? Like, isn't that what we do?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. So if you liked anything that I had to say, help me make sure I can say it on the biggest stage I can possibly do, which would be. There's a lot of history to be made. And I'll say this, and then we'll get to the next caller. I'll be the first trans lawmaker in Maryland's history. I will be the only trans Latina actually as a lawmaker in the country actively right at the moment, not ever, but actively being representative. And I'll represent more people than any other trans person in the entire country. So your donation helps me get onto that stage to be the leader to say what I was able to say to all of the country all at once. It's a big microphone, and let's make a trans Latina veteran, Trump's next door neighbor. I'm literally a walk across the street to DC. I can literally see it outside my window. DC is right there. So yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
That's huge. That's huge.
Yeah.
We have several friendly callers. We still have several people who've been waiting on the line for a long time, who are, people who agree with us or who want to ask like little simple questions to us. That's awesome. We love those callers. But I think that our screener is going to be a lot more discriminating moving forward to make sure that we only get people who disagree with us. So we're going to go through these calls as fast as we can while still being respectful to their time. And we've still got lines open for MAGA. We've still got lines open for transphobes. We've still got lines open for theists and creationists. We've still got lines open for people who think that ICE is a good thing or that Trump is doing a good job. We still have lines open for all of you. 720-619-2288. Or if you're outside the U.S., use the web link in the description. Do you have a preference on where we go to next?
No, I'll let you drive it. Go ahead.
Okay, let's talk to this actually might be, well, we'll do both. Let's talk to Alex, pronouns they and them, calling in all the way from somewhere in Europe, who wants to talk about gender identity. Alex, you've been waiting for a very long time, but you are finally on the line with Forrest and Josie. How you doing today?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I can.
Yes, that's great. I'm a big fan of the show, so thank you for. I'm glad to be here, first of all, and well, moving on. One of the earlier callers, at the beginning, I believe Andrew was his name, was wondering why he was trans, and that also made me think, and made me come back to a thing I've been wondering about for some time. There's a lot of discourse about whether nature versus nurture regarding, for example, trans people, and the general conservative argument, for example, is frequently that it's social contagion, for example, and of course I don't actually believe that. I don't believe that you can, conversion therapy obviously is immoral and doesn't work, but at the same time my experience has been a bit different than most trans people I know. I would generally identify myself as agender or something close to that. And I've always had a discomfort when looking at myself, but I could never really point to what it was. But at the same time, I never really had a desire to be the opposite gender. For example, I remember once when I was to a hairdresser and she joked about my long hair that I looked like a girl, and I actually got offended at the time. I believe I was 10 years old.
Yeah.
And I generally just didn't really care about any of it. And only when I was turning about 18, I started to get more and more distressed. And then when combined with different experiences, my perception started to change. I started to have issues with my appearance being, for example, too masculine and things like that. And it made me wonder, for example, if I was born in some different circumstance, I think a lot of my preferences currently to how I would like to present myself was shaped by a lot of the media I consumed, for example, a lot of Japanese anime and things like that. And I generally, for example, now I wouldn't say I want to be the opposite gender, I wouldn't want to be a woman. I would, for example, want to be somewhere in between, but at the same time I do have issue with my masculine features, and I'm planning to transition physically, HRT and things like that. So I would generally identify myself as trans, but at the same time, I do feel a lot of my experiences was social influence. I feel if maybe I was, I don't know, born somewhere else to a different family, I could have ended up in a totally different place. that made me wonder
Yeah.
to what extent gender expression or identity is actually shaped. I don't believe it's primarily shaped, but I wonder to what extent it's biology, to what extent it's social conditioning, things like that.
So I will jump in really quick on the idea of we don't make like I have this saying that I say a lot is like I didn't construct the social construction, I just live in it. Right. And so for me, my general schema of what I think womanhood is very, very and what I mean by schema is like all the trappings that I see is woman for me and myself. And a lot of that is informed by the fact that, you know, like how did I come about being the woman that I am, right? That's something that I used to ask myself personally, which is I think about my childhood, like you do, right? Where it's like my mother, my grandmother, my sister, my aunts, women in history, women in media, all of the things that I have in my mind that helped me fit into the schema, general schema or general category of what woman is to me, helped develop me into the style that I have. Now, I have a very unique style, but there's a lot of women who also like my style and also have a very similar style. And so for me, my understanding of who I am, and it's also very American, right? Like even though I have a lot of Latina heritage, I also have some of the vestiges of my Latina heritage that I carry with me as well. And so for me, all of that kind of comes into play when it comes into the woman Josie that you see in front of you. And if I was, born in Africa or some other European nation or whatever, I'm sure that I would still be the woman that I am, but I'd probably have a lot of cultural trappings of where I was raised that would be more identifiable with women characteristics in that framework. So when you think about the social idea of like the environment, yeah, the environment helped me kind of figure out what kind of woman I wanted to be in the social construct that is existing around me. Biologically, I don't know. Like I'll throw that to Forrest in a second. I'm a woman. I don't know why, but I am. And maybe there is a biological component, but I'm not going to look for it. I just know who I am. So Forrest, I'll kick it to you on the biology side.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, just like there's a couple of important things here. Number one is that like it is clear over and over and over we see that this is something that is inherent. So like you are, how do you say that? While you're absolutely right, what kind of woman you are and what women do and things like that, that is certainly culturally shaped. Where you identify and where you land is absolutely something that is pretty immediately rooted. We show that kids know who and what they are very, very early on. And so yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there as far as like we know that biology as a whole has continued to validate trans people in their identities and show that this is a real serious thing and that these people are not just confused or deranged or whatever else. There is no social contagion here that's spreading anything. They have actually tried to spread this and to retract this and all these different things, and it doesn't work anytime, and it goes really, really poorly. And yet we also see that the social nuance, the social norms that are associated with these genders do change. And so I think you actually hit the nail on the head very well. I think you summarized it beautifully to say you would always be a woman. What you did as a woman, how you dressed as a woman, how you acted as a woman, what you expected of yourself as a woman, what was expected of you as a woman, those are all things that would change from culture to culture. But where you landed in terms of like who you identified with and who you felt most comfortable with and how you felt most comfortable about yourself, those are all things that seem pretty innate.
Yeah, that makes sense. I suppose I found it a little more difficult to imagine for myself, because I don't really have a specific, like, I don't say like I'm a woman or a man. I just feel like no label probably fits for me. So I would like,
Sure.
honestly, it's mainly that I wonder. I generally like. I believe, for example, like in gender abolitionism, like it makes me think, for example, if people weren't socialized into from birth, for example, that you were a man or a woman, that journey was a thing that they would just be allowed to develop organically, completely. Like, would that impact? Because a lot of people like only socially transition, for example, and a lot of people, have a gender dysphoria, but like in terms of their body and have to physically transition. I wonder how if that would actually impact the amount of people who would feel the need to physically transition or not. Because I don't know, I can imagine for myself that it would, but I'm honestly not sure. I mean, I can see to like different realities, so it's hard to say. It doesn't really matter to me overall, but it's just an interesting thought for me. For example, like how the reality, how this side actually looks like. For example, because I imagine, I feel like I would feel better if when I was raised, for example, my parents were never conservative, but despite that, I was still constantly surrounded by like boys have to be this, and I used to like had a mental block from like wearing pink clothes, for example, for a long time. And not so much anymore, but like it's still something that surrounds you. For example, like I feel like I would feel better like the society wasn't structured like that. It just it makes me wonder how like trans people would, because like gender in like hypothetical scenario wouldn't exist, but like sex would, for example, people could be dysphoric about their sex. I don't know. It's just an interesting question.
I mean, I think it's just an interesting thought experiment. Essentially, we really don't know what it would happen. I have gender dysphoria. I have social dysphoria, but I also gender social dysphoria, but I also have physical gender dysphoria. So I think even in a gender like abolitionist state, I'm pretty sure that I would probably still have that body map distinction of like something's just not right here. And that
yes, sorry. Okay. I mean, I think even if gender didn't exist, people will like look at someone. For example, if you are born male, you will look at someone who looks like female. For example, oh, I would love to look like that, and I would feel bad because I don't look like that, and like the effect would be the same. I just wonder if that would actually influence it in some deeper way or not.
I don't know.
I think like people would still transition.
Know. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think it's something you can know. It's just like something that I've been wondering about for a long time.
Yeah, because if the only thing that I think that could change in me is how I would like, again, it's a social construct, and it's like I think what my presentation would be probably radically different, because if we lived in a genderless society, I'm not sure what that would be, because there's just no way of being able to live in this hypothetical universe where there isn't these things. I mean, I think the closest we could get is if pan-Europeanism didn't exist and there wasn't colonialization that basically said that, gender categories should be strict to be civilized. I can think maybe then that we could maybe live something closer to that world. But again, I just yeah, I don't know. I used to be more like sure about that question, but now I'm just like, I just don't know. I really don't know what my person would, because I think that culturally there's so many trappings of gender that exist that I don't know how I would live without them.
I think like the identity will always be different because you'll be living in different culture, different society. I'm more like wonder about the like literal like physical effects. For example, if you would literally want to like physically look different if you were raised differently. And that also makes me think like about my sexuality, which also I used to think like I wasn't attracted to men, and then within time, after being exposed to different things, I became more attracted to, and didn't like shift radically, like. But did shift somewhat. So I think it could be the same that, for example, like the way you would desire to look physically, perhaps you would also change slightly under different circumstances, but probably not radically. That's my fault.
Yeah. No worries. Forrest, you got anything to add?
I don't think so. I think this has been productive.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Alex. I appreciate you calling
Thank
in.
you. Thank you for the talk. That was
Definitely.
very.
Yeah.
That's
All
very
right.
good. Thank you.
Right.
Bye.
Bye.
Take care, Alex. Thanks for waiting so
Yeah.
long, man. Bye-bye. All right. Well, we've got 3. Oh, Jesus of Christland, the thing in the queue there. So we've got
we do
3
have somebody
calls.
in the queue. That looks interesting.
That's
So
rough.
why don't we just vibe a
Rough.
little bit here, trying to get some more donations so that caller comes in. I'm very interested about the caller that's calling in right now. That's in
It's
the
a
queue.
whole thing.
It's a
And we'll see if they make
whole
it.
thing. We'll see. So we got Maine. It came in. So New
Hey!
Hampshire and Wyoming. That's it. 2
Fantastic.
places. 2 places.
Somebody said they did, but maybe I misunderstood. I thought somebody in the chat said that they did New Hampshire,
in New Hampshire
already. But who
No,
knows?
did they? I don't know. I've been
I don't
looking.
know.
Maybe I am not refreshing my
They
screen.
didn't make it. Damn.
Wait, no, they're in the screen room.
It says they were terminated there. Yeah.
They were
So
terminated.
you come in through the wait, hold on. They may be calling back. They may be calling back because it was web. So just to give you a hint of what we're doing here. So you when you call in, you're put into the call queue. And then you go through the screener. So you go then into the screening room, and our call screener talks to you for a minute. And then once they ascertain what you're talking about, and if you're not a troll, then they put you up into the host queue where we can actually talk to you. And so we can see you moving through there, or it bops you down to terminated callers. However, we have a rule that if you're calling from in the U.S., you have to call on a phone. You can't use the web caller if you're within the U.S. And that's for our safety. We don't dox people, share your phone number, anything like that. We only use the name and pronouns you give us. That's the only identifying things. We have the phone numbers because every now and then we'll get somebody who calls in and says they're going to kill us or something like that. And so we need that identifier that we can then report with. But we're never going to share that. So if you're outside of the U.S., you can use a web caller. But this person was calling in from the U.S. and said that they were calling back with a phone number, and we're waiting to see if that happens. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're all giddy over. If they don't call back, we will let you know what happened. But we're excited. Let's talk in the meantime, in between time, to maybe Crescent would be interesting. Crescent is a caller from all the way over in Monarchy Land. Who wants to know if the trans issue, or if the trans movement will become an extremist pro-trans group. What does that mean? Let's find out. Crescent, you're on the line with Forrest and Josie. How you doing today?
I'm good. How are you? How are you guys? Also, I want to quickly add a clarification. I don't mean the trans movement itself. I mean a side group within who support trans people, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So I've studied sociology and education, and noticed a lot of links of how different groups have ended up actually getting their rights. And I can't help but notice there is always an extremist view, whereabouts it's never actually taught, but it exists, and we're always taught the non-extremist view, which I agree with. I'd much rather do it that way, and it's a lot better that way. But it always seems like both are needed to get anywhere. And will the trans people get to the point where some splinter off and start doing that? I can give I'm talking about more violent stuff, if that's okay to specify on, but yeah.
Yeah. So I'm trying to get what is your question? Are you a question about the fact that any movement can get radicalized?
More it's if you keep on pushing a certain minority group, at some point it seems like a certain amount will just go, we've had enough, and we will demand it out of force if it comes to it, compared to going peaceful ways, which are the ideal ways.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Forrest.
I feel like we're gonna say the same thing. It's just like what does that end up being? Because like you can say any group who is being oppressed in any case could have some people who just say enough is enough and they become radicalized, they become extremists, they become whatever. Doesn't really speak to the validity of their position. Doesn't really speak to the validity of the other people who are in their group. Just tells you this person did a thing that may or may not be good, depending on who they were targeting and how successful they were and blah, blah, blah. I guess if we're just say that, like, yeah, some people are oppressed and some people resist violently, that's true all the time. I don't know, like, are you trying to say that's a risk that trans people are facing, or like?
More like, I'm like, in my head, I'm thinking like an example like the suffragists versus suffragettes, and like the MLK versus like the X like mentality of like handling different things, if that makes sense. Like actual groups like become a lot more recognized.
When we talk about like MLK versus like Malcolm X, right, as an example, right, or things like that, it's difficult to, like, how should I say, on the broad spectrum, you if you're trying to compare like peaceful protests versus people who are willing to take up arms for their cause, Black Panthers and stuff, you're saying like, yeah, we're going to be armed and you are going to treat us fairly. Nothing in comparison to like white American revolutionaries, right? We talk about, you know, the Boston Tea Party and just how much damage and like how much money was lost and how much property damage was done. If you translate the numbers, if you account for inflation, I think it was in the billions. Like it was a stupidly huge amount of money that they destroyed. Somebody fact check me. I'll double check.
Not too sure if that's how much it was.
Tea Party adjusted, destroyed, equivalent value, blah blah blah. It was almost $200,000. So yeah, billions. Great job, Forrest. Yeah, really great.
I was like, it was actually pretty minor
compared. 1.7 million, so $2 million. I confused a million for a billion. I am extremely stupid. But anyway, you're talking about like if today, the point I was trying to make before I fucked up numbers. I'm a scientist, by the way. If you were to say today that some trans movement did $2 million worth of damage for their cause, they would be called domestic terrorists. They would be called extremists. They would be called all these things. But when you're doing it to not even talk about freedom, just taxes, they're arguing about taxes, then like, yeah, liberty and shit, because they're white and they're cis and they're men. And so like, I think it's, yeah, please go ahead.
There was education here. I think Boston Tea Party was like, between England and the US, it's not taught here at all. And that's about who's got your independence, right? Or
yeah. So it was the thing that the US did. It was the thing the US did over taxes, over taxes on tea and stuff. And so like what I'm trying to get at here is like, this is something that's like a pivotal moment in the American revolutionary story, something that's taught to all children here in the United States about how great this country is, that we were willing to dump a bunch of tea into the Boston Harbor and destroy a bunch of property. And I just double checked, it's about $2 million worth of damage that these folks did. And so if today trans people or pro-Palestine movement, or anti-ICE movement, or whatever people on the right side of history, if they were to go out and do $2 million worth of damage, they would be called radical extremists and terrorists and all sorts of things. Even though they would be on the right side of history doing things that were no more extreme than the things that started this country. And that's one of the more benign things in the American revolutionary story, right? Nobody died doing that, right? And you got like fucking Swamp Fox and shit, where people were doing like crazy guerrilla warfare, slaughtering people because they were on the right side of history and they did what they had to do to achieve their freedom. And so if you're asking like, is there a risk of people, you know, becoming radicalized or extremified or whatever the fuck? it really depends on who's winning as to how that label is applied. And if you were asking, will trans people ever go out there and march through the streets with guns shooting cis people? No, I don't think it's a realistic problem to worry about. But if you're asking, will maybe some trans person be so fucking fed up with the situation that they go out and vandalize something? Maybe. And I wouldn't say that's a great thing to do, but at the end of the day, you fight for freedom the way you fight for freedom, as long as you're not hurting anybody that is innocent. Like, do what you got to do, yo.
And I also will posit to Forrest. I don't think they're analogous. I don't think you can actually compare revolution to human rights oppression, right? Like when you are we have many points in history, like when the Japanese were interned, right? That became very fraught. But guess what? It was like it happened, and the Japanese were completely brutalized, but there wasn't a massive upheaval of people, Japanese militias in the streets of America. No, they actually were interned. Now, but if you think about like the Native Americans, they were fighting for their homeland. So yes, there was more arms and fighting that happened in that point of view, in that point in time. Even in the civil rights era, when it got in the most heated points of view, like it still wasn't as radical as you may think. Like even when people were in chains, there wasn't even that many radical uprisings of people that were fighting back for their own humanity. It wasn't until like the to the point where they were literally, people in a corner, like facing a knife in their face and having to make the ultimate decision of defense or die. That's kind of where we are able to see it. So when we look at history, we can see that when human rights are on the line, yes, there are uprising of human, experience that comes out. But again, Pride was a riot, but it wasn't a violent one that started burning down the city. It was a demonstration of our existence. The same thing with suffragettes. They marched. They went into peace. Like, when you're talking about human rights, most of the time through history, you see it mainly be peaceful operations. Like the radicalization of a community, it just doesn't comport with historical context. I mean, outside of fighting for a nation state or your own land under your feet, I just don't see a radical movement coming out of the oppression of trans people. And I think that's why they're so wantonly doing it. Look, ICE right now in America are literally killing people on the street indiscriminately at this point, beating people, and yet the ICE officers have not been fearing for their lives. They're not afraid of being shot and killed right now. And people are literally being oppressed by the boot of the American government, and we're still peacefully protesting daily and making sure that we stand up for each other. So no, I do not think that the trans community is going to become this violent militia group that is going to try to fight for our rights against the government system. I just don't see it. And if there are people who are randomly doing it because they have no hope, those are going to be very, very offshoots of things that are going to be beyond the norm. And guess what? The trans community is going to condemn it. And because we believe in peaceful action is the best way to gain our humanity. Because the second we start to raise arms is the second they have the permission structure to eliminate us with all hostility. And guess what? They have all the power. So we wouldn't win that fight. So no, I do not think the trans people are going to rise up no matter how oppressed we become.
Okay, I want to say I wasn't in support of that becoming a thing.
We didn't think you were.
I didn't think you were. Okay. I don't think it's going to happen either.
Okay, that was just more. I wanted to get to people who have like more knowledge in this, like just of like society and how it's came to where we are today. His opinion on this is that it's been like a little thing in the back of my head. Like I see the alternative groups and how, at least from my understanding, it was like they're so extreme. It makes the peaceful option seem a lot more like better, if that makes sense. So people are more able to listen to that.
Well, this is how bad it is, Crescent. Like the second like Charlie Kirk was murdered, they tried to blame it on trans people before the freaking body even was cold. The reality is like they're trying to manufacture that we are violent, but guess what? They can't find it. They tried to say, "Oh, we cause mass shootings," but yet again, it's not true. It is so unlikely that trans people will become radical and violent that they literally have to make up stuff to make us appear more violent than we are, because it's so important for them to manufacture consent to our extermination via violent means. But because we are just predominantly peaceful, there's just no precedent for it. And look, I still have the opportunity to run for office in my community safely, and I mean safely enough to be able to do it. So at this point, like even in my world, I still have the opportunity to exist within the structure of the oppressions of power to continue to do peaceful actions such as run for democracy and actually try to represent in a peaceful way. So I just don't see I don't I, it, that's why I and I'm not saying that you're saying this either, Crescent. I'm just following through with the thought of, are we going to become a radical group if oppression happens too much? And the answer is no. I just don't think it is. And maybe that's me being optimistic, but I just think that we're just going to fight harder with a non-violent bent.
Okay, thank you for your opinions. I think it was more thought that came from like seeing, even though I think it was like 10 people, like the Zizzy and stuff that happened, my brain went, maybe there's a few people, not a big amount, but who are starting to be more okay with that kind of ideology of going down that route.
Sure. I mean, that's Malcolm X Black Panthers. Like they carried firearms, but they did it for protection and defense. They were not a militant group that were going around attacking people. They did it as a show of force to make sure that they knew that their community had their back, but they were not an armed militia group that was going door to door killing white people. Like that's just how we have to look at history. Like even in the most extreme analogs of like civil rights, it wasn't the perceived violence of the Black Panthers holds no candle to the actual violence of the Ku Klux Klan.
Yeah, no, I know there's no question. Like I'm mixed race myself, so I kind of learned like the reality of how the Black Panthers are portrayed, at least, and that the extent that they didn't actually do anywhere near the level that it was, at least is pushed, at least here in England, to my understanding. It's very much, you can never look at them as a good group. They're always bad. There was nothing good about them.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So,
go ahead, Forrest.
I was going to say, I think also that comparison to the Black Panthers and the KKK is also really poignant specifically in American politics, because the Black Panthers are the reason, the only reason I can think of off the top of my head that Republicans have been strongly pro-gun control, is that the Black Panthers were coming out and gathering guns and protecting themselves and their communities, and suddenly Ronald Reagan, of all people, was talking about strict gun control and how we need to make sure that we only get these in the hands of white people. Didn't happen at any other time. Doesn't happen today. You know, most of the mass shooters we have in this country, by a wide margin, are white dudes. No talk about gun control. And yet, there's one famous bullshit study that people are trying to cite, trying to say that more than 50% of the mass shootings are done by trans people, which is a group that picked the top, their favorite 10 mass shootings, and happened to only pick 6 of them were by trans people, and then pick 4 random other ones and said, out of the ones we chose, over 50% were from trans people, and that's now the narrative they're trying to spin. And so, like, when it comes to, talking about, the Black Panthers versus the KKK, we have rampant violence in all these different places, but when it comes from not even real violence, the threat of violence, the possibility of violence, the concept of violence from a marginalized group, we're really good at turning that into a tool for further oppression. And you can see the exact same thing during the civil rights movement. You can talk about, the MLK versus Malcolm X and all that. You can also talk about during, India civil rights movement. Talk about how Gandhi was labeled as a fucking terrorist, and how the salt marches were these terrible things that were destroying the economy and all these things. You can look at it in a lot of Native American civil rights movements and shit here in the United States, all over the place, where you have this hegemonic power oppressing and demonizing this marginalized group. Every time that marginalized group just acts even remotely the same way that the people in power act, that is considered a threat, and that is considered terroristic. And I think the biggest reason why is because they are terrified that if those people gain the same amount of power, they might start treating them the way that they have been treated. You know what I mean? And that's never happened yet. Just, I don't know, man.
What you're saying makes sense. Like, you've given me some stuff to actually look into. Like, I don't know too much about indigenous people, and like fully, I don't know the full history of America, and a lot of the history here is painted. Can I ask a kind of separate question, just as to Americans? I get a lot of we get a lot of like political bleed from you at this point, so staying on top of your current affairs is kind of necessary. Trump's recent actions, like regarding Greenland, Venezuela, in your opinion, is that just a bigger distraction from the files? Like, he's just fueling it to make people try and go bigger issues, which, I mean, war doing that, destroying NATO, at least in my opinion, is kind of bigger issues than files. But at the same time, files need to be released, if that makes sense.
I'm of two minds about it. On the one hand, yeah, every bit of everything that is happening is a distraction from the files. Files were supposed to be released. The DOJ is currently violating the law. They are currently breaking the law that was almost unanimously voted on by Congress. Everyone but one single representative voted to release these files at a set deadline, and they haven't done it. They have actually done the opposite of it. They released like one batch, and then they actually retracted several things that showed Donald Trump in them. The files that are being released are heavily redacted to the point of cartoonish absurdity. We have several of the files where it is literally hundreds and hundreds of pages of just black nothing that has been completely screened out. And so, yeah, you can argue that this is all distraction from that. The other side of the equation, the other part is, for me, that they're just flatly saying, fuck you. They're going to continue doing what they're going to do anyway. It isn't to distract. It isn't to try to hide. It is just to blatantly show that the law does not matter to them and cannot be applied to them, and they are going to do whatever they want to do, and nobody can stop them. That's what I think they're doing, personally. I think they're just kind of at a point where they've done this song and dance for the past, 10 years of saying, like, oh, no, we follow the law, and you don't understand. Well, Biden was worse, and there's all this. And now they're at this point where it's just saying, fuck you. The Constitution doesn't matter anymore. The law doesn't matter anymore. Congress doesn't matter anymore. Supreme Court doesn't matter anymore. We're going to do what we're going to do. What are you going to do to stop us? We have guns. We have drones. We have army. We have ICE, which is better funded than the FBI.
Yep.
And they're fucking hiding behind masks, and most of them are terrorists that are on our side. What are you going to do? I think that's the message. But I can see the distract from the files narrative still. I can see where that's a concept. Like I said, I'm of two minds about it.
Yeah. I generally agree, Forrest, and I think like the Greenland and the war and everything that they're trying to do is just trying to show that the old way of doing international relations of hard power is more important than soft power ever was. And I hope that Europe, and it shows that's what's already happening now, is that Europe is already manufacturing their own defense. They're not relying as much on America. I think that we are seeing the lines being drawn, and I am very, very concerned that if we do go into Greenland, that this could be our Poland moment, or it might just be our Restrag, not Restrag, sorry, our Rhineland moment when we took over the Rhineland or Czechoslovakia, where it's like, oh, well, because when they took over Czechoslovakia, they said, oh, we're just taking it over because they're German speaking people. So people are like, well, I guess if they're German speaking, and now they're just trying to manufacture the same type of conversation around Greenland, which is like, oh, well, it's kind of already North America. And, and so they're trying to play these very similar games that are incredibly detrimental to the stability of the world. But yeah, it's all bad, and I will say, as an American, I'm deeply sorry for of what is happening to the world, and I know that Europe now doesn't trust America and feel that America is responsible. Americans are responsible for this, and yeah, we kind of are. And and we're trying to do everything we can now to try to stop it, but it's awful, and we are a plague on the world, and I hate it so much, especially as a veteran, as somebody who fought for this country in the past. It makes me sick.
I will say, from the outside perspective, I feel like the big difference between what's going on now and like stuff that's happened in the past is it's now all online, and a lot of people just, it's nothing about America a lot of the time. It's just Trump. No one can stand him, and that's it.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate your call, Crescent.
No, thank you for just going through that little back mind idea. That's it, Josie. I really hope your campaign goes well.
Thank you.
It's really good to see representation actually happen. Like, it's rare.
Yeah.
And
well, thank you for that support.
That's it. Also, Forrest, you are my favorite biologist and have helped both me and my teachers learn so much. So thank you.
Well, that's very kind of you.
Yeah, Forrest is great.
Yeah, I'm okay. Anyway, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the call, and thank you for letting us ramble about this. It's an important topic.
Yep.
No, that's it. Thank you.
Take care.
Have
Bye-bye.
a good night.
You too.
Bye.
What a call. And now we have another.
We do.
It's heavy
and
shit.
It is. So let's make it less heavy. We are $250 away from hitting our 2,000 number.
Hey.
So yeah.
So close.
And we are so close. We just need a 3,000 more, and then I can bug my campaign manager in the late night to surprise him with a happy call.
That'd be exciting.
And it would be exciting, and he's an incredibly grumpy guy. Like, he really is. I love him. I love him dearly. He is fantastic at what he does, but he's got the personality of a broken needle. But that's kind of it's just is what he is. But he's really good at his job, so I have to hold the personality for the whole team, which I guess is my job as the face of the campaign. But.
That's great.
Yes,
That's great.
absolutely. So if you want to hear him be a curmudgeon, please donate to the Zerba.
Donate to the Curmudgeon Fund.
Yes, exactly.
Let's talk. Speaking about activism and all this stuff, I think this is a great call to move on with. And also, this person's been waiting for like 2 hours. Let's talk to Caitlin, who wants to talk about how to build activism within the Gay Straight Alliance and broaden national awareness. Caitlin, you are finally on the line with Forrest and Josie. How you doing today?
Caitlin, wake up your phone. You gotta wake up your phone if you're trying to talk.
Hear us? Caitlin, you've been waiting for a while.
Oh my gosh, I pressed mute somehow. Hello.
Okay, there you are.
All right.
And I know Forrest has never had a bad day in his life, so I don't need to ask him how he's doing.
Nope.
Never. Not once.
Yep. And so yeah, I'll just get straight into it. I've called in a couple times before, and I always love talking to you guys. I've never talked to Forrest. It's just hard because I don't disagree with pretty much anything you guys say. So thanks for having me on. I'm the president of my GSA at my community college. I'm studying tangentially related to biology. I'm studying nursing. And I had asked one time before about how this is kind of related, how I, give constructive feedback and how I challenge professors who may have had outdated thoughts. Thankfully, so far, I've been thoroughly surprised. And I found out that my program even does have a whole week in it's like in week 9 of the first year for RN students, they have a whole LGBTQ healthcare week. And I'm going to be speaking on that. I'm super excited. So yeah, anyway, with all of this I'm doing at my school, how do I affect more than just the school, And I mean, that's hard enough. It's been a whole struggle for me getting people to show up and dealing with the whole school system of, filling out these forms to get funding and all this other stuff. Even though a lot of people are supportive, it's just, I don't know how I'm going to, I want to be a politician eventually, but I'm not ready now in my lifetime, life in my career. So yeah, what do you think? Especially Josie and maybe Forrest more for the academic aspect.
Yeah, absolutely. So I missed, are you a student or are you a teacher?
I'm a student. The GSA is a student-led, it's a community college, so it's a student-led, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Okay,
so yeah, I'm a student.
Yes, so I will say this to you as I say to all young activists. You're already doing the thing. You are like you don't want to get ahead of your skis. I will give you plenty of examples about me. When I started my college Democratic Club when I was in college in San Diego State University, it is the paperwork and all of that type of stuff and getting all of the things that you need is part of the learning experience. The next lesson is trying to fill a room and get people to be engaged. And and I say this without being embarrassed. There were many meetings when nobody showed up. I was literally me and my vice president, and not one person showed up, and a politician walked in because he thought he was walking into a full room of college students, and there was nobody there. And it was shocked and embarrassed, and it was one of those situations where that's part of the learning experience. But you know what? I kept it up. And then I had that same politician that ended up running for mayor. We actually had a huge event on college campus on a big stage and everything. We had a DJ, we had people, we had a crowd, we had them speaking. And then later on that year, the freaking lieutenant governor, now Governor Gavin Newsom, also we held a student roundtable at the campus, like there with him. And so it's about doing the work and not getting discouraged. And to learn that you have an opportunity as a college student to make mistakes. Like it's a low stakes and you have the ability to make the best at what you got right now, and don't try to jump into the real world too quick. Right? If you want to go into activism and things like that, go do the local Democratic Party, go to events, do all of that type of stuff. Go and be a member, but you don't need to be the organizer, right? You can make friendships with. Yeah.
Although when you said don't jump into the world too quick, I am a non-traditional student. I'm 33, almost 34, and I finally started school. I'm a trans woman as well, so it's all very real to me already. I do like the idea of.
I graduated college at 27. I graduated college at 27 because I was in the Navy. I was a non-traditional student as well. And so you got to just take this opportunity to, this is your point in time where you have training wheels and you have the ability to learn the craft. This is not an easy craft. Organizing in politics is a very, very difficult, aggravating, hard thing to do because you're trying to get people to do things. And it's hard to get people to do things. I'm trying to get people to donate right now, and I'm still having people be slow. Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah. It's like, it's going to be a forever practice. You're always going to learn how to do this. Just like a doctor has a practice, politician or a future politician is an organizer, always and forever an organizer. And you'll see the fruits of your labor as you grow, as you get better at the craft, and then maybe you'll start a club locally in the community. My first club outside of college was the San Diego Progressive Democratic Club, and it's still in existence. It's been in existence for over 10 years. All right. And that was the first time I built a club that actually has a legacy. Right. And it took a long time for me to do that. The first club I ever started was a chess club in high school. Right. This is this is one of the things that you're going to learn. And it's never too late. And yeah, you say you're 33, but you still got to learn the skills. But luckily with your age, you'll have the ability to kind of like be more
some life experience to help.
Exactly. Yeah. So keep doing the work, keep networking, and in politics, I say currency is relationships. Relationships is the currency of politics. The more relationships you make and the more friends you make and the more community members that you are able to connect with makes it easier for you to organize an event. Like by the time I was organizing for Bernie back in 2016 or 2015, I led the first Bernie march of 3,500 people in San Diego. That didn't just fall from the sky. Right. That was deep relationship building that I built over, several years for me to be able to then make that happen. Right. But you can't just like organize a 3,500 person march just because you want to. It has to be something that you are building yourself up to doing. So yeah, it's just like anything else. You have to get better at it. You have to practice.
Yeah.
You can't be the fastest on the track without
it's a slow roll, because I just worry that, as a small little club, this term, finally we had some people show up, but only like 15 of us. So I want to get more stuff involved. I want to have speakers come, like you said, especially some queer, either politicians or comedians or whatever. Yeah, that's good to know that it'll slowly accumulate.
It will. Forrest, you have anything to say on that?
Yeah, I remember you were talking about, kind of like growing and like where you started and how far you've come and all these things. And like, I did the same thing. First of all, I dropped out of college 3 times. And then finally went back and got my act together and did a whole bunch of cool stuff afterwards. Also, I wanted to get into political doings and like wanted to make speeches and shit. And I used to save up my paychecks and go to the local. We had a community center in my hometown. I would save up my paycheck until I could rent the community center for 2 hours, and I would set up a projector screen, and I would bring a projector from home, and I would make this whole like hour-long speech with a PowerPoint and everything on my laptop. And Amber, we were just dating at the time. She would make a big platter of cookies and a big vat of strawberry lemonade, and I would put flyers up around town, and 3 people would show up, and one of them would walk out halfway through, and then a couple of friends would be there, and I would just talk to mostly a room full of my friends and maybe 2 strangers about why democracy is important for an hour, and just about why the war sucked, and I would basically just quote a shit ton of documentaries that I was watching, and I was just basically a shittier version of just like whatever political commentator you see on like he gets a podcast. It was before I knew how to do any of that. And oh my God, the amount of time and money and everything that I wasted on that. But it made me better at what I do. And those failures are a part of what makes me who I am today. That's when you talk about politics. I also did voter registration tables at community colleges and shit. I ran for office one time, failed miserably because I was running as a very progressive Democrat in a place that is the most Trump heavy place in the entire country. So like, yeah, I did all these things, and that's the cool thing when you talk about success in anything, in politics, in being a content creator, and whatever the thing is. Every overnight success comes at the end of about a decade of failure. And so when you're talking about, you want to get into politics, you want to get into more activism, you want to do more things, the best thing to do is to hurry up and start failing, start messing up, and fail often, fail early, fail forward. Don't be afraid to put yourself out there. And just remember, there are people out there, like if you're worried about not being taken seriously, if you're worried about people who are going to judge you or looking foolish, dude, there's people out there that don't wash their leeks or greens when they cook. They're terrible people at the end of the meeting. Don't worry about that. Just acknowledge that you're never going to appease everybody. You're never going to be cool for everybody. You're never going to not everyone's ever going to like you. And if you shave off a part of yourself to appease every single person, you're going to whittle yourself into nothing real quick. So find the ground that you want to stand on, find the flag that you want to plant, and then fucking plant it. And stick to it and do it over and 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 over until it finally starts to pick up and you get some traction. And when, not if, when you are sitting there frustrated and bored and angry, this thing hasn't worked again, it isn't getting the success you want, just know there absolutely is somebody out there who has been affected by this and has benefited from this, and at least just from knowing that you are trying and that you care, is their life is better or maybe even saved. Because we see, Josie talked about this a little while ago, we in one of my psych textbooks back here, I remember reading a paragraph all about this. Like, there's these high rates of anxiety, depression, suicidality, whatever, in trans communities, except when they are well supported. When we see these supported people, we don't see these same numbers of depression, anxiety, suicidality, all these things. It just isn't there. So if they see you out here as either a medical professional or an aspiring medical professional standing up for them in ways that they would like, guarantee that's going to save some fucking lives. And one of my favorite stories from, I did biomed for a while in grad school. One of my favorite stories wasn't something that I witnessed, but something that I heard was, the student in the medical school raised their hand and says, hey, what should I'm a Christian or conservative, whatever. What should I do if I don't want to be a doctor for trans people or for gay people because I don't agree with this lifestyle or whatever? And the answer from the professor is, find a different profession is what you should do. And so you can bring that energy as a medical student, as somebody who runs this organization for your school, as somebody who is going to be a physician or a nurse or whatever you're going into, as somebody who is representative of this group and as for your university, having the cojones to stand up and be a leader and speak up and rally people around your cause and be made fun of and be foolish and be laughed at and be reviled and be hated. Having the backbone to take on that role is so unbelievably important. And once you get into it, and once you get used to it, and once you learn how to use chaos as a ladder, and once you use how to turn haters into consumers, I promise you it'll be the best thing you've ever done.
That's right. Well said.
Oh man, what a pep talk.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
thank
great.
you both so much.
Yeah, and just keep on doing it.
Thank
Go ahead.
you. I will. I really want to talk to Forrest. I'm so curious about biology. I know, but you guys have the rest of your show. I guess I wanted to hear some more of your. I've watched a lot of your videos, like the one you most recently did, and I think redid about biological sex. But I stand up and try and debate with people anytime I can. Anytime people are willing to discuss stuff. Most of the time, it's just ignorance. It's not, intellectual honesty. But I just, I don't know. I'm trying to equip myself more with more knowledge to do that better.
Yeah, and that's part of where you're at right now as a pre-med student, or you. I forgot what exactly you said your degree program is, but
I'm doing nursing prereqs right now. I've thought about going to medical school afterwards. There are nurses that go to medical school, so I don't know.
Yeah,
but for now, I'm going to be a nurse.
I bet they make the best doctors. I'm just saying, in nursing school, that's a big part of it. Is not only are you learning, human biology quite a bit, you're also learning how to deal with people and the diversity of the human experience. And you're also going to learn in nursing school just how shitty a lot of people who go through nursing school are. I can tell you here in Oklahoma, when I was doing my undergrad, my bachelor's is in integrative biology. And because it's integrative, I had to take on classes in all sorts of things. And towards the end, I was getting into some biomed classes, including a human anatomy course, which was designed for medical students. So I had a lot of nurses, a lot of nursing students in there. And let me tell you, some of the most fervent, angry, that was right COVID was happening at that time, and some of the craziest anti-vax shitheads were nursing students.
Oh my god!
And you can still find people on. Oh, dude, there were nursing students that refused to wear a fucking mask while the rest of us were because they didn't believe that masks were useful. I'm like, don't wear a mask next time you treat somebody who has fucking whooping cough in your face or some shit. You know,
RSV or whatever.
Yes, and so like, I guarantee if you have a patient with tuberculosis, you're gonna fucking take masking seriously. But here we are.
Yeah.
And so it's just
that's an unfortunate
there's a lot of
thing about the history of vaccines. We've vaccinated away so many things. Now people don't even realize that it's a problem because tuberculosis isn't a thing in the U.S. anymore. So
precisely, and so like for you're not only leading the charge for people who are ignorant of biomedical sciences, you are also leading the charge in your own area a lot of the times as well. And trying to help people realize that science and politics, while science is inherently political, because everything is inherently political, your political decisions, your political, and what you're able to study and what you're able to talk about, these are political things, you know? But ultimately, your political position should not inform your scientific opinions and your scientific understanding of the world. You know what I mean?
It should be the other way around.
And that's precisely. And so there's a reason why there's that old phrase, science has a leftist bias. It's because leftists tend to care about reality and data and shit. Cue the person in the comments right now and be like, oh, you care about reality, but you still believe in fill in the blank. But like, that's
the right wingers. They have an opinion beforehand, a preconceived notion, and they try and find evidence to cherry picking. So
precisely.
Yeah, I want to be. I love being wrong. I love learning.
Yep. And to the person in chat who said they got the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, it was useless. No, it wasn't. You just don't realize how bad it could have been, because even if you got COVID, we have data that shows that unvaccinated people who get COVID die more often. And if you are vaccinated, that doesn't stop you from getting the disease. It isn't the case with any disease. The flu vaccine doesn't stop you from getting the flu. It makes it less likely that you get it, and it makes less severe when you have it. That's how it works. Fucking, I'm sorry you got sick, but holy shit, it worked, dude. Anyway, fuck. And that's that right there. That's exactly what we need voices like yours for. So, get out there and get uncomfortable, dude. If I can give you any advice at all, go get uncomfortable, get in front of people, start speaking your mind. When I was in my master's in biomed, we had a student research colloquium. I made my speech in front of all these students and professors who already agreed with me. It was called Biomed Beyond Binaries, and it was talking about sex and gender from a biomedical perspective and what the data show and how we should treat both patients and also research with more inclusive language and techniques and ideas. And everyone in that room was already on my side, and I still got a bunch of questions from people who wanted to challenge it and stress test it and play with it. And that was important at that level. You could do the same thing. And I know for sure, because I'm in Oklahoma, there was probably a couple of people in that room that hated what I had to say, that may have been swayed by the fact that the professors were cheering it. And so, like, that's a thing you could do, is just always remember, like, you are always teaching, no matter where you are, no matter what you're doing. Somebody's watching and somebody's learning. So take that responsibility seriously. Put yourself in front of more people. You're going to change some minds that you don't realize. And I could give you a million fucking stories of times when a situation that I didn't even remember, didn't pay attention to, mattered a ton to somebody that I wasn't paying. And somebody came to me later on and said, hey, this thing you did really changed my life. And I'm like, what the fuck are you even talking? I don't even remember. It's all the time, dude. So keep that in mind as you go forward.
Yeah. Thank you, Caitlin.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for having me on again. I'll probably call back again in 6 months or so when I'm in the program. And things are going so well now. I had bottom surgery 6 months ago, and I'm finally in school. Took 10 years off just to figure out my life and take care of myself. But I'm so glad I'm thankful that I didn't do it right after high school, honestly, because now I know what I want to do. That is a part of this.
There's value to it for sure.
Like I said, I dropped out of college 3 times, dude. It happened. I went in for marketing first, and then I went for a degree in liberal arts with a focus on conflict resolution and peace studies, and then I went back again for political science. And
Oh, man.
each of the 3 times I dropped out because it wasn't what was right for me. And then I found biology, and I was like, this forever. And now here I am, fucking 6 degrees deep, and I can't be stopped.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, hopefully I'm like you. My dream job is to be a flight nurse in Antarctica because I want to be around the science that's happening there, but I don't like it enough to become a PhD in those sciences, so I'll just take care of the people that work there.
That's great. That's great.
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
take care of yourself.
Thank you so much. You too, both of you. And good luck, Josie.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Have a good night. Mm-hmm.
You too.
Bye.
Yep. Forrest, it's okay. Political science didn't want you either. So
it was just marketing again.
I mean, but my political science experience was a lot of American politics and philosophy. So, I mean, were you not reading philosophy when you were in political science?
Unfortunately, yes. And it was just a lot of that, and a lot of like, here's federalism, and here's anti-federalism, and here's the this person said this about it, and it was all marketing. It was all how to win votes and influence people. I didn't like it.
Interesting. Well, just to let you know, we are so close to the 2,000 number, so we should be getting close to that. So if you haven't donated yet, please do. And we still haven't got a person from Wyoming yet. Like, what's going on, Wyoming? I know somebody in here is in Wyoming.
Yeah, Wyoming is transphobic across the board. Every person in Wyoming
every
is
single person.
Every single one.
Prove us wrong. Prove us wrong. That's the only way you're going to be able to do it. You have to do it that way.
Wild.
So yeah, we have a goal of 5,000. Prove. Let's hit it. We got it. It's kind of sad for us. Me and Arden raised more money so far than we have together, which is quite shocking. What's going on?
Yeah. I thought that. I don't know, man. I think it's sexism is what it is. Is the fact that I'm here and then they're going to not participate as much.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, oh, Forrest has got it, so I guess we're fine.
Right.
We didn't. Yeah, I don't need no help because I have a man with me here. I see how it goes.
Right.
Yeah, right.
That's how it is.
It looks like the second caller on the line might be interesting. I will say you can still call in. We still have a little bit of time left. So make sure you do that and make sure you donate. Let's at least get to the numbers that we need to do. I mean, 2,500 was the number that me and Arden did. I mean, we can do better than that, right? Right?
Absolutely.
I know.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Let's go.
Let's talk to, I don't know if it's Sood or Sud, I'm not sure, calling in all the way from India who wants to talk about trans people. You are on the line with Forrest and Josie. How you doing today?
I'm good.
And how do I pronounce your name? I don't want to be disrespectful.
Oh, you can say S-U-D. S-U-D-H.
S-U-D.
Like my name is very long, so you can use very, very short one. It's good to me.
Okay.
Sood. Okay, got it.
Sood is good. All right. So what question did you have?
By the way, Forrest, big fan.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. What question did you have?
Man, I have a good question for you only because I learned so much biology from it. I am a student of forensic science.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, so my question is for the trans issue. Like some people say like they can be man, woman, like the sociological aspect of the gender. But I want to ask you as a biological student, like forensic student, as a person who is a fond knowledge of biology, what's your thought on that? Like you deal with binaries like male or female. So how could you accept like something with socially created gender? That's my question to you.
So just to be clear, you're asking how I can accept the reality of something sociological when a biological categorization system exists? Is that what you're asking?
Sociological aspect is like we create it, like humans create it, like the borders, currency, the culture, dresses, everything we just created it. It's not like we just don't discover it. Like evolution, as we've had, I'm very fond of that. You study evolution. You have a very fond knowledge of biology. Like, but evolution is something which we don't create. It just happens. We can't have control on it. Like, I'm correct or not?
Yeah, for sure. We can modify, we can control evolution, but it happens without us as well. So you're asking why then focus on something that is purely socially constructed?
Like socially constructed thing, we can change it. Like tomorrow, like something like in this part of the country which I live in, like we have borders earlier, which is very big. Now we become after 1947, it's very small. We create state borders. Everything we just created. We just notify it. It's not a permanent reality. The same thing with the gender aspect. So I just want to ask you as a biology student, like why you just accept this thing like very so-called truth, but it can be amended, it can be changed. That's why I'm a question for you.
So just to be clear, there's a couple of things that I think are really important here. Number one is that, like, yes, we can say that gender is sociological, or a social thing, but biological things are the things that do social things, right? So it's not like this isn't a biologically interesting topic. It's also important to remember that you right now, as you just described, there's lots of social things around you. You are a biological entity, and you are doing these social things. So why, like sociobiology is a thing that leads a lot of interesting questions. How we interact with each other, how we behave together as a social species. It's also really important to remember that, like, you don't interact with someone's sex. You interact with someone's gender, right? When you meet somebody on the street, you don't interact with their sex. The person you're talking to, you're actually working with this person. That is their gender presentation that you're interacting with there. But the third, it does matter for your day-to-day life. And then the third and most important thing is that there are actually biological implications to gender. We see that this is actually like a neurobiological thing, something that has neurochemical implications.
But we are a biological machine. It's a fact or not?
That we are a biological machine, for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Like as a student of forensic side, when we just have an accident or something else, we go there, we collect the blood samples, we check either for compensation, like some insurance cases happened, like accident happened. Like we match the DNA or check which either is male or female, how many females are there, how many males are there. We interact with biological machines. We just create something like gender, money, but they are not they are not brute fact type of thing. We just create it. If tomorrow society wants, they can completely reverse everything. They can change the money, they can change the border, they can change the sociological aspect, they can change how we define marriage, they can change how we define society, how we define age of consent, and everything is changeable.
Yeah,
but we can't change
I
our
have a
biology,
question.
man. That's it.
I have a question.
Okay.
I have the problem. The thing is, we're not trying to change our biology as trans people. So one of the things I want to ask you, do you believe in the difference between sex and gender?
I know. Like one is sociological, one is biological. I believe
Okay,
I believe in biology. The sociology is completely.
You believe in
changeable. It depends
biology?
upon the
Wait. So, but I'm okay. So you believe that there's a difference between sex and gender. So if you interact with people's gender, like if someone's a woman or somebody's a man, why does it matter about the biology? Because when society, a trans woman is a woman in society, so you wouldn't treat her any different from another woman, would you?
I will tell him that you are wrong.
Well, no, but you told me that there's a difference between sex and gender.
But I reject the premise of gender. That's the problem. I reject.
But the thing is,
because it's a social.
Okay, so you reject the premise of gender. So then, when you talk to me, you would not say that I'm a male, or you would not say that I'm a man. You would say that I'm a male.
You are a male.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you are a male. Yeah.
Okay, how do you know?
Are you not?
How do you know?
How do I know? Because I watch your video. I watch everything you just say. Like I just it's an interaction purpose. Like I'm talking to you. But when someone asks like either do or die situation, like tell me about it. Forrest is a male or female. I have to check out you. I will take your blood sample, your DNA size. I will do the experiment to come to the conclusion that you are male.
But you haven't
Yeah, but it's
done
not
any of those
do and
things.
die
You have
situation.
not taken my blood. You haven't looked in my pants. You haven't done any of these things. All you have is me talking to you right now. So,
So I'm
like,
agnostic.
how do you know I'm a male?
I'm agnostic about it.
You're agnostic about it. So you don't know whether or not I'm a male or not.
Like literally, if someone come to put in a gun point me, like you have to tell me. You have to tell me like the Forrest, the male or female. I have to say it's like the thing which he described on his videos and everything. I know he's a male. But after a long period of like you have to like if you give me the blood sample and DNA site, I come to the conclusion that he's a male. I know I'm
right.
like
What I'm trying to get
fan,
trying to get
It's
across
just,
to you here
like,
is
okay.
the way that you are addressing me right now, the way
Okay.
that we are interacting at this moment. You're not you're not interacting with my chromosomes. You're not interacting with my anatomy. You're not none of that. If there is anything that's being presented to you, it is my gender. So if you
Yeah, it's a
deny that
self-ID.
gender
Yeah,
exists, if you deny that gender exists, then you have to come up with a way to say that you have some sort of basis of understanding my biology. And also you have to be able to deal with intersex people as well. So like, like it's important to remember trans people and intersex people are different things, right? This is a different concept. But understanding intersex people can help to elucidate why sex and gender are very different. And so in this case, let's say we take somebody who has Swyer syndrome, right? So this person has XY allosomes, and yet they are phenotypically female. They have, they have conflicting sexual characteristics. You interact with them on a day-to-day. You reject the premise of gender. How do you treat this person?
Let me clear one thing. Like I believe I believe we are a biological machine. We are deterministic in our behavior. But I create a illusion of free will. Like I have a free will. Every person is culpable of the crime they do, of the action they do. That's in the same way. If person come to me from the random, like I live in a society, in a social category. I don't reject the money concept. I don't reject the border. I don't reject the constitution, the laws, and everything. But
you reject gender
on the ground. Yeah, I just it.
So how is that different from rejecting money? So if you're rejecting gender, but money doesn't exist really. Like the economy doesn't exist. It's not like rain. Like rain is more real than like economic power. Like we made that up. Humans made that up.
Yeah.
Just like we made up gender. Like we can't just choose to reject social constructs that we live with in society. That would be a very weird way if people can just reject things that exist. Gender exists, if you like it or not.
But we have rejected so many times. Like go to the 1973 like APA resolution on the homosexuality. We change it. That's the problem with our like social concept. We change all the time. That's my problem with sociology and psychology.
Just to use that as an example.
Okay.
What changed there is that we used to consider homosexuality a mental disorder. And then better evidence came along, better science came along, and we realized that this is...
It's totally done on voting, man. 58% is voting in. That's why it's removed from that.
Right. Who was doing the voting?
APA, the Psychological Association of America.
Scientists. Right. So it's not that it was just a random vote. It's not like it was just random assholes making a vote. It was that psychologists...
Wait. Well, hold on, Forrest. You missed it. He said that science of mind is not science. Is that what you just said?
Yes, I am correct. Psychology is a correct.
So you're saying that things like depression don't exist? You like psychology as a science doesn't exist?
Like I'm asking Forrest, like we know that mind doesn't exist, only brain exists. I believe in neurology because we study about the
mind does exist. The mind doesn't exist as like a physical thing. You can't go get a tablespoon of somebody's mind. It is the emergent property of the electrochemical activity of a brain.
So we study in neurology, is it? No, we study about the neurons in it.
There is such a thing as neuropsychology. There is such a thing as neuropsychology, which does blend psychology and neuroscience. There's also neurology, studying disorders of the nervous system and diseases of the nervous system. But psychology is just explaining, it's helping to understand what the brain, what the mind is doing and why. It is a science. It's based on statistics. Like, it works the same way as just about any other science. And like, what I'm trying to get across to you here is, like, the reason why homosexuality was no longer classified as a mental disorder is not because a bunch of random dudes just all got together and decided to change the meaning of the word. It was because the scientists who studied human behavior, human minds, how humans, sexuality, all these different things, the people who studied that learned with better science that homosexuality was just part of the diversity of human nature. And then also, biologists came in and said homosexuality is a natural thing. It happens all the time, all throughout nature. We're 1,500 animal species. We've seen homosexual behavior. It happens a lot. So all you're telling me here is things can change sometimes. And what I'm trying to get across is science changes because science gets better. The reason why you're studying the biology you're studying right now and not studying like the great chain of being is because that biology is outdated and was proven wrong by better science. And for the past 100 years, we've got tons of better data showing that sex and gender are different things. Neither is a binary. They're not necessarily congruent. Trans people exist. This is just basic biology at this point.
Bro, it's not like I have a slightly disagreement with you. Like gender is a social concept. Biology, sex is a biological concept. Biology comes with a falsifiable claim. We study as a science, but sociology is not a science. It's a soft science. We just study it. Like economy is also a science.
Still a science.
Do you think that neuroscience is real science?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I could show you like activation patterns in the brains of transgender people that demonstrate that their gender identity is more than just their social belief, would that be convincing evidence for you?
Yeah, that would be convincing evidence. I study about the Finland paper.
Excellent. I have 2 different studies that I can point you towards in that respect. The first one is there was I can try to find it if you want me to actually find it, but I can just recite the findings to you because I've talked about it so much. Is that they put cisgender and transgender people in a little brain scanner and they showed them computer generated images of their bodies as those bodies morphed away from or towards their sex assigned at birth. So they would take a man's body and make it morph through a computer generated image more and more masculine or more and more feminine. And they would do the same thing with everybody in the scanner. And they found that the same brain regions that lit up in cisgender people watching their body morph towards their sex assigned at birth lit up in transgender people watching their bodies morph away from their sex assigned at birth. So this is not just social preference. This is actually their brain's activation patterns aligning just as if we would expect in cisgender people, showing their brain perceives their body in the way that their gender identity presents.
Please refer me the study, man.
I'll dig for it here in just a second. I have it on hand, but I will dig for it in just a second. I will also give you one other one, which is: are you familiar with phantom limb pain? What's phantom sensations?
Please repeat it. I'm just missed the.
It's called phantom limb pain.
So when your arm gets cut off, you still feel it.
Yeah. It's like if you were to lose a limb, you would still feel pain. We have evidence as well. I can pull up a study on that as well. I'm digging for them right now. I've got them over here somewhere. But of transgender people experience phantom pain in parts of their body that they don't even have, that they were never born with. You could feel a phantom penis or a phantom vulva or phantom breasts or phantom hips, whatever it may be. Their brain literally perceives their body as having the sex, the opposite of their sex assigned at birth, and they feel phantom pain on these body parts that they did not have. Again, this is neurobiological, not sociological. I'm finding those studies right now.
Yeah. And while Forrest is looking, while Forrest looks that up for you, I want to acknowledge the fact that we have a term for trans people. Therefore, like for me, I am a trans woman. Biologically, I
Okay.
was born a male, but I live my life through my gender as a woman. So therefore I am a trans woman. So my own identity as a trans woman is also in reference to the sex that I was assigned at birth, right? So the reality is there's already descriptors of this existing as me as a person, you know, having this conversation with you that is in reference. So like trans people aren't going around the world saying, oh, I was never born something else or born something that isn't congruent with their gender identity. Like it's still in reference to that. So that's why when I ask about the difference between sex and gender, it is critically important to understand that it's the acknowledgement that there is a difference. So therefore, my social construct of how I live my life is how I interact with the world in reference to the sex that I was assigned at birth. Does that make sense?
Like I know I'm actually fond of, I know everything about the gender and the gender aspect of that, like transgender and non-binary and everything. I can't grasp it. That's the problem with me. I totally can't grasp it.
Of course. You know why? You know why you can't grasp it? It's
Why?
because you're a man and you were born male, and that's how it works, right?
But you also born male, but
I
you
know,
also
but
born
I'm not a
male,
man. But I'm not a man.
Okay.
Do you see
it's
the
completely
difference?
self-ID. Self-identification is there. That's why I
Well,
want like Forrest just suggest me the study of the brain on the neurology.
Yeah,
neurobiology.
he is.
I've
but
got one of
Sud,
them.
hold
I've got
on,
one of them. I'm looking for the other
but
one.
Sud, you identify as a man is self-ID too.
No, I am a male. I'm not going to the social aspect.
So you're
of
not
the-
a man.
Like
I didn't ask if you're a male.
no,
So
I am
are
a male.
you a man?
I'm not a man. I completely reject the social gender aspect.
Hold on. Are you a man?
I am a male. MALE
In society.
with XX chromosome.
Oh, okay. How do you know? Have you checked your chromosomes? Have you done a chromosome test? You have.
Yes.
You've actually done a genetic makeup of your chromosomes. You've seen all your karyotypes.
I'm a second year forensic student, ma'am.
Okay, so you have. So you've actually done a test of your chromosomes? That's very rare.
Yeah.
Very few people do that without genetic disorders.
In our second year class, we have to do this shit. That's a part of
so you
curriculum.
actually okay. So it's a very rare thing.
That's also rare here in the U.S. I actually have a friend who teaches like this guy. She teaches genetics, and she said she stopped having students test their own chromosomes in class because she had a few people have some horrifying discoveries that changed their life. So like, yeah. Okay, so I've got
it's in our second year curriculum, man.
Okay, so I found I've got the studies here for you, and I'm going to show them here in just a second. What I think is really important when you're talking about this stuff is that you say you're a male, and that's fine, but I understand you reject the concept of gender, but just go with me here for a second. Is that if I were to ask you that what it means to be a male, how it feels to be a male, what males do in their day-to-day life that is important to them as males, I guarantee you and I are going to have different answers. And that is because we have different social concepts of what gender is. We have different expressions. We have different ways of identifying this to ourselves. And you say self-identification dismissively, but that is why that's the case. Compare it, for example, take gender out of it, compare it to religion or politics or any other kind of social category, right? I can't tell somebody, I can't do a test on somebody to prove that they're a Republican or to prove that they're a Christian or whatever else may be. They have to tell me, they have to identify this to me because it is deeply, deeply personal. You can do the same thing with sexuality. You and I both know what a homosexual is, but sexuality is so deeply personal that it's often difficult to come up with one single word that can apply to more than one person's sexuality consistently. And so What
Yeah,
you're giving
right.
me here is just your perception of masculinity, your perception of what it means to be a male. You are telling me,
Yes.
whether you like it or not, your gender identity, and you are self-identifying no matter what karyotyping you've done on yourself. So for somebody else, you don't get to karyotype them. You don't get to check their DNA. You don't get to check their what their genitals are, their pelvis, any of these whatever other things you want to look to. You don't get to do that. You get to interact with their gender presentation, and you probably just take their word for it 9 times out of 10. And then we also have modern science showing us, and again, if you don't think this is biology, I'm happy to pull up my genetics textbook. I've got a couple of general biology textbooks laying around here. I can pull up whatever you like, where this is not just a social category. This is literally a biological thing. I'm going to link the studies. Do you have the chat open in front of you?
No, sorry, man. But name the study.
That's okay. I'll just show it to you instead. Can you see the screen?
Like I am on my phone.
Okay, that's fine. So then what I'm going to do, by the way, XMEK or whatever the hell in chat that just had to get timed out for being fucking weird, call in. So I'm going to just put this up on the screen for a second. And I'll say what I'm showing as well so that you don't have to, you can look this up. So this is the first one I talked about. This is Majid et al., MAJID et al., from 2020, published in the journal Cerebral Cortex. The title of the article is called Neural Systems for Own Body Processing Align with Gender Identity Rather Than Sex Assigned at Birth. And so I'm going to show on the screen here the images that I was talking about. So they've got these people, these bodies that are morphing more feminine or more masculine. And they show activation patterns in their brains, and they show that showing when the bodies are morphing towards the same as birth-assigned sex, you see this lighting up in cisgender people, but not in transgender people. And then when they morph away from birth-assigned sex, you get the exact same light up that you would get in a cisgender person, in a transgender person, and the opposite. You get the exact same light up in a transgender person, in a cisgender person. And so this is actually showing their body perception, like it's what their brain is perceiving their body. The other one, the first one that I could find, this may not be the best one. I recommend going on scholar.google and just looking up trans phantoms. I'm trying to fit that in the frame. Did this one fit in the frame?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So this one is about trans phantoms, examining the prevalence of trans phantoms among transgender, non-binary, and gender-diverse individuals, an exploratory study. This is by Langer et al. From 2023 in the International Journal of Transgender Health. And this is the one that I was talking about there, talking about phantom symptoms, phantom limb syndrome in trans people. And it actually shows, if I remember right, this actually shows like what kinds of things they're experiencing based on their sex sign at birth. So assigned female at birth, and yet they're having phantom sensation of penises and testicles and stuff, versus assigned male at birth having feelings of vaginas and breasts. And so like, that's kind of cool. Again, this is just the first one that I pulled out of my notes. There are probably better studies than that out there if you dig for them.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for helping me. Like,
Yeah,
I
no
want
worries.
to improve my knowledge. If evidence is there, I will
Yeah.
change my mind. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
And I think what could help you improve your knowledge is that you can't just reject reality like you reject gender construct which exists. Like if you think that it doesn't exist, that's really silly.
Listen me one thing. Like I live in a country where blasphemy laws are there. Okay, let me understand it. If I reject the blasphemy laws, people come to with police and force. They enforce it on me. Remember that one thing. There are very like in India, like there are very hate in the name of hate speech. You can be convicted as like in England. So like I have to concord with them. Like I have to accept their reality because they will force on me. In the same with the gender, I reject in my personal premise. I reject everything. I don't everything. I reject the sciences because it's like very much unchanging standards are there. I like unchanging standards. If something is changing, then it's not
science changes.
If something is not changes, it improves, not changes, man. It's improved.
Well, I mean, okay, I guess, because we find different scientific ways of studying things and then find things differently every time. Like people think like the idea that you think that science is unchanging is actually kind of silly.
No, it's improved, not changed. It's improved, not changed. Like
But
origin of species
that
changes,
goes
like,
into
with
what you were
different.
talking about earlier. When you talked about homosexuality, being reclassified, that was an improvement because we now know that sexuality is not purely, there's only male and females, and
It's also
males always
self-ID, man.
like females. It's
It's also
non-binary.
self-ID. No, it's also self-ID.
Yes, it has to be. It has to be.
Yeah,
It is
because
necessarily self-ID. Because if I tell you that I'm gay, but I've never had sex with a man before, that doesn't prove that I'm not gay. How many dudes do I have to fuck to prove that I'm gay? Like that, it has to be self-ID, right? It has to be.
Yeah. That's the problem with me. Like I just didn't get it.
It's fine that you don't get it. It's just that it exists.
And
like,
I don't know.
Like somebody came from Saudi Arabia, came to the like Allah is it and something is it. It's also self-ID. I can't falsify it.
So I would look up agender. I would look up agender because I've come across this a lot as I've been doing these shows where people just don't understand the concept of gender because they just don't understand that gender in themselves. So I would look up the idea of being agender. Just look it up because there are a lot of people who just don't understand gender or why people have gender or why they even think they even have a gender because the concept of gender is lost. Just like certain people who are ace that have no sexual attraction or sexual want to have any type of intimacy whatsoever because and there's a lot of people who are like that don't understand sex. It's like why are people having sex? It makes no sense. Why would anybody want to do that? It doesn't make any or why do people love when I don't even understand why love is even a thing? It's the same thing. So I would look up maybe that the fact that you reject gender so vehemently is because maybe you don't have a concept of gender yourself. And so that is something that could be the case. And that's what I've noticed with a lot of people who reject gender is that they may not have an internal sense of gender. So therefore the understanding of gender is so foreign, like an alien, that it doesn't even comport into your own reality or your own schema of your own self. So I would really look into agender because that may be something that you may be dealing with internally.
Maybe.
Listen. I'm totally accept what you were trying to say, but I just don't grasp it. I'm talking to Forrest only because he
That's why agender people say the same thing. Agender people say I can't grasp it. I can't grasp gender. It doesn't make sense. It never will. And it's because you don't have an internal sense of gender, which makes sense, right? Because when I asked you if you are a man, you rejected it wholeheartedly because you don't see yourself as a man. You don't have a gender,
I'm a
which
male.
is okay.
No.
Yeah, so you don't have a gender, which is fine. It's okay. It's okay to not have a gender. And I think there's a lot of people walking around the world right now that are agender and reject gender so vehemently that they don't even see it in themselves. So therefore, the concept of somebody else having a gender outside of the construct of not having one at all makes sense for somebody. So like somebody who doesn't understand gender would say, yes, only male and female exist because they don't have the concept or internal feeling of what a gender is.
It's a very good point.
Just like some people don't have a sense of smell. Like if you don't have a sense of smell, how can you explain smell to somebody? And if somebody says, "Hey, and somebody tries to explain smell to you, but you don't have a sense of smell, so therefore you wouldn't even have the concept of smell. You would just reject the premise of smell.
You would think that candles are woke liberal propaganda.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
So there may be that part of your brain may not exist.
No. Listen. If I am colorblind, it doesn't mean color exists. Color exists. It's a wavelength.
Exactly.
I know we have studied in physics.
Just because you don't understand, listen. Just because you don't understand gender exists doesn't mean that it doesn't exist for me. Just like somebody who is colorblind knows that there is color, but doesn't understand that the actual color exists. So it's the same situation. You don't understand that gender exists, but it does exist. Just like if you were colorblind, you would know that color exists. So I would really look into agender. There may be a point if you were in that study with the CAT scan that Forrest was showing you, your brain might not light up at all. Right?
That'd be pretty neat.
Because you just don't have a concept of gender, which is fine.
Okay.
Which is a very real thing that some people are agender, which is okay.
I am studying is this phenomena like 9 months. So I try to study every material.
Yeah, study
there.
agender.
So that's why I tried. No, I've tried to study the sociologic. Every social studies have done on that subject.
Have you studied
Like in
agender?
India,
People who
India,
don't have a
in
sense
India,
of gender?
like listen to me. In India,
Have
like
you
in
studied
India,
that? Yes or no?
I don't think he has.
Let's
It doesn't
please
sound
repeat
like
it.
you have. So it sounds like you haven't studied people who have no sense of gender or has no concept of gender.
No,
which is an
Well,
actual thing.
In all fairness, in order to do that, he would have to dabble into psychology and sociology, which he doesn't think are real sciences.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, clearly I didn't recognize it.
Just like somebody who doesn't know how to have a sense of smell.
Yeah.
Like
I
No
think
sense.
listen. I
Yeah.
want to present an argument. Like if
Sure.
I tomorrow every single like I'm a person every single person died tomorrow. Like tomorrow with a blip of second. The color of the sun is still 7 colors. It doesn't mean there are no person to observe it, but color of the sun is still 7 colors. But if tomorrow people died with a blip, and somebody comes along, like maybe someone, if any life exists in the universe, the people come to be the only two conclusions, either male or female.
So
That's
let me-
not true.
That's not true
not true.
because everybody sees color differently. Like my color red could be Forrest's color green for me. Like
Well,
we
even-
have
even
no
in-
concept of
Change
that.
the fact that the sun
Even in things, even in things that we can agree are real, like I'm sorry, that's just not the case. Because, like, first of all, like if we're going with the hypothetical here, the aliens could be asexual and not understand what the hell's going on with our genitals at all. But also, that's the whole point of anthropology. With anthropology, you go back and you look at these people that did disappear, that were completely wiped out. We don't know what their culture was like, and yet we can still rebuild parts of their culture. And a big part of archaeological theory is learning to get, like, the archaeological theory, there's a ton, but like a big part of it is learning to deconstruct that dualism that you have and not implement your worldview, your gender ideas, whatever, upon these other people, because they probably don't have the same construct that you do. And so even if, we all disappear and then some aliens come, they would still see massive diversity in like what we present and what we do. And like, even if they said, okay, here's this sexual dimorphism, here's males and females, there's so much immense diversity in those groups. There's no way you could call that a strict binary. Can I read you one more thing really quick?
Yeah, definitely.
So do you have, I don't know what your main textbooks are over there. Do you have Campbell biology where you're at?
No, we actually we have National Council for Education for Research and Training. We study only those books like which is Oxford, some books from Oxford, J.D. Lee chemistry type of book.
So I'm going to show you one of mine. Again, I could go through a lot, but I don't think it's worth anybody's time to do.
No,
but this is one of my favorites.
Okay?
So this is a really, really, really popular college level biology textbook here in the United States. It's called Campbell Biology. And this is the way I like to phrase it is like, this is the book that if you can memorize half of this, you get a bachelor's degree in biology. It's like that kind of thing, it's just this thick, immense. Yeah, just everything you need to know about biology at an undergraduate level. And this is the newest edition. It's the 12th edition. And if I just hit Control F and I look for transgender, we find a couple of entries. I'm going to read two of them here. So this one on this page, I'm going to zoom in a little bit and try to make that fit on the screen better so everybody can read along with me. So this paragraph right here reads, the biochemical, physiological, and anatomical features associated with males and females are turning out to be more complicated than previously thought, with many genes involved in their development. Because of the complexity of this process, many variations exist. Some individuals vary in the number of sex chromosomes in their cells. Others are born with intermediate sexual or intersex characteristics, or with anatomical features that do not match an individual's sense of their own gender, known as transgender individuals. Sex determination is an active area of research that will likely yield more sophisticated understanding in years to come. This is from a section on sex determination. This is another part here that I'm going to go to now. I'm just going to read you one more paragraph, very brief paragraph. This one is specifically on biological sex. And here we get a whole section called Biological Sex, Gender Identity, and Sexual Orientation and Human Sexuality. It talks about like a sex assignment with babies and things like that. And then we get this little paragraph here. Although often confused with sex, with assigned sex, gender identity is distinct and refers to a person's internal sense of being male, female, or some combination, or neither. The term cisgender describes a person having a gender identity in line with their assigned sex. In contrast, a transgender person experiences a mixed match of their gender identity and their assigned sex. Thus, for example, individual may have assigned sex of female, but a male gender identity. And it goes on from there. And I'm going to pull up also one more thing really quick while I'm here. I'm going to go grab.
School. I'm going to taking us to school.
This is my college genetics textbook. This is called Genetics: A Conceptual Approach by Benjamin Pierce. This is the one that I used in my bachelor's. And I have this one bookmark. Yeah. This is section chapter 4.1 is a very brief one. This is 4.1. Sex is determined by a number of different mechanisms. It's talking about all this stuff. And it has this very brief paragraph. Again, gender is not the same as sex. Biological sex refers to the anatomical and physiological phenotype of an individual. Gender is a category assigned by individual or others based on behavior and cultural practices. One's gender need not coincide with one's biological sex. So what I'm trying to get across to you here, the reson why I'm reading these things to you, I know you probably have already heard all this stuff. I'm reading these to you so you understand this is not just psychology and feelings. This is stuff that even now in modern mainstream biology is well accepted as the standard. This is not news in biology either. So when you try to separate sex from gender and say you reject gender and you only have sex, it's just you are being unscientific in doing that.
Let me make one more argument.
Please do.
Yeah, go ahead.
Like we, as you and me, we know that sociology we study about the human, how human behave, how human interact, and everything, and all around. Mm-hmm. But what about the biology? We know that we don't have like complete control on this. It's something like evolution just happened. We don't interfere with it. It just happened, like vertebrate become invertebrate, and everything just single cell become double cell. Single cell become multicellular. Everything is going on. We don't have a control on it. Just like gravitational force work, we just engineered it and make a spaceship with escape velocity and go to the space and all. Like I am saying that something is like we can't change it. We have to just accept it because it is. But what about the sociology and everything is like we have to go to the person, ask him how you like that, what's your thought on that, what you're willing on that. We just don't have any like what is called empirical evidence of that subject. Like but you provided me the 2 studies of the neurobiology where we can study the brain. I will look up, and if there are compelling evidence for that, I will change my mind. That's what I'm saying.
That's a good place to start. No, I appreciate your confidence in me. That's a good place to start. Don't just take my word for it, though. Really quick, let me also see here if I can find some more things, because you were talking about psychology.
Like you just help me to understand. My reasoning is not false. I just don't accept like psychology and sociology is changing by the way. They have replication crisis. That's the problem with me.
there is a replication crisis on some things, but not on this. And so like what I'm trying.
Last time I checked.
Wait, are you saying sociology is changing? I thought you said it only advances.
Yeah, he's talking about the replication crisis, which just to be clear, the replication crisis is mainly because a lot of these famous psychology studies were done on university students, which is not representative of the entire population. You know.
It's a sort statistics problem there.
Yeah. But it's not that's the thing, man, is that like these things have become, as psychology and sociology have become increasingly scrutinized, they have not shied away from these positions. They've doubled and tripled down on them. So like, I don't know. I think it speaks to the fact that of course, science always improves. Science always changes and develops and grows. And for the past like about 100 years, biology, biomedical sciences, sociology, psychology, anthropology have all been on this side. I can give you a million more little like quotes from textbooks and whatnot, but I think also, do you respect the World Health Organization?
WHO, like, nah, not so much, but yeah, in some cases, if they provide me empirical evidence, if I come to that conclusion, the same conclusion they come with the experimentation and all, I go to ask my professor, they can perform this experiment. It's make me confident on that subject. That's a problem. Like, I'm very skeptical of anything. If I don't like, if you tell me that boiled water boils down at 115 degrees Celsius, I say no, I'm skeptical. If I have experiment, I go and check it, it's 100 degrees Celsius. That, like, it's my mind is like that. That's the problem with me. If someone says this, I don't believe on your word. I have to go through through making a conclusive statement. I think that's fine. People who just make
what I hope you do, Sud, because I understand exactly where you're coming from. I really do. What I just hope I really hope that you just grapple with, I'm not telling you do this, but be fucking sure that while you're being skeptical, you are saying, I want to see the evidence and then I will be convinced, not I will agree with this as long as it makes sense to me. Because what you do in that situation is you get into this point where you will start to say, I'm a skeptic, therefore I'll only agree with this if it agrees with me back. And then you're not being skeptical. No, you're acting skeptical, but you're not being skeptical.
Like, I can't, you can't ignore the human biases, as we all know. But I try to be more like, I reduce my biases when I come to the conclusion, because it satisfies my emotion. Like, I don't know what is it, but I have very skeptical mind throughout my growing. I don't know what happened to me. Yeah, but
no, that's fine, and you should fact check things, especially stuff that challenges your worldview. You should fact check it, and you should talk to your professors about it, and you should read as much material as you want. That's awesome. I love that you do that. I just want you to be very careful, because it's very easy with what you just said a second ago. I asked if you respected the World Health Organization. I was going to show you their page on gender, which talks about everything that Josie and I have said this whole time. They have, if you go to just, I think it is just WHO. Here, I put it in the chat here, but I can also, I don't want to read more shit to you. You've been listening to me read this whole time. But like,
man.
If you look up the World,
I have to go to
look up the World Health Organization.
Morning there.
Yeah. That's fine. Look up the World Health Organization's page on gender. And when I asked you if you respect them, you said, sometimes, because they say some stuff that I don't agree with. That should be a red flag to you, because those are like the best fucking doctors and scientists in the world. And that doesn't mean that they're immune from politics, but it does mean that you should take them seriously. If you're a student and they say something you don't agree with, you should be asking why rather than dismissing it. That's my whole thing.
No, I'm like, I have a skeptic to attitudes towards them. Like anyone. Like, if you give me the 2 paper I've studied, I just go to the study, I do meta-analysis, I talk to my professor what the processes they use. It takes time, man. It takes time to make a conclusive statement. That's the problem.
And we're all skeptics, right? Like, I'm skeptical when you said that you did chromosome testing, right? Until like I actually see like that you actually did it, and you said you had XX, which I think is interesting.
We have to do in forensic science. Yeah, we have to do in forensic science.
Well, I mean, I'm just taking your word for it, though, right? Like that's. But I mean, if I took your worldview, I would say, I don't believe it until you send them to me in an envelope, so I can actually see that this is who you are. Like, you know,
I can do it. I can do it, man. I can do it.
I'm not asking you to do that, though. But you see how absurd it would be.
No, give me your chromosomes, you son of a bitch. I want them.
Yeah, Forrest wants them. He wants them, but I don't. All right. Well, thank you so much for the call, and have a good time.
Appreciate it.
I think this has been productive, man. Yeah, read up and hit me back sometime.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. It takes some time, but I will. Okay. Thank you so much for help.
Take care. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
You know what, though? Good call. Honestly, we don't have to agree at the end of it. The dude was open to new evidence. He said he was going to go read those studies and talk to his professors. I think he said he was early on in his academic career, so he's going to be exposed to more stuff. Good call.
Honestly, he may be agender. I am convinced that there's a lot of people who are just like, don't understand the concept of gender. that are just agender and they just don't have the words to express it. I think it's more common than people think.
That was a shocking, like, that was a really good point that I would not have thought of. Because, like, we've done that before where, like, we've had people, like, hating gay people, and they're like, I hate these damn homosexuals because they're all so fucking hot. And it's like, hey, bro, I got something to tell you, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, like, but I wouldn't have thought of that with being agender. That's yeah. Fuck, dude.
Yeah. It's really interesting. But we have one more call, and it's probably going to be a good one. And I will say that we are halfway to our goal. So we are at 2,400. That's where we are. So please donate. That'd be great.
I'm going to be personally hurt if we don't make it to at least 3,000. And by the way, I forgot to mention earlier on, we were talking about that caller that we really wanted to take, and then they dropped, and we were explaining the system to try to buy time for them to call back in. They never called back in, but what it said on the call screen was that conservatism, whatever, was more pro-black than liberalism.
Yeah.
And holy shit, I wanted to talk to that person.
I wanted to talk to that person too.
That would have been a lot of fun.
I really do. Yeah. So cool. So donate.
Yes.
Do it. If you believe.
You know what? Also, talking about agender shit, I was talking to Luxander on one of the other shows that we were on. We were talking. She was talking about gender euphoria and how I experienced it as a cisgender person, and I was trying to explain it. And I've done this a million times, where the more I try to explain what it feels like to be a man, the less effective I am at doing so, because it just means less and less. And
just means less.
I feel like that would be a fun. I would love to do a podcast or a show or something like that of like all of our hosts trying like hell to explain their own gender, just to show just how worthless it gets and how fast it. And maybe it will turn out that maybe I'm non-binary or some shit because I'm the only one who can't do it. I don't know. But all I know is it fascinates me. Every time I get on a call talking with especially a trans person, a non-binary person, a gender non-conforming person, and trying to make myself make sense, I suck at it. And every time I'm on with another cis person, we don't agree and on what we're talking about. And I think it's really, really, really fucking cool.
And the trans person is also schooling you as well. I'm sure that happens a lot when it comes to this type of topic as well. So
apparently also I said she when referring to Luxander. I meant they, and also fuck you, Luxander. I did it on purpose.
Fuck you.
I thought you were talking about the caller that Lux was talking to.
No. I was saying Lux did this thing, and they were talking about the euphoria that I felt as a cis person because I felt like a man when I did XYZ thing. But like, it was a weird conversation for me, and I wanted to do more.
Now Lux gets one free misgender on Forrest in the most inopportune time possible. And you'll have to just accept it. In fact, maybe you know what? Maybe Forrest, you should wear a dress.
I've got one in the next room I could go grab. My wife has a few that she just bought, and I still got the dress that I wore on Halloween when we started knowing each other, and that was our like. I still got it. Did I tell you, that's how my wife and I met. We met at a Halloween party, and she was wearing this like skimpy, revealing Mad Hatter dress that her friend pressured her into wearing. She was really uncomfortable, so we traded costumes, and I wore her dress all night, and we haven't spent more than a week apart since. Going on 14 years now. And so I've still got that dress in the other room. I can go pop that on, be a sexy Mad Hattress for the rest of this show.
Yeah.
It'd be awesome.
Yeah, definitely. Make sure you donate so Forrest isn't physically hurt or emotionally hurt. I will go over there and physically
She's going to drive all the way to fucking Oklahoma.
I will.
Slap me about.
I will.
And Lux is going to come with her and slap me for misgendering them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, and it'll be a nice bonding moment because me and Lux, we've never met in person, so we can just meet at your place, beat the shit out of you, and then we can go and have dinner afterwards. It'll be nice.
Amber can hold your arms back while we beat you up.
Yeah,
and she would is the thing. She would.
Because she's an ally.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. In fact, she'll probably get some hits in, or at least twist your arms while she's holding your arms back.
Just for fun.
Yeah, exactly.
We got one call. I have so many good stories, dude. Let's do the last call from Jesus, calling in from California, who is oppositional to trans issues and also disagrees about ICE. So there's a lot going on there. Jesus, welcome to the show. You're our last caller of the night. You're on with Forrest and Josie. How you doing today?
Yo, all right. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm doing all right.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, man, I would have loved to hear that caller about the black issues with conservatism. I am a conservative, but I've never voted Republican before, but I am a conservative. But I'm not ready to debate that right now. I would probably prepare for that and make some bullet points. But I would agree with that, about conservatism being better for black people. And one of the major things there would be on abortion. Yeah. Abortion would play very heavily into that.
All right.
Yeah.
I want to go after your first point. I want to go after your first point. I want to hear.
I'd call back.
Okay.
I'll make some bullet points on that, and I'll call back. But yeah, it'll be heavy on like this weird, crazy eugenics and how black people are targeted for abortions, and white supremacy really loves abortions, but not for white people, right? They love it for black people, and how conservatism is against that, and it's bad, right? And black people are better off.
We can go into that if we have a little time, because
that genuinely sounds fun at another time, because that would be, oh my god, the amount of red flags and just that outline you gave us.
There was like so many wrong things. But go ahead, tell us why you think trans women aren't actually women.
Yeah, so it's not a really complicated like argument, but it goes something like this, and we can just agree with some things like up front, right? So we can agree that that these categories are constructs, right? That we've made up. So what we refer to as male and female are just constructs, right? We just index what we say is male to male and female to female and trans to trans. So we could say like male is X, we could say female is Y, and we could say trans is Z, and we just index these things, right? And so we made those things up, right?
No, you blew it on a few things there.
We haven't made these things up. These things actually exist. These categories. We didn't make these things up.
So there's a couple of things there, and just to provide some background. If you're talking about making up categories, necessarily all categories are in some way or another made up. And if you're talking about any kind of science, So like, why isn't Pluto a planet? Why is it a dwarf planet? It's because the categories are made up, right? The thing still exists. If you're talking about like male and female as categorization, yes, sex is a categorization system made up by biologists. The things still exist. The biggest problem with your discussion there is you were conflating sex and gender. You were saying male, female, and trans. Trans is a gender thing, not a sex thing. And also you were describing trans people as a third category, which wouldn't apply if we were talking about gender appropriately. So there's a few little hang-ups there.
Okay, no, so we roughly agree, right? The biological part of it, the sex thing, is roughly not 100%. It's roughly a binary, right? Let's leave that out because we're not talking about biological right now. We're talking about gender, right? That's the thing that is made up, but it does exist. So we agree on that, right?
I'll let it go for now. I would dig into it, but whatever.
Sure.
Yeah,
for the sake of argument.
I'm agreeing with what you just said, right? I'm agreeing. What you just said, I agree with that. It does exist, but we did come up with those classifications, right? Which is basically what you just said. I'm agreeing with you.
Right. I'm just talking about the sex binary thing. I'm not going to dig into it right now. It's not worth the time. So, like, for the sake of argument, we're just going to go with what you said. We're just talking about gender. That's cool.
All right.
Yeah. There's large gametes, there's small gametes, and there's something that happens in a very small amount of people. But that's not the thing that we're talking about right now. So the reason, right? What I'm going to pose here is that the reason that a trans woman is not a woman is because when they are questioned about the other statement I'm going to make for us to agree on, let's see if you agree with me on it, is that everything is experiential. It's about the person's experience.
Not necessarily.
Right?
What do you mean by everything
No.
in this case?
Yeah, what do you mean?
You're talking about just gender?
We're talking about everything, but right now we're talking about gender, right? So people experience the world, right? So when somebody says, I don't feel like I am whatever this arbitrary classification is.
But the feel marker is not what it is. I am a woman. That's how it is. I don't feel like a woman. I just am one.
That's not, yeah, but what's that based off of?
Okay, Jesus, are you a man?
Am I a man? Yes, I'm a man.
Okay, what is that based off of?
Lots of different things. It's based off of
what are those things?
And it's based off of, yeah, you have to let me answer the question, right? Because it's nuanced and it's not just one thing. It's based off of feelings and it's based off of my experience in the world. And the experience in the world is not just how I experience the world, it's also how other people relate to me in the world, because I'm not just the only person in the world, right?
So therefore my womanhood is exactly like that then.
It's not just experiential, it's also reflexive.
So therefore as a trans woman I'm a woman.
Yeah. So
there your premise.
What
are we disagreeing about then? If you believe trans women are women, then why did you say you actually don't believe that I'm a woman?
We're going to get to that, right? So when somebody makes that the joke, I identify as an attack helicopter joke, right? That stupid joke that people make. Then I go, oh, okay, cool. So you experience the world as flying around and like shooting missiles and like being in a war, and then they can be funny, right? If they want to be cute and go, yeah, I actually do. I feel like I'm flying around when I'm walking. I feel like I'm flying around and I'm shooting around the missiles at somebody. And then I go, oh, so people, that's your experience, but part of the experience of being in the world is also how people react to you. So you're telling me that people also react to you as if you are that thing? And that's where you get them, right? That's where they look like idiots, because obviously people don't react to them as if they actually are an attack helicopter, right?
So never in your life,
that, right?
No.
So no.
No, hold on. I need you to answer that question. That's
I just did,
right? That's what that. Okay.
I don't agree with
so
that.
we agree, right?
I agree that those people are idiots, but not for the reason that you just said.
Yeah.
Okay, no. We need to. What I'm trying to do is that we have to agree that for the reason that I just said, that's why they're stupid.
Yeah,
you can have other reasons, right? No. Hold on. Let me finish. Right.
What are we
doing? We're gonna keep it. Yeah, we're keeping it cordial, right? I'm gonna finish my thing, and then you get to respond, right?
But I already disagreed, so you don't need to explain to me that I have to agree when I already disagreed.
No. You can have 100 other. You can have 100 other reasons as to why you think they're stupid. The reason that I'm giving right here, that I'm trying to ask you if you agree or disagree with, is that the reason that they're being stupid in this specific case is because obviously the rest of the people in the world do not interact with them as if they are an actual attack helicopter.
No.
Do you agree or disagree with that?
No, I
disagree with that. I don't know how many times we have to say I
Yeah.
disagree with it for that reason. I don't think that
exactly.
is a valid
Why do you-
reason. I don't follow your logic there.
And why does that logic not pan out for you?
Because gender is an actual thing, and the identity of being a attack helicopter isn't.
Because if we were talking about, like, say, for example, relate it to something else, if I'd say homosexuality, just like we did with the last caller, there was a time when homosexuality was labeled as a mental disorder, even though it fucking isn't. At that time, society would have treated that person as if they were crazy, even though they weren't. So while, yes, gender is reflexive, it does go in both directions, whether or not society accepts you as what you are is not a valid argument against what you are. So while I do think that person is stupid, because as Josie just said, you can't fucking be an attack helicopter. That's not a thing to be. If someone were to come up to me and tell me I'm not a man because they don't accept me as a man, and everybody in my entire life always treated me as a woman, that wouldn't make me less of a man.
Okay, yeah, this is easily rectified by me just posing it as a hypothetical. So in the hypothetical, you're intelligent enough to be able, philosophically literate enough to be able to engage with hypotheticals, right? Or are you one of those people that rejects hypotheticals?
Yes, hey, sis,
okay.
like we do a show that is about argumentation and debate. We've been doing this for years at this point. Man. We understand how the debate, yes.
Okay, cool. So good. So in a hypothetical where an attack helicopter would be a legitimate thing, just like being homosexual is a legitimate thing, right? Then the argument stands, right? You would agree.
No.
I just fixed it for you.
Are you talking about a world where magic exists?
It still wouldn't. Yes, in a world where magic exists and you could literally just be a helicopter and someone walked around saying, I'm a helicopter, and everybody else said, no, you're not, that would not mean the person who was a helicopter was stupid. I still reject the thing you said.
Yeah, because they're in a hypothetical, you have to be
then
able
that person would be a helicopter.
Yeah, like Jesus, like you can't create a hypothetical that is not that is a fantasy, like it's a fallacy to do that, right? Like in a hypothetical where unicorns exist, like that does that I forget what kind of, that's an appeal to fantasy fallacy. I think I'm pretty sure that's what that is. But that's essentially what you're doing with that hypothetical, like grounded into the real world.
It also doesn't change anything. Like, even if I accept the fantastical hypothetical, it changes nothing about the conversation. Because the core thing you were asking is, does it like if everybody around this person in society rejects their identity, isn't that a reason to say that they're stupid? No, it is not. Because their identity is reality, and whether or not people accept it has nothing to do with that. It's the same reason we talk about Christianity, and people say, well, we know Christianity is true because all these Christians in the world. That doesn't mean jack shit. Whether people accept it or not doesn't change whether or not it's real.
Yeah, that's not the argument for that. But anyways, you're not engaging with this hypothetical. Hypotheticals can be unfalsifiable,
I did.
Right? They can be about.
We did. Okay.
I did engage with a hypothetical. She just criticized it as well, but we did engage with a hypothetical, and I still reject the argument. You didn't fix the argument at all.
They can be about space aliens and space lasers, right? The hypothetical can be about that.
But
right?
even with that, it doesn't change anything.
So explain your hypothetical again. So in a world where people can literally turn into helicopters.
No.
Continue.
Your issue with your issue with it. So let me just go back to the trans thing, right? Right. Let's just keep going with that. All right. Because the hypothetical is you're just gonna keep rejecting it, right? So what happens is when I question trans people, they will report to me about their experience as not mapping on to what we index as being a female, right? So
no,
with
that's
enough
not right.
Questioning.
Because no, Jesus, I reject that premise because that is not what's happening. We would say, like, it's not about being female, it's about being a woman. They're two different things. Gender and sex are different.
I'm sorry, a woman. I'm sorry. I'll use the words that you're using. I apologize. You didn't say female, you said woman.
Okay, so you said woman.
To not being, they report their experience as not mapping on to what other of these things that we call women, that we made up as women.
No, that's not right
their
either.
Experience as being.
No, Jesus. What I report is that I was assigned male at birth, and my gender identity isn't congruent with that. So therefore, I'm a trans woman. So therefore, my gender is woman, even though my sex assigned at birth is male. That's what I'm saying. That's what trans people are saying too.
What I
also
say
wanna-
that trans women, what I say that
I also wanna
trans women
clarify-
are is I say, go ahead. Go
Sorry,
ahead.
I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt you. There was a
No,
little bit of a delay.
no, it's okay.
I just
It's
want to
okay.
be clear. Also, I am a cisgender person, and right before we do this call, I talked about how my experience does not map onto what a lot of men describe. So, like you're just talking about experience as if it's unique to trans people in this way. It is not.
Okay. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, right. So, so here's the thing. I don't think you understand like where I'm going with this. So maybe I'm not being clear.
Well, Jesus, this is what I want to ask you then. My simple question is, your initial statement is trans women isn't actually a woman. Just tell me why you believe that.
Because when I question them or they are questioned, they themselves report
Question me.
their experience.
Jesus, don't say they. Don't say they. Don't say them. Don't. Josie Caballero sitting right here in this call, trans woman, ask me.
I don't know if we have enough time to go through a questioning
Why aren't you
process
just
for this
asking
to,
me?
like,
You were literally talking about this hypothetical trans woman that you were talking about. Of you've talked to trans women, you say that trans. I'm sitting here right now. Ask me those questions. Interrogate me, just like you said you have with these other trans people. You have an opportunity to actually interrogate a trans woman right now.
Oh, I have trans friends, and I've already done these interrogations.
Okay,
they're not
interrogate
interrogations;
me.
they're just questioning process.
Well. Let's not call it. Just ask me the questions as though you're asking these trans women to prove why I'm not actually a woman. Because that's your evidence in this claim.
Questions.
No, I will go for it.
Ask the best one.
argument.
There's so many, so ask the best one.
Ask them.
There isn't
all
a
here.
best
People
one. It's
are
a
listening.
nuanced thing.
Ask
it's
me.
It's a nuanced thing. There isn't a
Jesus,
best one.
you're backpedaling. You're backpedaling. I'm giving you an opportunity to ask me. We have an entire audience of over 1,000 people watching, ready for you to do this thing. We're all here with bated breath. There's no time limit. Ask me the question,
Josie. When you're being a woman, what is it the thing that you want to feel when you're a woman? What do you want to feel?
And you're being a woman got me. I'm sorry.
So sorry. So for me, it's not about feeling, it's about being. I am a woman.
Gotta clock in.
Does that make sense?
Be woman today.
Which means what?
It means that I'm a woman. Just like you
Which
said you were a
means
man.
what?
It means that I am a woman, therefore I am a woman. Just like a black woman, a curly-haired woman, a blonde woman are all types of women, I'm a woman. So therefore, as a trans woman, I am a type of woman. So therefore, that's what it means for me to be a woman.
Can I get something that's not viciously circular?
Okay, so
maybe when you describe what it means for you to be a man.
Yeah, that would help me. Maybe, you know what, Jesus, that would help me. Give me an example of what it's like to be a man, and maybe I would understand your question better.
Okay, so let's just recap what happened, right? For the people, for the audience here, who says I'm scared, who says this is pathetic, who says I don't know what I'm doing.
Don't listen to the chat. Don't pay attention to the chat. They're there to antagonize. Talk to me. I am a trans woman sitting in front of you right now online. Please just engage with me. I'm trying to be good faith with you, Jesus. You asked me a question,
and I
didn't answer. So explain to me the answer to your question. Because I need an example because my answer isn't sufficient for you. So give me an example of what a sufficient answer is for what it's like for you to be a man, and then I will answer in tandem. Because I'm obviously not understanding the premise of your question. So give me an example of what it's like for you to be a man, and then maybe I can follow what you're saying.
Okay, hold on a second. So I told you that it was a nuanced thing, and you demanded that I just question you, and I did.
Right.
And now
I answered my question.
Now you're questioning, and now you're questioning me. No, you didn't answer the question. You gave a viciously circular.
Jesus, can you try just for a second to just like man up to your own fucking question? Yes, we asked you to ask a question. You tried to dodge around it and say it's nuanced, but at the end of the day, the question that you chose to ask is the one that is now being presented to you. So give us an example of a non-circular answer. Tell us what it means to be a man. And then we'll give you the same thing.
Yeah, so we're but I'm going to get a concession that you in fact did not answer the question. You gave a viciously circular statement.
She did answer the question. Right? She did answer the question. She didn't answer it in the way that you wanted her to. So show how it should have been answered now. I have a different answer, and I'm waiting to give it to you. But first, I want you to show the answer that you think is appropriate.
I will give a non-viciously circular answer that actually conveys some
Let's do it.
meaning. Okay?
I'm ready for it.
Yeah. So when you ask me the same question that I asked you, right? What does it mean to be a man? Going to be a lot of things that have to do with the way I feel, with the way that I experience the world, and with the way that people interact with me in the world and the feedback that I get from people in the world, apart from my experience. Okay? And I can give you specific traits that go along with that. Okay.
So then Josie, I guarantee, could tell you truthfully that she experiences being a woman and people treat her like a woman. She goes around the world and people in the world interact with her as a woman. She interacts with the world as a woman. She's a woman. What's the difference?
Yeah. So when I say I'm a man and people treat me as a man, when women that are attracted to me, right? I'm not like I'm not Brad Pitt or whatever, like the echelon of like what a beautifully handsome man is. But women that are attracted to me, they view me as what these typical traits of like a male are that we've made up. And they don't view me with some sort of fetishism or some sort of curiosity or wondering whether I really am that thing or not. And when I question trans women,
so you're confusing. So just to be clear, we're now mixing up. No, yeah, I know, but I'm clarifying the point you just made. Rather than letting you go into another thing, I'm sticking with that one. So we're now blending together sexuality and gender, and also we're denying that there's any diversity among gender presentation. That I, as a cisgender man, I know plenty of women that don't find me attractive, not because I'm ugly, but because of my body type. And I know plenty of women who do find me attractive because I am not a big hairy guy, and other women who like big hairy guys. And I could you could say there's a lot of diversity amongst each individual gender presentation as well. And women are going to find that either attractive or not attractive. They might fetishize it. They might whatever. Like somebody might like the fact that I'm a weird, skinny little dude. And that's the thing for them. I don't know, man. It's just you are not giving us anything meaningful to what your gender is. You're telling us how women sometimes find you attractive.
That's because, like I said, it's nuanced, and we could be here for 10 hours describing all the different traits.
But then why did you expect me to do the same thing when you asked? Because for me, when I talk about my womanhood and who I am and how I identify as a woman, I am a woman. So if you want like viciously non-circular reasoning or however you want to say it, how is it circular? Because for the reality is, you asked me a question about what does it feel like to be a woman, but my question was, my answer was, well, I identify as a woman. That's my feeling. It is the identification that I am. That's what I am. Just like you as a man, if you feel like a man, I am not questioning you on that. And it doesn't matter who you're attracted to on that either. Would you say that a trans woman that's attracted to you isn't actually attracted to you?
Would I say that they're not? No, I wouldn't say that because that's what they're saying that they are. I could say that they're lying. I could say lots of things, but
does that affect your, if a trans woman is attracted to you, does that affect your manhood?
No, I don't know why it would.
So why does a woman's attractive matter then to your manhood?
That is just one. That is one aspect of it, and I want to point out that right now, when you accurately and correctly pointed out that when you said why would you ask me this when it's so many things? You are right. That's why I started off telling you I don't want to question you. I want to make the argument because it's so nuanced that we would be here for the next 10 hours.
Jesus, you're straw manning me in front of me. Like you're literally saying, I don't want to argue with the real life trans woman standing in front of me. I want to make up a straw man trans woman instead of actually interacting with the actual individual in front of you. It's actually kind of cowardly. It's cowardly, Jesus. It's cowardly for you to not want to just because you are trying to say, I want to interact with my argument of why trans women aren't actually women, and you keep on bringing up other conversations you had with trans women instead of actually having an engaging conversation with an actual trans woman. Do you understand how that sounds?
No, I want a non-viciously circular response from you. I already gave you an example of what a non-viciously circular response is. Right? Well, no, you're not the trans woman, buddy. I'm sorry, you're not the trans woman.
Forrest, let me get this. Let me get this.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Is there a difference between sex and gender?
Between the biological sex and gender? Yes, there is.
Okay, great. So if there's a difference between sex and gender, then would you agree with this statement? That some trans women have, not trans women, some women have penises and some women don't. Is that an accurate statement?
Some women have penises and some women don't. When you say women, you're talking about when you say women, you're talking about the gender.
Yes, I am.
That's what the word means, yes.
And when I'm talking about penis, I'm talking about the sex. So if there's a difference between sex and gender, is the statement some women have penises and some women don't accurate?
Well, that's just going to depend on whether I'm going to go ahead and allow the gender part to trump the sex part. So
there isn't a difference. So there isn't a difference.
It's literally just consistency, dude.
Yeah, it's literally like if you believe that sex and gender are different, then the statement some women have penises and some don't is an accurate statement. If you do not agree with that statement, then you don't believe there's a difference between sex and gender.
No, because
it's called a logical test. You're not logically consistent. That is why I asked you the question. If your claim is that sex and gender are different, then the logical test is what I said. Some women have penises and some women don't. So if your statement of sex and gender is different, then the statement of some women have penises and some women don't is the answer is yes, that is a consistent statement.
I don't think that a biological woman has a penis. No, I don't think
you don't believe that.
You just misused the word. Because you just used the word biological woman, which is conflating sex and gender again.
Yeah.
It's like saying, do we understand that hair color and height are different things? Yes. So is it fair to say some redheads are tall and some redheads are short? Well, not a natural redhead. All biological redheads must be tall. What the fuck does that mean? It's silly, dude. It's ridiculous.
No, because No, listen. What the category error that you're committing right now is that you're trying to wedge in that the biological thing has to be. Hold on, I'm finishing. The biological thing the biological thing has to be the way that I perceive the societal thing, which isn't the way that I have to perceive it. No.
She didn't ask anything like that.
I didn't ask that.
If you don't perceive, if a woman has like PCOS or they're just a very masked person, they're not dressed the way you expect, they have short hair, they have some facial hair, whatever. If this woman isn't perceived by you personally to be a woman, are they still a woman?
Say again. If a woman is, are you asking if a woman is a biological woman?
Here's a woman standing here, and here's a woman standing here, and you do not perceive her to be a woman. For whatever reason, her clothing, her haircut, her voice, maybe she has some facial hair growing, whatever it may be, you assume this person, but first glance, is not a woman. Are they still a woman, though, in reality?
They may be, yes. I could be wrong about it, yeah.
So then what we're talking about here has nothing to do with your perception. You agreed that sex and gender are different things. So their sex traits, things like their genitalia, are distinct, different than their gender. So all Josie was asking is for logical consistency. Is the gender category necessarily tied to the sex traits? Because if it is, then they aren't the same thing. You're arguing that they're synonymous, or at least closely linked. And that's a different conversation.
Yeah, I don't think I'm making that argument.
Okay, so what?
Okay.
So is sex and gender different? Yes or no?
Yeah, I'm still waiting for a non-vicious circular argument.
Jesus, you can't just run away. I know, like you're running away because I'm trying to give you the answer, but I have to make sure that you see a difference between sex and gender, and you have proven to me in the disagreement of having some women have penises and some don't, makes it seem that you believe sex and gender are the same, if you do not agree with that statement. So I'm trying to have a consistent argument, a logical conversation, because look, you were talking about hypotheticals, you were talking about debate, you were talking about all these different things. So logic consistency would denote the difference between sex and gender.
You can keep asking questions if you want.
So is there a difference?
There are women. Hold on. There are biological women who have penises. They have had sex change operations. They have a penis now. They were biological women. They were born biological women. They have penises. Yes.
So you're talking about trans men. You're talking about men.
I'm being as clear as I can be. There are biological women that have a penis.
So are you saying that sex and gender are different?
Well, they're called two different things. So obviously they're different. They're not the same thing. There's two different words for them.
Can I ask a clarifying question whenever you're done with this one?
Yeah,
I think I see the hang up.
Yeah. Let me finish this last, and then I'll pass it over. So if sex and gender are different, then tell me why the sentence "some women have penises and some women don't" is wrong.
It's not wrong. I just told you that some women have penises.
So they
are walking around in the world and have penis women. Huh?
So trans women are women then. Because there are trans women that have penises and they're walking around as women.
In the way that you're stating it, yes. Not in my argument. In the way that you're stating it, yeah.
So
all she's stating is reality.
I just stated the thing that you just said. You said that some women have penises and some don't. Therefore, that denotes the difference between sex and gender. So you agree
Or we
I'm
can even
just
say
being good
some
fa-
women
I'm
are
being-
born.
I'm being
Some
good
women are
faith.
born with
I'm being good
penises,
faith.
not that they got a sex
I'm being
assignment
good-
surgery.
I'm being good faith and I'm answering the questions directly. We're going to see the weaseling that you do when it's time for you to answer a question, if you even engage with my questions, right?
I am trying to engage with your question, but the only answer, the reason I have to ask you that question, because if I give you a definition other than biological adult female as my answer to woman, if I don't answer it that way, I need to have the conversation that the concrete understanding of the difference between sex and gender makes biological female the wrong answer to your question of what is a woman.
That wasn't. I have a totally different. It's frustrating because like the only way you've been able to say that some women have penises is by calling trans men women. That's the best you've had. I have a question, if it just really quickly, just to kind of, I think I found I gotta elucidate the argument here. Hey, Seuss, what is a woman?
You're asking the questions, man. Ask better questions, bro. I mean, what do you want me to tell you?
I did ask.
I'm asking you a question right now. I'm asking you a question right now. What is a woman?
Huh? It's a very nuanced thing that has to do with a lot of different factors. And again, we could be here all day explaining like what they are, right?
Josie meets those factors, by the way. Josie is a nuanced thing that meets those factors. Therefore, she is a woman.
have a lot of nuance. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, it's gonna be.
Can you give me? But I want an actual
it's,
definition, though. Give me an actual definition. What's a woman? Don't just bullshit around it saying it's too nuanced to discuss. You're sitting here saying you know what a woman is. So what is a woman?
Yeah, give me something that's not viciously circular.
It's not that it's too nuanced to be discussed. It's just that it's encompassing of a lot of different things and how people react to that person.
Give me the main ones. If you had to write,
it's not a self-ID.
If you had to write a dictionary definition right now, you got a room full of people. I'm an alien and I've never heard the word woman before. And I come down and you're like, hey, you got these things called women. What the fuck are those? What's a woman?
You want to try to force me to be pedantic. That's what you want to do, huh?
Literally the opposite, actually. Literally the opposite of pedantic. See, what's happening here is you're asking for a strict, clear-cut definition of what makes Josie a woman. And when she's trying to give you something that's very clear-cut and simple, you're accusing her of being circular. Meanwhile, your argument seems to be to just, Jordan Peterson your way out of it by saying there's no way to define this in this simple. It's too nebulous. It's too undefinable. It's too strange, while never giving a serious definition, while you are making the claim that you can tell what this is and what this isn't. I'm asking for very simple things, not pedantic at all, the opposite of pedantic. Give me something concrete.
Yeah,
what is a woman?
Yeah, because things also have negations, like with what I'm going to mention, right? So here's the first one, right? That's instantly going to have a negation, right? Being a mother. Okay, there's billions of women or millions of women that can't be mothers because they don't have uteruses. Are
what
they
about
not
adopted
women?
mothers?
Of course not.
Right.
Of course
what about
not.
adopted mothers?
So then that's a bad definition then. The ability to be a mother isn't an appropriate definition for a woman. So what is one?
Because that's not the only one. Buddy. That's not the only one, right?
Okay, I just want to be clear.
Isn't the only one.
I can give you a simple one-sentence, non-circular definition of woman that encompasses all women. I can do that. It's weird that you can't, and are also making the claim that you can tell who is and who is not a woman.
Yeah, because it doesn't work that way. But go ahead, give your definition. Wow, I'd love to hear this. Nobody's been able to do it, but let's hear this.
Sure, very easy. And you're going to be real mad about it. You're going to tell me it's circular, and then I'm going to spend the rest of this call proving that it's not. A woman is an adult human who has a gender identity which aligns with the social, cultural, and or physical characteristics that they associate with femininity.
Which are what?
That they associate with femininity. So whatever they associate with femininity, the cultural, behavioral, physical characteristics, whatever they associate with femininity, if they possess those characteristics and their gender identity is aligned with those characteristics, they're a woman.
Oh,
simple.
So this is
one word and not circular.
So this is just a fancy way of saying self-ID.
Nope. Not at all. That actually didn't have anything that was going outward. Self-identification is necessarily reporting. That didn't contain any reporting at all. Also, you keep bringing up like all of the usual transphobic buzzwords, vicious circle, self-ID, all this thing. Self-identification is a natural part of literally all social categorization. You have to self-ID on politics, on religion, on lots and lots and lots of things that are social categories.
And he self-ID'd as a man earlier too. So
you did, and you couldn't tell us what that meant. But that is a simple one-sentence, non-circular definition of woman that encompasses all women. If you cannot give me a better one, then I'm going to have to continue believing, as I do now, that transphobes don't know what the fuck a woman is.
You don't have to. You don't have to get mad, and you don't have to raise your voice. Nobody's yelling at you.
We're not mad.
Relax.
We're not mad.
Nobody's mad.
No, not you, miss, not you. I didn't say you are. You're calm.
I'm not mad.
And your demeanor is cool. He is. He's raising his voice and he's getting really heated. He's mad. Okay.
I'm not mad.
Sure
I'm
you're not,
animated,
okay?
but I'm not mad.
You're not. Sure you're not. Yeah, sure you're not. Okay. So
I'm not. I'm glad we agree.
You said what they identify as femininity. What were your exact words again at the end there? Your exact words.
It's someone whose gender identity aligns with the social, behavioral, cultural, and or physical characteristics that they associate with femininity.
That they associate with. So it's what they associate with femininity. That could be whatever they associate with femininity, right?
Just like you associate with masculinity as a man.
Precisely. Because at the end of the day, we can see even just in this culture, even just in our culture today, I would say that wearing high heels and wig and makeup and fainting in distress with too much emotion are not masculine traits. But if I went back to the 1600s in this country, those would all be things that men did. Those were very masculine things to do. And so my association of masculinity is very different than it was back then, but those were still men. So the only way to make sure that all men are encompassed in being a man is to say that they are aligning their gender identity with the traits, social, physical, behavioral, whatever, that they associate with masculinity in their cultural context. Even in this one culture, it changes, and around the world, it changes.
And in those societies, whether men wore high heels and pink, which they did at one point, nobody was confused. Nobody was confused about whether that was a male or a female.
No, certainly they were. Certainly they were, actually. Yes.
Yeah.
And I can give you specific examples. There's one great case study. I can try to find the guy's name. It was actually a voting case back in the 1800s in this country, where it was this guy was trying to get the right to vote, but at that time it was illegal for women to vote, and he was an intersex person. And so at that time, sex and gender were still scientifically conflated. He didn't know the difference, and so a medical examiner, a doctor, came to examine this guy and found that he had a penis, but he also had a partial vulva, and he menstruated, but he also had like this and that. And some of the categories that they assigned to prove that he was female biologically is that he liked bright colors and he knew how to knit. Those things made him biologically female in the medical examiner's opinion. And that was a legal case and a scientific case in this country. So yes, they didn't understand the difference between sex and gender back then. They didn't always understand what male and female meant. They had no concept of intersex people, and they had no concept of gender diversity because it took modern anthropology to overwrite Eurocentric anthropology from back in that day and show that gender has been a diverse and fluid social construct across cultures and across the world forever. I can give you a million more examples if you want.
Yeah, sure. I'm not disagreeing with that. So back to the self-ID thing. I can self-ID all I want. You aren't wrong about your description about self-IDs in that I can say I'm a man, I can say I'm a Democrat, I can say I'm a Christian, I can self-ID all these things. I am not those things because I self-ID that I am those things, right?
Correct.
There are
ways. That's why my definition didn't include self-ID.
There are ways to test whether I actually am that thing or not by other people who are those things, and by standard, that's what those things are.
Sorry, but that's also not true.
You can.
So how can
you can
so
say no.
there are just just picking, for example, Christianity, there are over 40,000 denominations of Christianity in this country alone. So, like, we're talking about just
40,000?
a massive. Yes, there are over 40,000 denominations
40,000?
of Christianity, yes. Yes. It is a highly individualized religion. And in this country especially, if you don't like what one church says, you go down the road to the next church until they get the doctrine that you already liked. And every one of those people is a real Christian. I can tell you, I do these shows all the time, and I talk to Christians all the time. And every single week, I will take calls from at least 3 different Christians who have completely different concepts of Christianity. They are all Christian. And so, yeah, you can say, I can measure this by this thing. You can't.
Can you give me like the top 3 things that somebody would say makes you a Christian?
Somebody would say is believing in the divinity of Jesus Christ, his resurrection, and that belief in him will save your soul and get you to heaven. Those are like the main things that people believe in. But I have talked, it's in terms of like every other bit of Christianity, the inerrancy of the Bible, the univocality of the Bible, the will of God, the nature of Jesus, even things down to the historicity of Jesus himself. These are all things that are variable in Christianity, and I have met personally Christians who vary all these things.
So there you go. Good. You mentioned the Bible, right? So yeah, belief in Jesus Christ and belief in the Bible. So what we would call that natural and special revelation, right? The way that
I have met Christians who do not believe in the Bible one bit.
That's true. I have to.
Yeah, and okay, yeah. Let me finish. And we would say, right? They would not agree with what I'm going to say right now, and you are not going to agree with it because you want to cause confusion right now because it serves your purpose to cause confusion. But we would say they're not Christians because they don't believe in Jesus Christ, in the deity of Jesus Christ, and they don't believe in the Bible as being the Word of God. So right away, that
which is
disqualifies
because
39,000 faiths.
Because Christianity is an entire religion built upon the no true Scotsman fallacy. I agree that's what you would say. But at the end of the day, they're still Christians. And the whole reason I bring that up is because you're talking about self-identification. It's the exact same thing with conservatism, republicanism, even if you were to say sexuality, which is a biological thing, right? Sexuality is a biological thing. And yet, as we mentioned earlier, there is no real test that you can run on me to determine my sexuality in any normal case. There's no amount of dudes that I can blow in front of you to prove whether I am or am not gay. It just doesn't work that way. And if I was bisexual, but I've never been with a guy, you can't say I'm not bisexual. It is an internal thing that I'm self-identifying to you. But at the end of the day, none of this matters because my definition didn't include self-identification. It's just a talking point that you have just trained yourself to run on when it has nothing to do with the reality of what a woman is.
Look, dude, this isn't that difficult, right? I go around the world.
You are the only person who has made it difficult.
You're confusing it.
People identify in different ways. It's weird to question people's identity. We don't normally do that. That's not the way normal people behave.
Exactly.
I obviously see somebody that is a biological male, right? They may have a 5 o'clock shadow. They're wearing a dress. I refer to that person as a woman. They say they have pronouns, she, whatever. I use their pronouns. I'm not an asshole. I'm not a dick. I don't question them about their thing. Even when they're wearing a dress and they have, like I said, a 5 o'clock shadow and they have hair coming out of their legs, I go, hey man, that's a really cool outfit. Why? Because being nice to people is a cool thing, right? Even though I have trans friends and they...
But Jesus, I hear what you're saying. I appreciate that you are polite. Right. I appreciate that you're being kind to people that are going through transition. But yes, what is the but? That's what I want to know.
But that does not mean that they are that thing if they're claiming to be a woman. And again, it's not because I'm saying that they're not. It's because if I question them and they say, yeah, people just don't look at me like I'm a real woman. Even when men are like looking at me like they're one, they don't look at me like they're looking at that. Well, you see how that guy looked at that girl right now? I want to be looked at like they look at that girl. I want to be wanted like they want that woman. I want to be treated in society like they treat that woman. And I'm not getting that. I'm not getting that respect of being a woman like
That's
that
not
person
even
does.
true. Like
so
he doesn't
just to
even
be
know
clear,
a day in my life.
Now,
like, are you kidding me?
just to be clear, Jesus, we are now all the way back around to where we were with the fucking helicopter thing. How society perceives or treats someone doesn't have anything to do with who they really are. So, like, those people not being satisfied with how people treat them doesn't change whether they're a woman or not.
Excuse me. And that is one aspect out of thousands that we could spend the next 10 hours on, which we're not going to do. That's one aspect because this is so nuanced.
You
so
Jesus,
am I?
So
I'll just ask you flatly.
with.
I'll ask you flatly to get the nuance out of it. Am I a woman? Yes or no? There's not a lot of nuance there.
Woman?
You're so
trans
am
woman?
I a type of woman? Am I a type of woman? Yes or no? I'll even give you that.
No, you're not a woman, but I'm going to treat you as you are a woman.
So therefore there was no nuance. There was no
So-
nuance needed when you answered that question. You tried to make it look like, oh, there's all this nuance, there's all this different things, and they're all blah 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 blah, and you're smelling your own farts and liking the way it smelled. And then I asked you the question without any nuance, and you immediately said, no, I'm not a woman. So therefore there isn't any nuance because your belief is based on biology and not based on the difference between sex and gender, which is the reason I asked you that question at the beginning.
Also, just to be fair, biologically speaking, also that like trans women are women. Biology is also on the side, but it's whatever. I want to know. She's not a woman. You say, okay, why not? This is as easy as it could be. Why not?
Why not?
Excuse me. At the end of the day, you're not. But when I encounter you in public and when you tell me you are this thing, I treat you as though you are. Because
I will give you a gold star when I see you, but I want to know why you don't think I'm an actual woman. We've been on this call for almost an hour and you have yet to tell me why I'm not actually a woman. Like you're just dancing around it because you want to be so fucking polite.
Okay.
Be unpolite about it.
Okay,
Just fucking tell me. I've heard worse.
No, I'm not trying to be polite. And actually, you know what? I'm going to take back what I said. I'm not trying to be polite. I actually have not questioned you to the point where I've gotten it out of you that you aren't one. You haven't reported to me yet that you aren't because we don't have enough time to go to the questioning, and you're not the type of person that's going to submit yourself to my questioning. You won't do it.
I literally did.
She was practically begging you to question her. She was.
It was like 15 minutes into the call, and now we're in for an hour, and you haven't done it.
Why are you a woman? Why
isn't she? You haven't told us why she's not. She's telling you that she is, and you're telling us that she's not. So why not?
You don't answer a question with a question. Why are you a woman?
Jesus Christ, dude!
Because
is
I am a woman.
Is there any other time you do this? Just out of curiosity, when you walk down the street and there's a woman past you, you're like, "Wait, let me ask you questions, so I know." You need to submit to the 5 hours of questioning.
Forrest. You are. I'm not trying to be polite, right? I'm going to prove to you that I'm not trying to be polite. You are a very boorish man who is unable to track a conversation properly.
At least he's a man.
At least you know. How do you know I'm a man?
You know, like you said, he's a man. At least you gave him that. That was polite of you to say that he's a man.
It's weird that he didn't need the nuance to say that I was a man.
I know, but he needs all the nuance from me.
Don't jump in. Don't jump in and defend him, right? Don't jump in and defend him. Don't jump in and defend him.
She's jumping in because it's her show, and I'm not tracking a conversation. I'm just laughing at you. That's what's happening. I don't know. I'm sorry I was not clear about that.
Yeah, no. That's fine. You can laugh and make fun of me, right? But the foul here is not tracking a conversation because in the last 2 minutes you've heard me say that questioning people in this way in public is not only stupid, it's not anything that normal people do. And you just made a joke about me doing it in public. So why did you make that
I made a
joke when I just told you that's not what people do?
I didn't say you would do that. I made a joke about it because when Josie just asked you, why am I not a woman? You talked about how she wouldn't submit to the questioning and it would take hours to get through the questions. And that was making a joke that you would pass a woman on the street and demand she submit to your hours of questioning where you can decide what pronouns to use. It was a joke. I didn't say you actually did that. I'm sorry you can't track a conversation to understand that's what happened, dude.
Your joke fell flat because it doesn't track.
My joke didn't meet your questioning. My joke didn't go through your specific questioning. You didn't understand the nuance. There's hours of nuance behind the joke, Jesus. That's the problem. I didn't get to the hours of nuance of the joke for you to understand it because you can't track it.
What makes you a woman, Josie? What makes you a woman?
We're going back to this. All right.
Yeah.
An hour wasted. We're going back to the beginning.
An hour wasted back to the beginning. I am a woman because I live my life as a woman and I find my entire internal sense of being who I am based on the cultural artifacts of womanhood, the women in my life, the women that I admire. Everything that I see, everything that I do is based in some cultural understanding of what the schema of womanhood actually is, based on my perception of that in my own mind, allows me to live my life in the last 6 years as a woman. That is what it is. I am a woman because of all of those things said. Does that make sense now? That isn't so circular?
Non-responsive gibberish. The question was
what are you talking about?
What?
I just want to be clear. I just want to be clear. She didn't say anything that was less nuanced than the shit that you said earlier when you were talking about what it means to be a man.
Do I need to say that men want? Do I need to say that men want to fuck me because they think I'm a hot woman? Is that what I need to say?
And
that's what you need to say.
Yes, men want to fuck her, and it's not fetishized. Not in the way you think.
Does that help you?
Stop with the straw man. What? The question was what, and you said because this, and that. Non-responsive gibberish. Non-informative. What?
Okay.
What?
So take the exact statement she just said, take the word because off of it, and she now says these experiences and the reflexive experience of society is the thing that makes me a woman. And if she were to say it in that structure, it would be exactly the kind of thing that you said earlier when you said that is the kind of response you expected. She just did the thing you said she couldn't do, and you're just ignoring it.
Reflect. Okay, hold on. No. You might have just said something there. Reflective experience of society. Right?
Yeah,
that's what you just said?
She brought it up.
Yeah.
She brought it up. It was part of her explanation.
Your reflective experience of society. Society includes what? Is it just you, or does it include other people?
Pretty definitionally other people, I would say.
Yeah, exactly. I literally said, like, it doesn't matter. Like, lesbians love me, straight men love me, bi men love me, bi women love me. I literally go out into the world. My passport says that I'm a woman. My ID says I'm a woman. The society that even tries to exclude me says I'm a woman. I go to the woman's bathroom and I've never been hassled once. Like, all of these things are all part of society. Does that convince you now that I'm a woman?
Reflective experience of society includes other people. So other people's experience and what they reflect onto you matters in the experience, right?
Okay, so yeah, sure, for me it does, yeah. So I guess I'm a woman then, right?
So there's billions of people who are not going to agree or reflect that you are a woman back to you, correct?
Really. No, not necessarily,
really?
because no, Not at all. I walk through the world. The only people that know I'm trans are the fucking people on this goddamn show that I talk about me being trans, or if I'm actually going out and giving a talk somewhere about being trans. Even as a candidate running for office as a openly trans woman, I rarely talk about the fact that I am a trans woman. Most people don't even know I'm trans until they come close and they see my lapel pin that shows a trans flag. And even then, people are like, "Oh, it's so nice you support the trans community. You're such a good ally." Like, I literally have had that said to me.
Okay, listen, I know you want to big yourself up. You're not passable, first of all, and second of all,
that's where it is. That's where it is. I think honestly, that was the most honest moment we've gotten out of Jesus. That was the most honest thing we've gotten. Is like, well, you're not hot to me, and therefore you're not a woman. That's what. You know what though? I think
that's not what that means.
This is the biggest thing.
That's not what that means.
Josie, I gotta say, I think this is serious. You'll never be a real man, Josie. You'll never be a real man. No matter how much you try, no matter how trans you become, you'll never be a real man.
No one reflects it. Nobody reflects manhood to me.
Nobody wants to fetishize you and fuck you as a man.
Damn it.
That's not what that means. If you're shallow understanding of how passable means somebody wants to fuck you, that's your shallow understanding of it, buddy.
I don't pass.
You should grow up.
You literally said I don't pass.
Jesus, it wasn't my understanding. I was just making fun of you again because you're being an asshole. That's all that was happening.
You know what? I take my gold star back. I gave you a gold star for being polite.
You clearly have demonstrated. You've clearly demonstrated multiple times that you are holding Josie to this weird fucking standard that you yourself cannot meet. Repeatedly, we have asked you the same questions you've asked us, and you have been unable to even try to answer them. I gave you a good definition. You were unable to dismiss it without moving on to something that I didn't even bring up. And now all you're doing is just telling Josie that she doesn't look the way you want her to. This stopped being productive a long time ago, and now it is just funny. It has
nothing to do with a standard that I have set up, right? So that's the first thing. The second thing
is entirely based on that.
You literally said passing. Why did you bring that up?
I drew a vicious circle, by the way, just for you. Look how mean he is.
It's a vicious circle. But why did you bring up passing? Jesus, why did you bring up passing then? I'm gonna give you a way to dig out a hole. Here's the shovel. Why did you bring up passing?
Right. It was the first thing that I mentioned out of multiple things that I was going to mention when you said that you live your life and nobody even knows. Nobody. Yeah, I'm answering. Yeah, that nobody even knows that you're trans or that it doesn't even come up. Right. Which I'm going to call complete bullshit on.
It doesn't come up.
Yeah.
I've met women with better beards than me, and they are women. Sorry to tell you, bro. Diversity exists.
I love how you can take a look at me and you literally are just like trying to take a look at me.
Miss, if you're involved in politics, as you say you are, you're aware of legislation that you would call anti-trans legislation.
Yes.
You are fully aware of the plight and of the situation that trans people are. So you are fully aware of this as you're walking around in your day-to-day life.
No, you know maybe explain it to her more. She doesn't understand.
So you know that people do not treat trans people in the same way that they treat other people, right?
I do know this very well.
I don't know what people you're talking about.
What are you trying to say? Like, how does that have anything to do with my ability to pass?
And you still haven't answered why you brought up passing in the first place.
Because that has to do with her saying that never comes up.
It doesn't come up.
It doesn't come up.
It really doesn't come up. The only time it comes up is when somebody already knows that I'm trans because I'm very public about being trans. If it's a complete stranger, and I know I have a lot of privilege, and I'm speaking from a very privileged place of having this passing privilege because I worked my ass off to try to make sure that I have it. Now, that is my privilege that I have, and some people can't have it, and it's okay because being visibly trans is fine. That's why I fight so fucking hard. That's why I wear a trans flag lapel, because I stand in solidarity with my sisters that can't pass, and that is what I do. So for me, I understand my own privilege, and for you to sit here and tell me in my life, in my day-to-day, that I don't deal with this. You know how many times I've been hit on by fucking assholes in weird fucking places? I literally had to go to the subway the other day, had bags in my hands full of groceries, and a guy got within 5 inches of my face and said, "You're hot," and then laughed with his friends as he walked away. Like because he was fucking being a fucking, he was assaulting me. So at the end of the day, like, I have to deal more often than not with the problems of what cis women have to deal with on a daily basis than I do as a man. Okay, like, I do not have to deal with that.
Creeps. Because men are fucking creeps and they're assholes. And when they say that to you, they're saying, even when they say that to you and they're assholes to you in that way, they're saying it to you in a different way than they would say it to a biological woman that they know has a vagina.
No, you do.
Absolutely
you still
not.
don't know what that is,
and you
just
still,
to be clear.
And you still don't know what I have in my pants, by the way. You have no fucking clue.
Also, you still don't know what a woman is as well. There's a lot there. There's a lot of things you don't know in that statement. Although, I will say, that was very progressive of you. We love an accidental ally, because what you just did was the most affirming thing ever. You just explained her area of expertise to her. She's a real woman. God damn it. It's real.
Oh, yeah. You could have a vagina. And yeah, I am an accidental ally. That's what my trans friends say all the time. They're like, dude, you're a Christian man.
You do not have trans friends.
You're a Christian man walking around with trans people. Yeah.
I think that's a very good point. You do not have trans friends. You know trans people. That's a very big difference.
That's a very, very
and you know why I have trans friends. Here's the thing, because this sort of the nuance. Let me make my statement, dude. Just relax.
I'm too wound up.
You gotta
quit being so fucking funny if you want me to relax. That's the problem. You keep being funny and then being mad that I'm laughing.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. No. Yeah, I laughing is totally fine. I've worked as a counselor and I've worked in mental health before, so laughing is good, right? Mm-hmm. And I use the Socratic method. I use the Socratic method a lot in my counseling, which is why I question a lot. I do a lot of questioning. But
I do the same thing.
The reason, it's really helpful, right? Instead of just telling people, like, it's better to question. They come to their own conclusions. But here's what I wanted to say about that. The nuance that's involved in all this, it's similar to, I don't eat animals. I'm Christian, so I don't really use the word vegan. Are you guys vegan? You guys eat animals?
I'm vegan. I've been vegan for 10 years.
Not. Okay, I've been vegan for almost
I eat enough meat to make up for all the vegans.
Yeah, so a lot of vegans that are like trans or are leftists will tell you. And Josie, that's your name, right? I'm sorry, Miss Josie. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
You'll understand that a lot of vegans, leftists, and trans vegans will say you can't even be a leftist, like, if you're not vegan, right? They'll make that argument.
I've never said that to anybody before.
You can't be
people say.
You can't be.
I've never told somebody who is not. I would never told a leftist that they can't be a leftist if they're not vegan. I've been vegan for 10 years. I used to be a vegan activist for 2 of those 10 years.
Yeah, they will say you can't be a feminist and not be a vegan. They will say you can't.
Never heard that. I've been a feminist. I've been a feminist all my life. I've never even heard that. That's crazy.
I've heard that before.
Bro, can you Can you like allow me to like just finish a statement?
Sorry,
Like, am I
sorry.
talking?
No,
Sorry.
no,
We're just
I'm sorry.
really
Is it
wound
slow?
up. Go ahead.
I'm
Go
still
ahead,
I'm
Jesus.
still
Is it
hung up on
slow?
you being in counseling and mental health
No.
and disagreeing about with American Psychiatric Association. Go
But
on.
go ahead.
Talk
go
about
ahead,
these
go
things.
ahead. Sorry.
No, is it because I'm speaking too slow? Because I can speak faster. I don't.
No,
Like,
Jesus.
No,
It's
because
just
you're
that
saying
we've been
funny
on.
things.
Yeah, Jesus, we've been on this call for an hour and it's already past midnight for me, for example. So that's why I think I'm getting a little bit strung because you're in California, you have a 3-hour time difference. So you're at 9, I'm at midnight.
Okay.
So that's part of it. But go on.
Well, I was just in Guatemala a couple of days ago. That's another thing we could talk about ICE because I'm a Guatemalan immigrant. I'm a dual citizen, and we could talk about ICE, and you can get my perspective as somebody who kind of does agree with ICE. But whatever, that's another conversation.
Yeah, then we're not gonna have time for that. I'm sorry.
So
Call in next time I'm on.
So yeah,
we do political shows all the time.
So since Forrest hasn't ever heard this, yeah, if the argument is you can't be a feminist and not be, vegan, because if you grant moral worth to animals, you can't be paying for the torture, objectification, the use of female animals as gestation machines and like being forced raped to have babies, to have milk, like, and then killed.
Yeah,
you can't be a feminist and then
that's all pretty. That's pretty
eating
accurate.
the product of that, right?
Yeah.
So Forrest, you need to be morally consistent and like think about that. You're paying for like the rape and torture of a female being, and you're calling yourself a feminist. So like that's
a completely different
right?
conversation for me.
That's
so
a
I would
completely different conversation.
And the reason why, and we're not going to get into veganism, right? I'm not going to go that route. But the reason that I bring that up, right? First of all, is so Josie understands why I have trans friends.
Jesus,
I'm almost going to finish. I'm almost done.
Okay,
almost done. And then we can end the call, right? I'm going to end it with this. The reason that you would understand now that I have trans friends is because veganism skews mostly to leftist crowds. And trans people are leftists and they are vegans. So that's why I would run in those circles.
I'm like literally the only trans vegan I know. And I know
and also trans people aren't all leftists either. There are plenty of like right-leaning trans people.
And Josie would understand. I'm talking to Josie because you're not a vegan. And Josie would understand that vegans that are very militant vegans will accept another person that doesn't eat animals. And if they're Christian and if they're against trans, they would accept that person off of the fact that they don't eat animals before, because that's such a rare thing to come across, right? And the last thing that I'm going to say about this is the nuance that's involved in this argument that I have, which is why it's hard to get into, is similar to the name the trait argument, which Josie probably understands, where you're asked for somebody who eats animals to name the trait that makes it okay to eat animals. And they start naming a trait like, oh, the reason that it's okay to eat animals is because they're bred to be eaten. And then you go, okay, well, so if I breed a human, if I have a baby, right? Okay, so you understand that people will just keep naming traits over and over and over again, trying to find the right trait, and they all fall short of that trait. And right now we could talk for 10 hours about all the traits that make a woman, and we're not going to get to the exact one, and then it's a stack of traits, right?
Oh my
so
gosh.
You're not going to be able to give me all of them right now, right?
Do you eat honey?
Huh?
Do you eat honey? Do you eat honey?
No, I don't.
Good.
No, I
All
don't.
right, cool. Good. I don't eat honey either. I was just curious. I was just wondering.
Yeah.
I was just curious. That's all. But anyways, Jesus, thanks for the call.
I just want to be clear. You just described the concept of like a polythetic classification system. Like,
yeah, exactly.
We have that already, and that's what we use in biology for lots of things, and it's why we know trans women are women. It's a big part of the reason. You just described polythetic classification as if it was a new fucking thing after an hour of you not being able to answer your own questions or define the thing that you're arguing about or give a reason for the position that you have. What
I did,
what a fucking
dude.
world we live
I
in.
did. I did.
You
I
didn't.
did, bro. Roughly being a man is going to coincide with patriarchal systems and what we consider to be patriarchy.
Nope.
Roughly.
Nope.
Not
First
just
of all,
that.
that's the first time
It's
you've
gonna
said
be-
any of that. And second of all, no, that doesn't
gonna
make
be-
you a man.
it's gonna
Sorry. It doesn't at all.
It's going to be thousands. Forrest, stop being boorish. It's going to be thousands of other things besides that. But roughly,
Maybe you should start
that's a
being smart.
non-curricular- That's going to be
Fuck
a
Elvis.
non.
You got
that vicious circle.
buddy. I'm a 50-year-old man. I'm well traveled more than you, and I have more schooling than you do. If you want to go down that route, you're going to look very foolish. Let's not do that. Okay.
What schooling do you have? What schooling do you have? What's your training in? What's your training in? What schooling do you have?
I've already told you one of the
You said
things
you
that
work
I do.
in
I'm not going to-
healthcare, which is terrifying. That's all you said. You haven't told us what your training is.
Buddy, I'm a.
And how many? And I'll ask you this: how many countries have you been to since you said you were more worldly than
You're still
me?
traveled.
So, yeah.
Oh my God, maybe over 50 countries, and not just visited countries. I've lived in other countries. Yes.
All right, good for you. Awesome.
Oh, well, hey, I was very traveled, but still,
I was in the military. I traveled a lot too, all over Asia.
But still, though, what is your training?
Dozens of countries.
What's your training?
I have music degrees. I have degrees in psychological stuff. I've worked in recovery. I've worked in mental health.
I've never seen a degree program in psychological stuff. What degree is that?
Dude, I'm not going to tell you what school I went to and all this other stuff.
I'm not asking what school you went to.
Just
I'm
a
asking
degree.
what degree do you have? What is the degree level and what is it in?
Yeah,
Specifically.
it's a very simple
Dude.
question.
I don't know of a degree program in psychological stuff. Do you have a bachelor's in psychology?
Dude, stop. I'm not gonna do this, dude. Stop. Like
Okay.
You're the one who brought it up.
For something. Like,
You're the one who brought it up. You said that you're so much more educated than me.
I'm a neurosurgeon, okay? It's self-ID, right? You believe when I tell you, right? I'm just self-ID.
So
right
now,
good.
no, see,
Great.
Yeah.
now
Good for
you are also engaging in straw man joking. See how that works? And I
Yeah,
have to take
now-
it seriously
now it's
because that
self-ID.
isn't how self-ID works. I
Yeah.
know that isn't how
Now
self-ID
it's
works.
self-ID.
I know
You
that
know
isn't how
how-
schooling works. Although I do believe you when you say that your degrees are just self-identified. I don't think you have any fucking schooling at all. I know for sure you don't know what you're talking about here because you've blown it on most of the terminology. And as someone who does have training in this area, I can tell you, you aren't able to answer your own logical or rhetorical questions, and you don't know what the fuck a woman is.
Yeah.
Great.
My schooling isn't in this field, dude. Okay. It's
Clearly,
not in this
very
psychological
obviously
type
so.
of
Yeah.
field,
Very
okay?
obviously, especially considering the fact that you disagree with the governing associations of the area that you claim to work in. It's very obvious your schooling isn't in this area.
Yeah, because maybe my counseling
schooling,
is not in that
Just
area.
to be clear, Jesus, my schooling is in this area, and I can tell you're full of shit.
Like in virtue of what? Have I made a claim that my schooling is in that and that I'm putting up my expertise against
No,
yours?
you know what lingo is. You know what
in the
lingo
virtue
is, right?
of the yes, the lingo, the terminology, the jargon, the concepts, the things we have spent the past 1 hour and 15 miserable minutes talking with you about, you have consistently gotten it wrong and shown major glaring misunderstandings and also been unable to answer your own logical and rhetorical challenges. That demonstrates to me that you are talking out of your ass. As someone with training in this area.
Forrest, I've called you boorish and unable to track a conversation. You've called me
boorish,
stupid and something to right?
Boorish
when did I call you stupid?
Boorish does not indicate that you are boorish does not indicate that you are somebody of improper schooling or that you don't like that has nothing to do with that.
No, but what you just said a second ago does indicate that, because what you just said a second ago is that you have so much more schooling than me, and therefore you know this better than me. That's what you said just a minute ago. It's very clear that you don't.
I said I probably do, so don't go there.
No,
you haven't even said
I'm
one
pretty
degree,
sure
my friend.
you said you guarantee it, but that's neither here nor there. The point is, All I'm trying to get across to you is that you have a very strong opinion about something you know jack shit about. And as far as me not being able to track conversation, I have repeated the highlights of this conversation to you multiple times accurately. And you have misremembered parts of this conversation multiple times, including the thing that you just said 5 seconds ago. So sorry, man. Looks like I'm not the one having a problem keeping up.
Nobody's engaged with my argument, right? Nobody's engaged with my argument.
Totally
We've
engaged. Do you know what the word engaged means?
No. You know what? Actually, listen to how good faith this is. There's somebody being good faith in this conversation. You are correct, Josie. Engaging, you did engage with it. I used the wrong word. When I mean engage, I'm actually trying to say, with the substance of what I've said and what I've questioned on, I haven't gotten an engagement on that. You have made responses to what I've said. They just haven't been substantive critiques or responses.
To you.
That is what I actually mean to say.
And just to be clear, you have not been able to answer your own questions either, or basic questions in this area. And when she repeated back to you what you think would be a good answer, you said that it was dodging the question and it was non-substantive. So, like, again, I think that's really telling. The fact that you think your own answers are bad and can't provide anything new or substantive, and all you can do is accuse other people of missing the point of your question, giving non-substantive. That's the best you've got. So I'm sorry to hear that the highest education you had is from fucking 4chan, but at the end of the day, the people who actually study.
I might give him a music
Oh God!
degree.
Well, forgive me as a biologist for questioning someone with a music degree here, but the people who actually focus on the areas that you are taking umbrage with right now are 100% against you in this. So, like, maybe try actually doing some studying before you take an opinion.
Yeah.
I don't even know what 4chan is. I'm a boomer. But yeah. I mean, listen. Like,
you say I'm a believer?
Oh, he said boomer. He said boomer.
Oh, a boomer. I thought he said I don't know what 4chan is. I'm a believer, and that would be really fucking funny. I'm too Christian for 4chan.
Yeah.
We all are. Atheists are.
I did give answers, and you immediately said that. But whatever. I gave an answer, roughly something that had to do with patriarchal systems. Okay.
Right, which is a bad answer, because there are plenty of men that are not engaged with patriarchal systems at all.
Yeah, like Forrest.
Well, not even just me. I can talk also historically. You can go back to like cultures that were matriarchal that still had fucking men. So defining man as necessarily associated with patriarchy is wrong. It's dumb. It shows that once again,
we're talking about right now. We're talking about
you didn't clarify that. You just said that was the definition of man. That's the new definition. That's a new caveat that you just added. And even then, I still reject your premise.
No, Forrest. You keep strawmanning. That's not Forrest.
You have never thought about any of these things. You have never thought about any of the things you're talking about. You just have strong opinions on shit that you've never studied, never thought seriously about, and are now using your shitty fucking takes to further this fucking argument that is causing real world political harm while you claim to have trans friends. Like, I'm sorry, dude. There's no reason to take you seriously on this. Go fucking learn the science you have such a fucking issue with. It sucks.
Stop.
It's like a creationist. I'm not mad.
You keep getting caught out.
You're the only person raising your voice. I'm not mad. You're the only person raising your voice. By the way, it's just like a fucking creationist. Every creationist I talk to doesn't know the definition of evolution. And it's the same thing here. You have these fucking strong opinions on what a woman is. You don't know what the fuck a woman is. You have strong opinions on self-ID. You don't know how self-ID works. You have strong opinions on sex and gender. You don't know the fucking difference. Like, over and over, this is shit you've never studied. You can't answer your own fucking questions, and yet you expect us to be able to do this. It's my show, dude. It's my show. And by the way, I'm only filibustering because you have nothing interesting to fucking say. You have nothing interesting to say, so of course I'm going to talk because it's the only thing that people need to listen to.
Stop filibustering.
If they listen to you, their brain cells are going to fucking die.
Yeah.
My brain
Yeah,
cells
you're
are
crashing
gone.
out, dude.
It's killing me.
You're crashing out.
And by the way, I just want to remind you
filibustering.
that for someone who keeps calling people mad, you are the only person, once again, who has
Stop
raised your voice
filibustering.
or has repeated yourself over and over and tried to do a little sing-song thing like you just
Stop
did a second ago. All of
filibustering.
that, those are
Stop
things that
crashing
mad
out.
people do. Mad people do those
Stop
things when they get
crashing
very
out.
mad.
Stop crashing out. Stop crashing out on your own show. It's not.
Oh my
I
god.
couldn't
thank
keep
you.
doing that. I'm so sorry. I dropped him.
No,
I
it's
can't keep
fine.
doing this. I want to go finish my book.
It is
See,
really
Lux-
funny, though.
Lux gave us the sweet relief. The sweet,
Thank you.
The sweet
It was either
relief.
that or death, and frankly, this is preferable because I have
you
work
know,
tomorrow.
The sweet release. Yes, I know. Forrest,
Now,
I
cue Jose going around and telling his thousands
Jesus.
of trans friends. What did I say?
You said Jose.
Oh, fuck me. Jesus. Now, cue Jesus going around and telling his thousands of trans friends that he definitely has that we couldn't handle the conversation and had to hang up on him. Fucking Jesus
Yeah.
Christ, dude.
Yeah. All right. Well, I do have numbers for us as we finish this off. So we have raised a total of $3,200.89. So we were able to do well, but we didn't raise enough for you to put on a dress. So you
Did
were
I
supposed
agree
to put
to
on
do
a
that? I'll do it. I don't give a fuck.
put on a dress at 3,500 was, I thought, the consensus.
News to me, but yeah, fuck it. You missed it, y'all. That's what it was. You could have seen.
Man.
You could have seen this.
You could have
Looking
seen
beautiful.
it. Yeah,
And now you're
exactly.
missing out.
And instead, you just get trash bag Valkai and not beautiful Valkai.
Who the fuck is Valkai?
Valkai. I'm sorry. It's too late. My words. I lose. It's like I turn into a pumpkin after midnight. I lose all articulation. Like, that's a pretty.
You could have had me in a fucking sundress, y'all, looking fucking fly.
Oh,
But instead,
yeah. Look at
you
that.
just get this in jeans and a t-shirt, as fucking usual. You're missing out.
Yes, you're missing
out.
Let's see. Is it anybody gonna change that? Is anybody gonna change it? Let's see.
Now's your chance.
See, now is your chance.
Don't make Tommy Valkai a thing. Don't trend that. Don't.
Tommy Valkai. Let's go, Valkai.
Valkai.
You're welcome.
Fucking Christ, dude.
I didn't get all the states because Wyoming isn't on the list. We have every state in the union except for Wyoming. What is
Wyoming
this
is
about?
transphobic, y'all.
Oh, yeah,
Empirical
apparently.
evidence confirms.
Yeah.
Wyoming is transphobic. Hey, fucking, what's it? Jesus can move to Wyoming and feel very comfortable. It'll be great.
That's true. It's true. You know,
That's
he really
fucking-
wanted that gold star, though. He was just like, I will call you a she, her.
Yeah, you got to pat me on the head for it. I can't handle the fact that he said he works in counseling. God help those people. Oh.
Oh,
At
my
least
God.
I think when he says he works in counseling, I think he's either like a fucking like a pencil pusher or a janitor at some fucking like healthcare clinic.
Or a
and I
Christian
think he should
counselor.
take. Or it could be Christian counseling.
Yeah.
It could be Christian, because you don't need any training for that. So he could be sitting there telling young suicidal kids that they need to get right with the Lord, in which case, double fuck you, dude. But like, I hope someday he studies what actual counselors know and what actual healthcare professionals know and learns a little bit about them.
I
'Cause
like,
there's a lot
after
of really
that conversation, I could only imagine how bad his ICE arguments would have been.
Oh,
Like,
fuck.
I know.
Oh, man.
I know.
Yeah. It's just a
It was
nightmare.
I mean, it's just like, how can you claim to be educated and not understand that if you say sex and gender is different, like some women have penises and some women don't. Like, and I think the debate was over at that point. Like, I think at that moment he realized he was too deep in the hole.
The debate ended 1,000 times when he couldn't tell, when he demanded an explanation on what makes you a woman and then could not tell you what makes him a man, when he didn't know what a woman is, when he couldn't give a non-circular argument for his own thing, when he kept like nebulizing everything and saying that every single definition is impossible to define except for all the times that he just fucking gave one without thinking about it. Like, oh my glob, dude. It's a bad
At
time.
one point, he said,
bad
I'm going to
time.
end with this, and I wasn't quick enough on the draw. That would have been the most hilarious time to hang up on him at
That
like
would have
an
been
hour
very
and
funny.
5 minutes.
That
Yeah.
would have
That
been
would have
good.
been very funny.
That would have been good. So I will make one last plug to the campaign. Donate to the campaign.
Please donate to the campaign.
Please do. Please do. I'm putting the Zerba link there. We are doing so well, and I cannot thank you enough for all of your attention in getting people to donate. It's been such a fun time, and Forrest, I love being on the show with you because we just have long form arguments with people, and it's
I'm
the
sad
best.
we didn't get into like any serious politics. I would have loved to have taken a nice call. It would have been a lot of fun. We would have talked about why these people think that fucking literal goddamn Nazism is a fun thing to do.
I know. We should have got there with Jesus. We should have started there.
It would have
Transphobic
been just as
arguments get
painful.
boring. I know transphobic arguments get boring because they're so lame. It's just like, oh my God, how many times can I say some women have penises and some women don't? Before my head explodes.
Like what kills me is like you can take things like that, like I talk about like a person with a uterus, and people go, oh, there's women. Like, not all women have uteruses, and not everyone with a uterus is a woman. That's a true statement, even if you don't understand the difference between sex and gender. Even if sex and gender are synonymous and binary in your opinion, that is still a true statement. And so people with a uterus is still the appropriate terminology. Like fucking hysterectomies exist, and persistent Mullerian duct syndrome exists. Therefore, not every woman has a uterus, and not everyone with a uterus is a woman. So if I say people with a uterus, I am addressing every person with a uterus. If I say women, I am missing some people, and I'm including people who don't belong. It's like, that's what gets me so much. It's like these fucking dumb shit transphobic arguments, they, in their framework, are stupid. In their worldview, they're insufficient. The only way they work is if you just decide that certain people just don't fucking matter in what you're talking about. And that's so fucking lame.
It really
It blows, dude.
Yeah, and sorry that you're forever known as Valkai.
It didn't have to be this way, and fuck you all. I want to know what was going on with there was I think people were playing bingo as well, because people kept quoting things we said and then putting like a dot in the thing.
Were they? Oh man, I missed bingo.
I want to know what that looks like.
Oh man, that's so sad. How we weren't in on the joke? That's the best part about bingo. Is
being in on the joke.
That sucks.
I want to know what the sheets look like. I want to know what all the possible things were, because that's going to make me incredibly self-conscious and also laugh a lot. And that sounds like a fun day to be able to do both of those at the same time. That's great. You know what I mean? So it's in the Discord. I don't do the fucking Discord. God damn it. I got to find the Discord now. Jesus.
Yeah.
I don't think I have it. I don't have access to it. I've got the host Discord. I don't have the fucking...
wait, you don't have the oh man, I can find it. Hold on. I'm
not in the line Discord.
Wow, who are you? Maybe you do, maybe you are Valkai. You know, maybe that's the case. All right. What channel is it in? What channel is the bingo? Is it general
How
chat?
do I get to the damn Discord? Can you invite me?
Yeah.
Do you not subscribe to the Patreon to get your little reimbursement thing? Okay.
No, I don't. I super don't.
You're the worst person. Like, actually.
I am the worst of the hosts.
Yeah, straight up. Oh wait, I found it. Nope, that was yesterday's. No, I still don't see ours. Tell me where it is, folks. Tell me where it is on the Discord. Which channel is it in? Oh my gosh. Boop, 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 boop. Oh. Somebody tagged me. Okay. People are tagging me. I'm in the general chat. Patreons only. I'm here.
Fucking message me the thing. Message me the link so I can circumnavigate.
It literally says I don't have that type of permission.
God damn you, Josie.
I just don't. I'm not that cool.
Lux, do you have that permission?
I'm not gonna look.
God damn.
Not even
Cruelty.
gonna look.
Cruelty.
Not even gonna look.
From my so-called friends.
Oh wait, it is. I found it. Okay.
Hell yeah.
Okay. All right. I guess I could share it. Let's see.
Hashtag release the bingo files.
Yeah, I will release the bingo files.
That's fucking great.
Let's share. Is it gonna show up in the middle? Did it show up? Oh my god.
You doing screen sharing? Oh fuck yeah.
Did it work? Can
That's
y'all see
great.
It? Yes. Okay, great. So
unintentionally sexism. Never had a bad day. Nazi.
Oh my
did I say that in this one?
Yeah,
Hashtag
you did.
Forest fire. That's you have to choose when that happens. I don't participate.
Yeah, that could have said it at some point. So unintentionally
Combative caller accidentally agrees with the host.
Let's see. Sexism totally. Never had a bad day. Combative caller accidentally agrees with the host. I love that. Oh,
Host
Josie
vamp
from
dude. Well,
Maryland.
you did get a bingo. That's fun.
You did. Congratulations to the bingo winner. All right. Well, that's that's
Why
a lot
is
of fun.
technical issues on there? Is that so common? Yeah, it probably is.
It is.
It probably
is totally. It totally is common. All right. Well, that one
says the
that
guy
one's
who was
good.
grumbling about Zoom for the entire 10 minutes pre-show.
Hey, listen, just because it fucking sucks isn't my fault. It just sucks.
Yeah.
We use Zoom now, and I hate it.
Yeah.
We used to use vMix, and everything was fine. And now Jimmy's like, this has better video quality. It doesn't.
It doesn't.
Maybe it does. I don't know. I don't know what the things are.
You don't know
I don't
the
know anything
things.
is.
All right. Let's
I don't
see
know
if
the things.
I'll do one more scan of our.
You had all this
donations.
time to donate, and if you didn't, you're all transphobic. Every one of you.
Oh wait. We actually in the last 20 minutes we just raised $520. So
Hell yeah!
so let me so hold on. Let me see what the
great.
total is.
Did we cross
Oh my gosh.
2,000?
We
Was that our goal?
we raised almost exactly. So we raised $3,799.17.
Incredible! Well
Yes.
done. Well, fuck yeah,
That's
y'all.
amazing. It was amazing.
Thank you
So
all
now
so
you got to
much.
put on the dress,
Oh fuck! Like any dress?
like any dress.
Okay, well, give me 2 minutes.
Okay, give 2 minutes. Let's see if we can get that extra $200, $201, so we can actually get to 4,000. Let's do 4,000. Come on, everybody. We're so close. We're so close. Yes, we're gonna get the Tommy Voracline dress. That's what's happening. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad I checked. Because now we get to publicly humiliate Miss Tommy Voracai. That's the way it's got to be.
Remember how sweet and doe-eyed we were when we said we were going to do a maximum of 4 hours tonight?
Yeah. But when we have Forrest,
You know that I have to do this again on Monday, right? You know that I have an 8-hour show on Monday because Forrest is going to be on with Erica.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, don't you know that Forrest and Josie go on for just as long if you give us the opportunity?
Lesson learned.
Yeah. When I say that Forrest and I have chemistry, that's just what it means.
I will not make plans for after the stream next time.
Oh, did you have plans?
Yeah, I was supposed to watch a movie with my friends.
Oh no! I feel even worse now. Oh my gosh, we are $75 away from hitting 4,000. Like we are so close. We are so close. I love all of you so much. Like you don't even understand. Oh my gosh. So close. Let's go. I will say that it was a choice for that individual to basically say, well, you're not passable, so it's like, okay.
That was out
Did
of
we hit
pocket.
it?
That was out of pocket.
It was so out of pocket. I was like, okay, now you're just mad at me. Like you're just pissed off. We did it. We broke it. Everybody, we raised $4 grand. We were 4,100. We are like so close. Maybe we can hit 5. If we hit 5, I would call my campaign manager. Let's see. Should I? Maybe I call my finance director. It's pretty late to call him too. These are dilemmas that would only happen if we raised another $900. That's a future Josie problem. Like, let's go though. Oh my gosh.
Does it matter? Does it matter that I left my jeans on? Because I hate the reason I hate. Okay, good. Because I hate dresses because they're too fucking flowy, and they're uncomfortable.
You hate the flow?
But
oh my god!
I asked Amber. I went into the other room and I was like, "Hey, babe, what's the best dress for me to wear?" And she was like, "Oh, go find this one. And it's a new one." I actually haven't seen her in this. I'm wearing this dress before she does. But
that's great.
Check it
it's
out.
Like the most lesbian thing ever.
Look at that.
Oh wow! Look at this.
It's
beautiful.
Velvety.
Yeah.
And it's got like some motion to it. The drama.
It's so good.
See what
the
I mean?
Drama. Dress goes spinny.
Yes, dude.
Everybody loves dress goes spinny.
I don't. I hate it. But like, this is what you could be getting. Thank you so much for donating to Josie's campaign.
Yeah.
Now you get this.
And you know what the final number is so far? $4,146. We broke 4,000.
We broke 4,000. All right.
Yes.
Well, fuck yeah.
Yes.
That's very close to what we were going for. And that's what I'm talking about. The whole stream, we had, like, we were kind of there, and then just suddenly at the end, people were like, oh, yeah, I guess I can participate. And
yeah, that's how it goes.
Dude.
That's how it goes. That dress is really nice on you. So you don't like flowy dresses?
I don't like, I made a thing one time where people was like, well, men don't wear a dress. I'm like, the reason I don't paint my nails or wear dresses actually has nothing to do with gender presentation. It's that it's awkward and uncomfortable. Like right now, this is squeezing my biscuits here in a weird way.
Of course, yeah.
And then my tits are like prepared, but then all this shit, fuck this. You know what I mean? This is awful. And so I want some, I'm still wearing my jeans under here because get some ground.
It has leg hair. It doesn't feel nice on the leg hair to have the swishy going on.
Oh, is that
I can't imagine so. I can't imagine so. Well, it's not just the leg hair. It's also just like it's draft, but not the draft you expect, and it like hits you in weird ways. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. And then also, what the fuck is this? This sucks. I don't understand. Like I want to, if it should touch my arm, I don't want it to touch it. I don't want it to be all about it. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's uncomfortable.
This dress is awesome. I was like,
what do you got?
So I'm wearing a dress here. See?
Hell yeah.
So yeah, it's very flattering.
Very business. Very casual.
I know, right? I was wondering if a pattern was the right thing to do, but yeah, the pattern works. Pattern works.
It works out great.
It's not flowy either. So it's definitely something Miss Valkai would love.
Miss Forrest.
It's not.
I don't think I've actually seen her in this one yet. But she'd look fucking nice in it. I'm excited for her to put this on.
We've literally almost raised $1,000 in the last 20 minutes.
It's because I'm so fucking hot, if we're being honest, and I appreciate people signing up for that. You know what I mean? Thank you very much for participating.
They're showing up, this should be very affirming for you, they're here for it. They're here for it.
First of all, the person who says that neckline is very flattering is just getting into my scraggle. Don't fucking look at that. And the person who said, let me see those ham hocks, go to bed. All right? just go to bed.
And I swear to God, if anybody is in Wyoming right now, literally, just donate $1. I just want to be able to put
$1 from Wyoming.
Honestly, I want to put out a press release that I have gotten a donation from every state in the union. Think about how really badass cool. That would be. That would be so great. That would put the fear of God into my competition. If you know somebody in Wyoming, call them right now. I don't care how late it is, and tell them to donate to the campaign right now.
That's great.
Well, all right, friends. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, that's about it. No, I had nothing interesting to say. I was gonna just hype
say the
people
one
up some more.
thing. Now I'm not gonna be able to sleep tonight not knowing the one thing.
I like the neckline because of the collarbones, and it reminds me of my favorite muscle. This is my favorite muscle right here. It's called sternocleidomastoid. And and it makes me happy every time I see it in real life. Sternocleidomastoid attaches to the mastoid process back here, and it wraps around your neck, and it attaches to your sternum and your clavicle right there. And so you get this little dip there where you can put a needle through if you want. This muscle, it is fun for me, not only because I think it's a really cool muscle and I think it looks interesting, but also it's this muscle that laterally and inferiolaterally rotates your neck down like this. It's your dabbing muscle. If you want to dab, you have to be able to do that.
Yeah.
And there's a joke associated with it. What muscle is the largest inferiolateral rotator of the neck? Gluteus maximus. Because when you see one, you look get it. You look down when you see a big gluteus.
Oh my gosh! Oh, by the way, we are only $600. We're $550 away from 5,000. Like we can.
I'll take the dress off,
right now.
y'all. Exactly.
We are so close. Like, I mean, I can't believe how fast. Like, you weren't kidding. Like, at the very end of this stream, people are just like, we just gotta break it.
Because we have the best goddamn fans in the world. So, like, yeah, dude, get us there. I will take this dress off and change into a t-shirt. It'll be exciting.
Yeah. I will call my oh my god, did we do it? Hold on. I'm just now I'm
you
freaking
brought me
out.
a new dress. Oh, you're so sweet. She brought me. Oh fuck. Okay, well I'm gonna step out of frame so I'm not showing everybody.
Yeah, step out of frame. Show us the fashion show. If y'all agree with the Forrest fashion show, please let's make sure we get it. Now I'm trying to think. If we do hit 5,000, I may call one of my staffers that's in California, so it's not after midnight for calling folks. Oh my gosh, we might hit it. Oh my gosh, are we actually that close? Hold on. We're like exactly $500 away, or $504 away. I can't believe it. Like, I'm actually shocked right now. I'm like stunned. Like this is huge because this is like enough to pay the salary of like a field director right now. Like this is like a big deal. Like it's like this, so it's like we'll be able to like open a campaign headquarters like by the end of the month because of this. I'm not kidding. We're like gonna have a storefront. It's gonna be amazing that we will run volunteer operations out of. And so yeah, we need to have like 81,000 conversations. So like every dollar that you give helps us have those conversations. And this hour has been the most effective hour of the campaign so far. Let's see. Are we almost there? Oh wow, we are. We're at 470. Oh no, 460. Oh my gosh. This is wild. Let's go. Let's go. We'll get campaign literature. We're gonna have volunteers launching out. We're gonna be able to buy more things like this. Look at this. See? More and more of these. We'll make them into yard signs. Like, it all helps.
Hold on to your lily white butts. Because this one is much more. It's form fitting.
Oh yeah,
and it's way better.
You should go to. You should
off
go
the
out
shoulder
with that.
moment.
Oh yeah,
You like that? I almost flashed
especially
a little
with
bit of nip
the
on there. Get us
jeans.
demonetized.
The jeans make it. Give it. Oh man.
What do you think?
Look at you. Yeah. Oh
Yeah?
yeah, for sure.
That's it.
Yeah, that's a date
Is this
night
the move?
outfit. Yeah,
It's
that's a
warm. It's sweatery. If that makes any sense. You know what I mean? And it's got a lot of cleavage going on. I'm excited for her to wear this dress as well. I have not seen her in this one either. She's been buying new dresses and she's been excited about it. But
oh my gosh.
did I show nip? I'm so sorry.
Did you show nip? You did a little.
Yeah, it was
don't
indecent.
Look at it.
It was totally indecent. Oh my gosh.
How bad was that?
It was fine.
I'm looking it up.
Fine. 30.
Nobody reported us. Nobody demonetized us.
370 is what we have left. 370. Let's go. We're almost at 5,000.
Yeah, that was full nip. You're right. God damn it. We hit 5,000?
We're almost at 5,000. We're at 370.
Oh, we're so close.
370 is what we have left. Like, it's so close. Oh my gosh.
Listen, if that nip slip wasn't worth $300 to somebody.
I know.
That's
you gave
exactly
that, you
right.
gave that away for free. Like any
Somebody's
woman
gotta
knows.
pitch
Every woman knows that you shouldn't give that type of stuff away for free.
Next, you're going to be showing like feet for free, you goober.
Too far down on my shoulders, and it's really weird for it. That's way better. That's more comfortable.
Oh, it's way more comfortable. It's the way it's supposed to be. You know,
well, I like it.
You know what
you
need a nice pendant. You need a nice pendant or something to put around your neck.
That's just gonna draw people's attention to my titties, and I don't. There we go. That's better. It's more like a plunging V-neck now rather than.
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
You could always have like a really chunky necklace that kind of covers up a little
Forrest
bit.
experiencing gender dysphoria in real time.
I know it's so
rough. It's rough. Donate, y'all. Donate to trans charities so nobody has to feel uncomfortable in a really hot. It's a really hot dress. It's like thick material. It's like a sweater. It's toasty in this biscuit.
I also love that she handed you knit dresses so that you wouldn't stretch them out.
I know. I was just thinking of that poor like the centerpiece where you're like it's really tight around. I was like, oh, you're stretching it.
So this person says show both feet and they'll send another 370. Got you, bruh.
Whoa.
Hold on a second.
You can only get the max of 500 though. But yes, if you can do 370, do it.
Here we go. There's 2 feet right there.
There is 2 feet.
Send it in.
Oh,
the fuck is this?
That is too.
Excellence in school health education from the American Cancer Society.
Oh my god!
Thanks for the ruler, y'all.
We fucking did it.
Yeah,
we fucking did it. Oh my god! All right, I guess I'm gonna call Colin.
Call Colin.
He's on the West Coast, so it's not waking him up. So I'll be kind to my campaign staff. Because you know, being a boss and all. We'll see. Hey, Colin. Hey, I'm so sorry to call you so late, but I'm on a stream live, and I didn't want to call Liam after midnight. So you're the victim, but you are talking to nearly 1,000 people because we just raised $5,000 or $5,100.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, I was looking and I was like, there's stuff coming in. Well, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Well, do you want to say something to the crowd and say what this is going to help us do?
Oh yeah. I mean, with this, we're going to be able to make not only mailers, but we're going to be able to make, videos. We're going to be able to do walks with people. I mean, we have a ton of volunteers. This is going to help us actually like give them stuff, then go and walk and do business cards, everything to print, just everything that we need.
Yeah.
It's going to be fantastic.
Super great. Well, thank you for picking up so late in your evening even. But yeah, we were on for what? How many hours were we on for?
We've been on since 6. So we've been on for
hours.
6 hours.
So yeah,
6
we've been on
hours.
for 6 hours.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's some good endurance.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Absolutely. Awesome. Well, I'll let you get back to your day and you have a happy long weekend, okay?
Okay, thank you. You too.
All right. Talk to you later. Bye.
I'll be right back. Amber just popped her head in and said, I have a new outfit for you because you got your 5,000. So
okay.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Let's get a new outfit in.
Prepare yourself for this.
Yes, we're all prepared.
It'll be fast. I'm so excited to get out of this. Oh, fuck yeah. What is that?
Oh my gosh. I'm really grateful to everybody who has donated. Like it really is a big deal. Oh my gosh. It's so beyond huge. I just want to say thank you so much. It's such a big deal. It really is. I really appreciate you. You know, we're kicking ass, and I swear we're the only campaign that is raising this type of money from all over the country. So I cannot thank you enough as things are coming in. It's so good. But nobody from Wyoming yet, which is fine. Yeah. I didn't expect we would hit the 5,000. It's so great. Oh, and thank you. And by the way, thank you, Lux, for bypassing your movie night with your friends.
Tell your friends I hate them.
I will.
All right,
no,
you are
I'm really
not
glad we
ready
got
for
you to your
this.
goal. That's awesome.
Yeah.
You are not ready for this, and this is one that I have seen her in, and it's nice.
Ooh.
Wazam!
Wow.
It's a romper.
Oh.
It's like it's got a leggy situation going on. See that? And then on top of that, it's got like this nitty. I don't know what this is called. This whole situation.
Yeah.
Look at that. You could be this.
Man.
But you playing.
It's another beautiful date night outfit. I love it. It's so nice.
You like it?
I do like it. So
that's for 5,000.
Yeah,
a
right,
romp
for
him.
5,000.
Yes, a romp him.
Yes, a romp him. I love that. And we also hit 105 contributions total tonight.
105.
So we were able. Yeah. So the contribution average was $49.
Okay.
I know.
Yeah.
So you really like that outfit because I'm not seeing the gender dysphoria. I've seen some euphoria in those eyes. Okay.
I am I can breathe a little bit in this one. It's not like fucking 80 degrees clung to my chest with fucking sweater shit.
Yes. I love it. Well,
to the person who said it suits you, fuck you or thank you. I don't know. Whichever one is appropriate.
Yeah. Incredible. So we're at 5,200 now. So
how tall is Amber? She's here.
Okay.
I think.
All right.
I'm trying to. I think she's 5'4". I want to say, maybe.
Nice.
This doesn't go all the way to my ankles, y'all. This is. I've got my pants on under this.
Oh.
You can see it's
because you don't even want the flowy romper.
No, I'm not gonna drop trow in the middle of stream just to switch into a fucking romper. That's it. Also, same reason I wouldn't wear a dress. It's too much. You know what I mean? It seems like a problem.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we raised over $5,200 today, so I'm so deeply thank you for everybody.
Fuck yeah.
And thank you, Lux, and thank you, Forrest. You are incredible, and now I think we can actually open a campaign headquarters. Like next, honestly, that's the big item, and now we're actually gonna probably be able to open one in February, depending on our contribution public qualifications. So yeah, this is a big deal. This is a huge deal. So I just want to thank you again. Yeah.
Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. To the person who said I look so sexy, thank you for noticing. And fucking please continue donating and continue broadcasting, signal boosting everything that Josie's doing. Go to her campaign website. Blast her socials all over the place. Get her name out there because y'all, we can fundraise here all day long. But there's only about 1,000 people watching. You know what I mean? And there's going to be probably within the week about 5 to 30,000 people that see this stream. You could do so much more just by broadcasting this link saying, hey, do you want better representation out there? Do you want better people in office? Are you worried about trans rights? Let's get more trans people elected. Are you worried about getting more leftists involved? Here is somebody who is incredibly not only proven to be effective, but constantly accountable. She's on fucking the internet every goddamn week. She is very accountable. She's very approachable. She's very accessible. She's very helpful. She could be there for you and she can make this country better. We just got to get her elected, y'all. So get that name out there. Help her out.
Thank you. And when those emails come in saying thank you, if y'all wanna donate again next month or in a couple weeks, the same amounts, think about if we were able to generate that every month, that'd be huge too. So
the person in chat who asked, I'm 6'2". So when Amber squeezes me, she's like a little sloth creature. She just puts her chin right here. You're looking up at it. It's adorable.
Aww,
cute little lady.
It is adorable. That is adorable, and she's very nice for letting you nearly ruin her clothes for all of us.
Yeah.
Fit
my big fucking chunky fat ass into this thing and looking like this. Anyway, with that, y'all, that's the show. Thank you so much for watching, liking, commenting, subscribing. Thank you to, I don't know if do we do
We don't do the credits on Cus I Wanna, I guess.
Awesome. Thank you to
We're just
Lux
gone.
for producing. Thank you to Stephanie
thank
for call
you.
screening. Thank you to the mods in chat. Thank you to the people in chat. If you want to suck, thank you to callers who want to suck. Thank you for watching. Donate to Josie. Have an awesome rest of your day. Never stop learning. Bye.
Bye.